Ahead of a Friday with some economic data and lots of stories to discuss. S&P 500 right now gapping up, though we're still below the high that we made pretty early during yesterday's session. And you've got the NASDAQ. NASDAQ actually also poised to open higher and actually above that high from yesterday. So we've seen the NASDAQ to some extent underperforming the S&P 500 lately. That's not happening this morning. Take a look as well here at USO. Oil right now poised to open relatively flat after initially pushing higher and then giving back that entire move. So right now you've got a flat look for oil and a green look for SPY and the NASDAQ. We should actually have a new member of the SPY to talk about. We'll get to that in a minute because I do want to do some housekeeping. We've had economic data pretty intensely and very much in focus over the last 2 days with PPI yesterday, CPI on Wednesday. Today you get at 8:30 a.m. retail sales. This is a pretty closely watched print, so keep an eye on these numbers. We're expecting a little bit of cooling here for retail sales, but a heating for core retail sales on a month-over-month basis. At 10 a.m., we get another pretty closely watched print, the preliminary University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print for the month of August. So this does include some inflation data as well, so keep an eye on that print at 10. This one can also be market moving. Let's talk about another name that's certainly moving this morning. This is Reddit. RDDT, just over 2 years after it became public in March of 2024. They're joining the S&P 500, ousting Avalon Bay. You also have SpaceX here, Elon Musk filing, revealing a very, very large stake in the company, as I guess we could expect. You've also got earnings in focus here. So there is, once again, a lot to discuss in what should be a busy and exciting Friday. Good morning, Sri.
Good morning, Adira. Yes, as you mentioned, Reddit above 10% here. They're going to be included in the S&P. Avalon Bay getting acquired. So they will be removed. We have AMAT as well reporting earnings after the bell. They're down around 5.25. A Workday also going private here, possibly Baba and Apple with tie-up in China to make Siri a little bit better there. We know that Apple needs a local partner. Baba seems to be the one. Uber and Pony AI time the knot for more autonomous ride-hailing services. And SanDisk, don't look now. But on the daily, it may be breaking trend. It's almost up 7%. And new Adira, NU, reported earnings up 14% as well. And Wayfair, W, has looked pretty decent. Yet they got an upgrade yesterday, another one from Bernstein this morning.
Yeah, there's a lot here to look into. And I think, again, guys, just this tech, the level of news I think we have in tech this morning with Alibaba and Apple, and of course with this Reddit inclusion, it's all pretty significant, not always what you're going to see on a Friday morning. So should be an exciting trading session, that is for sure. To take us through that session, we've got Neil and Sean. Good morning to both of you. What are you looking at today?
Good morning. Hard not to look at memory today. I mean, SNDK is up 7%. Unbelievable. When that when the investor day rally was happening, it was like we ended the morning show at 11 o'clock. Like you go get a coffee, and it's like the stock moved $200 effectively. Just unbelievable rally for SNDK. They're talking about huge, like they're talking about 75% margins, 80% revenue growth. Like everything is. It's like it's a game on again, right? Like when we had that hedge fund blow up, you're like, oh, okay, whatever. Cars coming down the road, get the nets off the road, and someone just yelled game on, and now you're right back into a bit of a breakout here. So yeah, like, it's a lot to watch. Obviously, the Reddit story, I think we've seen this one before. I don't know if it's like automatically going up. Like it's gapped higher because they're going to S&P 500. Finally, I think a lot of people have been waiting for this one for a while, but it's already starting to sell. I almost feel like this could be a little bit of a later on type of a play. Like let it catch a bid in the middle of the day or sometime early in the afternoon into the close, and then that could be a bit of a play as well. So yeah, that'll be on the radar, I think for sure. For those that at some point when it opens up, you are not up a bajillion %. If you own Beyond Meat shares, the reverse split that we thought was yesterday is apparently today. So we'll see if that one can eventually squeeze. Yeah, there's a lot to watch today. And this is stock. Shoot, there was one more thing I was forgetting. What was the stock again?
There's a space stock that everybody talks about all the time.
ASTS? No. It's
Rocket Labs.
Sidus.
Space.
Sidus Space. Very important name that we'll definitely cover that's not SpaceX.
Yeah, we like, I've liked Reddit for a while, but it's not like it's really doing anything. I mean, even on this inclusion right here. So we'll have to see if that can get above some of these levels as we're refreshing our earpieces here. to get those working here on a lazy Friday. I think, yeah, the market, I mean, I know we keep saying there's a lot of stories, but really there's not. 180, there's always stories every day, but the market's pretty today, right? I mean, we're going to work through it. We're going to get this going. NASDAQ up 0.25. Apple on that news, I thought would have been a little bit higher than where we are right now. And even Alibaba is hovering, right? And so there's Apple like up 0.13. Alibaba, like these are the stories that we're leading with. Apple up 0.13. Alibaba flat to red right there and not doing too much volume, 62,000 shares. NVIDIA and SanDisk, looks like SanDisk, Neil's already looked at that one. That's going to be the one that rocks and rolls here a little bit here, up 6.3%. So if it's a little bit too expensive for you, we can look at some DRAM. I mean, that could be an optionable play here, and we'll discuss this SanDisk story very soon. Micron's been an interesting name to trade as well. And then we looked at NVIDIA trying to get back up to the highs as well. And they're doing this, again, another financing thing. If you can't afford it, there'll be a $500 billion AI financing initiative here. I don't even know what that means, but that should be exciting. That's still under a million shares, 0.2 right now on NVIDIA. And then a quick check to see what's going on USO. USO has been one of those sort of, it's not forgotten or anything like that, but kind of just, it's like we haven't really gotten too many headlines other than, here we go. Boeing and RTX deals. Agreement to boost production on missile components. Okay, well, we can look at, this is what their business is, so I'm not sure this is really going to be rifling the stock upside right there. No, absolutely nothing on. See, this is what I'm saying. All these stories are dropping, but there's really nothing going on. So, put some names in the chat there that you guys want us to look at here today. Even Boeing not doing anything today on that story either. So it might be a SpaceX kind of day for the first time here on Trader TV Live.
Oh, the chips are going to move today. There's 100%. So the memory chips are going to move. And I think for Mr. Seymour in the chat, I think is it Seymour? Yeah, Noah Seymour. You asked for names. LUNR. Intuitive Machines, of all of the charts yesterday, probably had the craziest day of any stock. And it didn't get a lot of coverage because they were getting dunked on in the pre-market on earnings. And then at 9:30, caught a God mode candle from $14.20 to $16. That's the opening candle. $14.20 to $16. That's an over 10% 3-minute candle on the open. And then it just continued to go. So obviously, I'm going to double check the short float in a second. But obviously, that's a pretty big reversal, and it's gapped up again. If it's a big enough short float, this one feels like it could be continuation. Look at the candle is absurd. The candle is so absurd on the daily chart that it just looks like it's not real. That's probably just a silly dark pool. That's not actually real. And then you realize it is. If this can just stay green. I said I would double check. Let's see what the short float is on LUNR. Because that's 27% short float. So that's what happens when you have what looks like an earnings dump. Maybe some shorts like, we can add into this, and then they get blown up. So I'm going to guess that some short covering was part of the story, but this one has to be on the radar for sure. Adam James is abroad still. No, he's still abroad.
I think he's always abroad. Adam James abound. What's up, Adam? Yeah, we'll get it all figured out at some point here about that stock. We can joke about it all we want, but honestly, like that trade there at the end of the day was epic, to say the least, I think anyways. We waited for this whole move to happen. We sat there and we took 144.75. This stupid wick right here. Maybe if I edit this quickly, data editor, okay, here it is, the low. So let's go to 141.54 again and fix this chart. So we sat there, Adam and everybody, and waited for this whole move. Neil and I sat here on our hands, and we talked about this move, and we talked about it going to 145. Your boy sat there and took the trade at 144.75, and then cashed it out on the way down. But we did get we got 141s and 141, 142 into the close there on this move right back in. Well, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. But yeah. So that was that, right? It turned out to be one of the biggest trades of the day, as Neil just mentioned, LUNR. But this trade actually happens in 10 minutes or so. straight down to the downside, and we actually had this trade on board. So yeah, man, lots of opportunities here today. Hopefully it keeps on coming through. You know, I'm here, so we'll see if we can get some winners for you. Again, could have some losers, who knows? 142.50. We're gonna do some work on SpaceX. I haven't really looked at anything yet. Just trying to wait to see if anything's actually gonna pop through today. There, thank you, Donald, again. What's up to Mike Peter Riders in here? Oh, there it is. Yeah, shout out to Juan Padilla, who took the trade with me there at the end of the day. And you know, like I was saying, everybody has the opportunity to take trades or not, right? If they set up, they don't. They do, they don't. But that was a good one. And you know, our out was going to be 145.25. So for 50 cents worth of risk, we ring the register for $3+ there at the end of the day. So congratulations to you, Juan Padilla, and to everybody that had that. So,
and the best part is you zoomed out, but if you're zoomed in.
Yeah.
If you actually zoom the chart out, you'll see at the open, SpaceX held from right at the open at 9:30 into 9:50. So for 20 minutes, that same 145 level, which by the way was the bottom in the afternoon on the imbalance area, gave that same trade and flushed in the morning. So it was there in the morning and was there in the afternoon. It was had both times. I think it's the most obvious level outside of $150 to Friday. It's the most obvious level. As a matter of fact, I feel like Mr. Options is probably going to be talking about SpaceX options at one of those two prices. Almost certainly 45 or the 50 level. But it's a Friday, so you know all the big optionable levels are going to be a big deal. But we have a couple of super chats. Let's get to them if we can. I don't have the page open, so Andre, if you're faster than me, guess you are. XKR. OpenAI is on track for 40 billion revenues annually, doubling from 2025 after recent codecs and affordable subscription changes. AI scare trade, no more. You know what I want to hear from OpenAI? That they're confidently rolling out their IPO. That's what I want. Where is that talk again? Right? And at the end of the day, you have Anthropic that's going to be coming to market, and we don't hear a peep out of OpenAI. The thing that concerns me, the next concern for the actual AI trade to me is going to be, do you when everyone starts talking about how they need to raise more capital and issuing bonds and this and that, does that start to threaten buybacks? Because we're in a world where we're so accustomed to big companies and big tech buying back stock. Does it ever get to a point where they reduce buybacks because of the capex ban and because they're in a raising capital framework? That's what would concern me. So, yeah, OpenAI, Anthropic, like them a little bit better. Dave's Uber sage trade ideas for the chat: high volume pop, then summer fade to close. SNDK. Look, got institutional buying pattern. Join it. Yep. That was yesterday. It was crazy. UMAC, if you want to get whipped around. Peace. Ooh, UMAC. That's a name that we haven't heard in a while. Unusual Machines. I don't think that one. See, yeah, what's what I love? Like the chat, like sometimes undefeated. Like we're talking about, oh, there's this story, that story. Didn't hear anyone mention this one up 18%. Good look, Dave. 100%. It's got the 52-week high up top here, but that's still a couple of dollars away. So that can be in play. It's not a huge volume name. It's done 400,000 shares, but that's actually pretty good pre-market volume for this one. What I haven't seen a lot of in the chat, there's been a lot of SpaceX talk. Now we see some UMAC, there's some Lunar in there. I haven't really seen too many small cappers. Tisha was mentioning one. What's on your radar, Sharif? Because I feel like that's been pretty quiet this morning.
Let's have a look here, Neil. So the number one gapper in the market right now is WETO. It's up 191%, having done almost 24 million shares of volume. The float is micro, as I like it. 1 million share float. It is trading near the highs, a bit more expensive here. It's $11, above the volume weighted average price, above $10, holding structure quite well. This is the one that I would be keeping my eye on here, WETO. Let's take a look at CAPR. This is the second leading gapper in the market right now, up 102%. Breakout yesterday right after the bell around 4:35. It is holding structure, so it didn't give up the move from the aftermarket yesterday. In fact, it made higher highs in the pre-Adara into 950. When we get into that 950, I start thinking 10 immediately, right? And if we clear 10 decisively, I start thinking 15. So those are the two, WETO and CAPR.
Yeah, let's talk about another name that's above VWAP here, and that name is, of course, SanDisk. SanDisk was also above VWAP pretty much all of yesterday's session as well. And that session yesterday came as they had their investor day. So this happened, I think it started at 9 a.m. I was seeing comments till like 11 a.m. So investors had a lot of time to just digest a lot of positive news and guidance coming out of SNDK, memory name that's been beaten up as of late. But as you mentioned here earlier, definitely try to battle back here.
Yeah, the daily chart is breaking downtrend a little bit here. Let's talk about it. You astutely pointed out the investor day yesterday. Of course, we had their post-earnings volatility as well. Guys, they disclosed yesterday, and something that they highlighted during the call as well. So they had pricing power here outpace their growth, their volume growth by 2 to 1. So the earnings that they're making, the top line growth, most of it is coming from increasing prices, not more unit sales. That's good and both bad, right? So it does create possibly some demand destruction. It also creates a bit of a bubble. So keep that in mind. But you also have driven by high capacity enterprise SSD, which are being used in these data centers. Just to give you an idea of how much they're selling this year compared to last year, SSDs accounted for about 12% of their shipments this time last year. That's now 38%. And they're generating almost $3 billion in revenue at Dara. That is almost 1,300% more money than they were making this time last year from this specific product. And then they have that Kioxia tie-up, that joint venture there, right? And so it's not all sunshine and rainbows. They've got to spend money to increase capacity. That's that joint venture. They're going to be spending money there. And then a lot of the money that they're actually getting ahead of time from their clients, because there's so much demand for RAM, people are willing to prepay and prepay pretty aggressively. So they have about $1.9 billion in prepayments from these hyperscalers who are all looking to secure supply.
Yeah, it's a good look, and I think a lot of these memory names, of course, certainly going to be in focus as they were yesterday. Are you guys looking at any of these memory names? And just a reminder for everybody, we're 14 minutes away from retail sales data.
Oh, 14
right, yeah,
minutes.
retail sales. So
Okay.
there's still have plenty of time for that. I think, look, if you're not looking at memory today, you should at least be there for a sentiment, to look at the sentiment for sure. SNDK, and I think I heard Sharif mention this, but I'd say it's fairly obvious at this point. Like, you'd make the argument that it broke the downtrend, and since doing so, has just sort of found a bit of a base for the rally. And yesterday was that confirmation breakout at 15. The only thing, I guess, standing in its way is 1,700 resistance, and the 50-period moving average would be sitting out there. But when you gap up, can you hold on to prior resistance? And that's going to be, so if 1,700 would kind of be the way to go, it's a Friday. You can expect some profit taking sometimes coming on through. That high, when it was, let's call it program buying, whatever, the investor day top, it's yesterday's high, never got any higher, is at about 1,580. And I think you start looking across the board, like DRAM came up on sympathy as well. Now remember, SNDK is the leader, so it in theory should be a little bit stronger. This had bid support down at 57. On DRAM, if you're looking at Micron, they've all done a very similar move on the daily chart, realistically, and these all look the same. Now, some of them, what you don't want to see would be, like, if SNDK starts rallying, like breaking out tops, and you're still struggling the other two, then you got to be playing SNDK. But I think the group, they all look very similar. They all made the same high on that on the investor day top, and they're all making a very similar trend break as well. So that's why I think DRAM is perfectly fine. It's not as if they're moving not in concert. Like, they're in concert with each other. So I think you're fine to look for a DRAM. But I am waiting for that test of support this end, because it seems like they want to do some profit taking early here. And it just seems like the resumption of an uptrend after what was a pretty hefty pullback. I mean, worse on SNDK than it was on Micron, but still a pretty hefty pullback.
Yeah, we'll probably go in there. Now that I'm looking at it, I'll probably trade some DRAM, but I am asking everybody right here as well. Go here, I'll put this in the, I've been putting it in the chat. Copy this and paste this. Get into the chat right now. Hit the like to subscribe. Get in the chat and let me know right here what you guys are trading. I said looking at the Apple and Baba tie-up and, of course, some SpaceX, but what else is setting up in your world? Let me know, and then we'll talk about that when we get back from Joe with options at the big screen.
All right, good morning, everyone, and happy Friday. Let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday's session. Some interesting things going on here, guys. $350 on Tesla. This is a specific strike price, but from a technical standpoint, you can see that we might enter a gap zone here. After that gap zone off the previous earnings report, took some time to recover, but Jose and I in the algo room were actually discussing if we enter this gap, where could this next potential target be? And that led us right to this exact $350 strike price, guys. A lot of open interest. So if we do decide to climb a little bit higher, breach the gap, this is where I would look for some supply to step in, because I do believe there's a little bit of weakness within this name. But also, don't forget, things can be absorbed, and we can see these contracts rolled over to next week. So what we have right now, guys, is 30,000 contracts open up at this $350 level. This is going to be expiring after the bell today, but there's a substantial amount of volume stepping in here, ladies and gentlemen, 79,000 contracts there. So this is a zone. If we do happen to breach the gap, I'm going to be looking for a potential move into $350. Now, surprisingly so, as I was running through the options data, these contracts are relatively cheap, okay? So I know my guy Travman's going to be looking at these potentially as well too. So $49 on the ask, that's what you're going to be paying, $50, and then you're going to be a collector. $48 there as well. And considering it's an out-of-the-money contract, you can see our delta is relatively cool, sitting around 11 cents, and our gamma exposure sitting at 2 cents, and also our vega as well. But if we do continue to climb, then you'll see an increase in your Greek metrics. Moving forward, surprisingly so what we have here is a substantial run within the contract itself. We peak over here at around north of 69 cents, closer to 75, but then you sell off. Even though the underlying held up relatively well, you can see that theta most definitely steps into it. And within our next contract, we'll most definitely be able to identify that as well too. Guys, we're going to be looking at $1,700 here on SanDisk. Again, expensive name, something that we're not going to see too much options activity within, but I thought it was interesting considering the massive move that we experienced yesterday. Now, this is going to be expiring after the bell, but open interest sitting at 2,300 contracts with volume around 9,500 open and closed on the yesterday session. I had to blink twice and refresh the screen to make sure that these bid and ask were correct, because $1.90, Sharif, is relatively cheap for $1,700 underlying, and on the collector side, you're looking at $1.60. There is a $30 spread, but don't forget this is a $1,700 name. Moving forward, what I really want us to look at is the appreciation within this contract itself, 3,100%, but you can see we're still hovering around the highs. Why is the contract losing its value? Theta decay, all right, guys? So just keep that in mind, Sharif, just in case, because that's why when you see these massive runs, make sure you look to take a little bit off the table. Moving forward, last but not least, we have Bitcoin, Neil. I know Neil likes trading this one, and I was looking at the liquidity. It has been drying up as of late. So what we will do is look for some more potential floors, and that led me to approximately 50 cents away from where we're currently trading. The $35 strike price, can we hold up at this level? The question being, will the supply zone of 21,000 contracts at this level hold as support? Because as I scrolled through our options chain, I seen some more size at the $25 marker. That would be a pretty hefty cut in Bitcoin itself from where we're currently trading at. 5,900 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session, and you can see the bid and the ask isn't worth very much whatsoever. Our Greek metrics are going to be cool. You can see our delta sitting around 10 cents, and our gamma exposure sitting around 25 cents. Those are our options activity. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
So SNDK 1,700
Lots of
needs to
options.
get there today, that's for sure. But it's about 5 points from here, man. SNDK could go, it's up 6, so 5 points gives 11%, double digits. It's possible, but it'll probably turn into a little bit of a wall up there. I know a lot of people are going to be bullish looking at those chip names, but yeah, like I think is going to be another short. Like one of these days, it's going to go to the upside, but every single day this week, it has made some kind of a top, usually in the pre-market. Sometimes it did rally yesterday. Yesterday was a tricky one because it actually made the high at 11 instead of right away at the open, so it required more patience, but then it just drops 2% and eventually gets that 2% low. So if it does the same thing today, I'm looking at 35.9, just in and around maybe 8, 9s, but just a little bit more patience. If it isn't an instant pop and fail like it's been doing every day except for yesterday, then it's waiting for it to get up until the 80s and the 90s. What can you say? It stinks. You know, like this is, And the worst part about it in this bear move is that you've actually seen some gains across the board. Like you're consolidating and actually heading lower on Bitcoin, and meanwhile you've had ETH make a bottom and consolidate higher. In the afternoon, you had Circle going absolutely ham all afternoon. I mean, there was other things moving, but look at the bid that got into Circle. Even when you thought, it might slow down, still ended up closing almost effectively at the highs. You didn't really see Bitcoin doing that. So yeah, it's the dog, and I think it just sort of remains a look short until it has the day that it doesn't at this point. But yeah, Circle's probably worth keeping an eye on if it does catch any kind of an afternoon bid like that again. Like that was complete insanity. Like it was this, and in the afternoon, the upside plays were this and some other crypto names, and then of course Workday, which we haven't heard anything further about that potential deal. I thought we might come in and hear, Workday is going to be, I don't know, like this is the 220. I'm just making it up. You never really know where they're going to end up pricing this thing if they do a deal, but it would be absolutely gigantic if they did. And that's why you saw a software rally in the afternoon. It is dead quiet with Workday today. I don't even think it's probably not on anybody's radar unless we get a news update, to be honest.
You know what? I just put out the sticky note here. I think I'm going to add Palantir to it. Palantir is an absolute rocket. Like, what a great name over the last couple weeks there off their earnings call. It's just been an absolute monster there to the upside. Maybe I'll take some more out today because it looks like you're trying to break that 180. So I just was going to say, like, that's been a level here, 180. That's bounced its head off that a couple times. And we are setting up. I mean, it's down today. We'll see if the NASDAQ can catch that bid. We were just there at the end of the day yesterday. And of course, we chose SpaceX to go short, which turned out to be awesome. But that was another good look right up here for Palantir as well. So Palantir got up to that 180. So definitely worth a little bit of a look here on PLTR. I mean, if we're going to look for some sort of a level on this name, what about this rate here, 177? Like a pullback, and it's going to happen early, so you're going to have to wait to see if it defends it or not. But I think, what's up, Daryl, and everybody in the chat? I see the real ones out there today. 177 maybe as a dip buy opportunity there for Palantir. Seems a bit early for me on that one, but definitely something to look at. Okay, what's up to TikTok viewers? Thank you to all your TikTok love there again today. We love some TikTok. All right, so Netflix, yeah. Bill Ackman has entered the building, so we really like that one. There, got some activist movement happening on, on Netflix. And yeah, still a little ways to go, right? I mean, we'd still like to see us break through $80. What's up, Miss?
Please tell me that activist was an intentional pun, because that was amazing.
Thank you, and no. Yeah, so $79 breaking out. It's all that training that we have here, just throwing these things naturally in there. We've been doing this now for 6+ years. So sometimes we just say things, it's like, you're talking about Rocket Lab and you're like, oh, this thing's gonna, get to the moon or something. Yeah. It's like little things like that. But yeah, no, I think, what was so unique about the thing? What I just said there, Adara? What was it?
You talked about Ackman in Netflix, and then you said activist investing, and that's why I thought it was a pun.
Okay, good one there. Yeah, all right, not bad. Yeah, no, so just nice move on Netflix. And I, if you're nervous about it, you're getting that bump now. And I think it's worth selling if you're holding this and you're a little nervous about it. You've made a nice move back into $68. I think I have to look at a different chart to get a proper 200 period moving average. Like you're ways, whoops. Yeah, you're ways from that, right? $89. So there is a nice climb if you do believe in it. There is an idea that this gets back up to the 200 period moving average. But I don't really know. And we were going to look, and I meant to do it, never did, but look to see why Bill Ackman's involved here. But yeah, up to 83 might be something. 83 is back here in 2025. It came in again just before that huge run up, and of course with Warner Brothers. And then a little bit of gathering here at 83 as well. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna have retail numbers come out in a minute. I mean, if they're pretty strong, then I could see that be a reason for Netflix because, I know it's not a retail name in the, generic sense, but this does show a strong consumer. Are they going to cut their memberships? Are they not going to cut it or not? So let's go find out with Adara right here what those retail numbers look like, and we'll see if Netflix moves off that.
Yeah, we've got here about 30 seconds now. Retail sales month over month, 0.1% is the forecast, 0.2% is the prior print. So as I alluded to earlier, we are expecting a little bit of a cooling in the month over month numbers, but core retail sales month over month actually a little bit hotter is what we're expecting here. 0.2% is the forecast, negative 0.2% was the prior print. We're also going to get the year over year print. Prior print for that was 6.7%. And now in just a matter of less than 5 seconds and 2 seconds at this point, we'll get these retail sales numbers for you all here. Retail sales month over month, negative 0.6% is what I'm seeing. That is going to be well below that forecast of 0.1% and below the prior print of 0.2%. So again, negative 0.6% for that retail sales numbers. For core retail sales, negative 0.3%, also cooler than the positive 0.2% forecast. So year over year, still not seeing populate yet, but we had 6.7 as the prior print, 6% as the estimated print. Here's the S&P 500. Not too much of a reaction here on this. Again, cooler than expected retail sales print. Sharif, I heard you make a sound when we got that number out. What are your thoughts on this print?
Well, the headline number is not good, obviously, but I'm getting more information here. So autos, gas, building material, food services, they're down 0.4% versus the consensus estimate of 0.3%. So you're seeing it in very important areas in the economy too, Adara. And yeah, that is a bit of a trouble there. And I'd like to see the corresponding delinquency numbers to see if credit card balances are starting to increase, how many, what the percentage is of 30 days unpaid. So let's see how these numbers are digested by the market the rest of the day.
Well, you mentioned credit cards. We're going to go to Michael Noss in a second, but I want to talk about some new bank before we do that. NU, this is a really strong earnings report. The market actually responding in kind. Tons of double-digit year-over-year growth across the board is what I saw.
Yeah, so not a bank that we know too much about. They don't really have a presence in North America. They're mostly Brazilian, right? But now they're expanding to Colombia and Mexico, and they're doing quite well with their international expansion. Net interest margin. Yes, this is banking talk now, up 22.9%. And the risk-adjusted net interest margin also up markedly, 12.4 from 9.5. What it does confirm, aside from just the fact that it's growing, is that their international expansion into unsecured loans. I'm talking credit cards. I'm talking about unsecured personal loans. That is a riskier business, is doing quite well. Okay, so they know what they're doing there. Their cost of credit is also dropping, meaning that they're able to bring in more net interest income without having to expend as much money. That increases margins. They have an industry-leading efficiency ratio of 19.5%, and their deposits are actually growing faster than their loan portfolio. So more people are depositing into the bank than they are taking out loans. That gives them some free cash flow. And as I mentioned, they're growing pretty aggressively in Mexico and Colombia.
Yeah, I think that really big growth story was my main takeaway from that report and from what you said there as well. So good look for new. Now we're going to introduce someone new, though you've seen him before. It'll be Michael Noss over here for the first time today as we digest these. Again, cooler than expected retail sales numbers. Good morning, Michael. How are you doing this Friday?
I'm doing fine. The market seems to be doing, I never know with these numbers. It's like, okay, retail's worse, so that's bad, or retail's worse, so then the Fed lowers rates and that's good. So market seems to be up a bit. So I guess I'll just take it in the good column for now.
And you're actually prepared to talk about the market being up today. So that's actually your topic today, inadvertently or tangentially. So I think this is a really good transition. Let's talk about this high that the SPY made without the NASDAQ following suit.
Yeah, and this is I think that the most interesting divergence I have seen in the market in a long time. We have been conditioned for years and years to go, okay, the NASDAQ's the leader and kind of drags the rest of the market kicking and screaming up with it. But, I called this one the lonely high because we made an all-time high yesterday in the SPY, which is the next slide there, the first chart. If you were living under a rock, I guess, we made an all-time high in the S&P 500. We've done a couple of these, but this was, nice break of that base. Looks like we're holding it. Everyone liked that. However, if you go to the next chart, the Qs didn't. And the Qs are actually pretty well below, around 2% or so below their all-time highs. That's not, it's not dramatic or anything, but again, being conditioned to go, okay, the Qs are the leader and the SPY SPY kind of catches up with everything, that got me thinking. Now, first of all, I think it's a good thing. I've been on record of saying I think that, you know, getting some leadership in things that aren't AI trades and large cap techs is amazing. And so I think overall this is healthy for the market. But I just wanted to, as kind of the quant, as the statistician guy, I wanted to go and say, well, how often do we get to see this move that goes up to the when the NASDAQ catches up, right? Is the SPY going to catch down, or is the NASDAQ going to catch up? That was the main kind of question as well, right? And, you know, the quote I have on the next slide is just, I've heard this mentioned a lot, that, you know, without leadership, it's going to be a bad thing. You know, Dow theory in particular says that, you know, you want to see all of these indexes kind of move together and break to new highs together. But, you know, I always like to challenge these kind of conventional wisdoms with math to see if we have any kind of statistical advantage here. So next slide is kind of what I've went through, and you know, there's been 472 new record highs since the dot-com bubble, and only kind of 72 of them, or 47 of them happened with the NASDAQ lagging that much. So it's only a 10% chance that if you have this S&P 500 new high, that you don't have the NASDAQ at a new high as well, which is really interesting. So I did a whole, you know, I've got a lot of tools at my disposal, and I did a whole blitz, I call it, where I'm running all these different rules and saying, okay, is there a trade to be made here? Because anytime I see a rare event, the first thing I go and say, well, is there a trade? So what happens next in the markets when we have this kind of rare event where the SPY is making this new high, and this kind of 1 in 10 chance that the S&P 500 or that the NASDAQ is at least one below it? So the next chart just kind of shows what happens kind of 1 week, 1 month, and 6 months out. The dark green line is a record close with the Qs lagging, and you can see kind of what happens. And then I always like to compare those to a baseline where the, you know, the light gray area is what happens on every record high, and then the shaded gray area is just a random day. So that's kind of our base for there as well. So 1 week, there's not really much of an edge. Actually, the SPY actually is flat the week later, so that could be a trade in and of itself on average. 1 month, though, and then up to 6 months, you get this insane relative outperformance that happens. And I think it's because what we're going to look at next is that if the SPY is able to do this alone, then what happens when we get the NASDAQ catching up? And the reason that this is so important is the stocks inside the NASDAQ make up like 30% of the S&P 500. You know, the S&P 500 is really weighted to big cap tech. So if it can do so good with big cap tech lagging, then it's like, imagine what's going to happen when we finally catch up. So this next chart is kind of just a scatter plot that I came up with, and it just shows how long does it take for the Qs to catch up when the NASDAQ happens. And it's like a bit of a mess, so I'll explain it. So the bottom axis is just saying how much is the NASDAQ lagging. And then the top axis is just how often or how long does it take to catch up. And kind of right where we are in the middle is the one highlighted in yellow, where we're around 2% lagging on the NASDAQ. And it takes on average 10 days or so to catch up, which isn't very much at all. So that makes me think that there's a potential trade that we could have in here. So next slide is just talking about all the instances that I looked at. And I said, okay, let's narrow down to that time where we're not lagging too much. We're lagging around 2%. What happens going forward? And on the next slide, just kind of completely outlays what the trade idea is here. So there's only been 11 instances of this. Again, SPY, new all-time high, NASDAQ, 2%, so not dramatically below. It's not like we're having tech fall apart or anything. It's just, it's lagging a bit. On average, there's about there was 11 of them. All of them, the NASDAQ caught up. Right? That's not a huge sample study, so I just wanted to say, right, it's not thousands of trades that we can go against, but every single time it was the NASDAQ catching up. It was not the SPY kind of catching back down for a median gain of about 3%, and it took, again, around 10 to 13 sessions to get to that high. So if you're bullish on everything, there's a potential catch-up trade here to have. So this is the next slide just kind of talks about, here is the kind of tape that we're in. And it just shows, here's the old high at 746 and roughly where we were when we closed. Again, that gap, the 2.98% gap between the SPY and the Qs potentially could close. So if it's going to be the 11th or the 12th of the 12th time that this happens, then you can kind of build a little bit of a trading strategy around this, where you're going to say, okay, well, I could potentially buy the Qs here and wait for that to break its new high the same way the SPY did and take a little bit of a scalp there. Where to put a stop loss, just looking at this chart, we do have that recent base that we just broke out of yesterday. That's what I like about it. If we break back down into that base, then I'll probably just, knock this one up as being wrong. There's also some option stuff you could do if you wanted with, some spread trading, right? Maybe buy a call here and sell a call a little bit further out of the money or something like that. But the main thing I wanted to show is that not only is it not a bad thing when this seems to happen, there seems to be a potential kind of catch-up trade here. So, this was 27 years worth of data that I ran it on. The shallow gaps are anything that's like less than 1 or 2%, there's no edge there. The deeper gaps, this 2% or more, generally speaking, have a snapback. So now we just got to see, is this going to be 12 of 12, or is this going to be the first one to kind of break that streak? But for me, with those statistics, I think I'm going to buy the NASDAQ on the open here today.
That's a really good look. I think that makes a lot of sense. My question here as well, too, is with the S&P 500 returns, the S&P 500 forward returns, do you think there's an argument for buying both the SPY and the NASDAQ, or do you think it makes sense to pick one or the other? And then off of that, I guess, I know you said you're choosing the NASDAQ in this case. In general, I guess, how would you choose between the two if you've got a decent returns or chance of decent returns either way?
Well, yeah, and there's going to be, if you take both, you're going to kind of be leveraging into that. If you take the Qs and hope it catches up to new all-time highs, that's the simplest trade. Another more complicated trade is if we're betting that this gap is going to narrow and that the Qs at some point are going to outpace the SPY. For people who want to get kind of real spicy with it, I could see a trade where you buy the Qs and you actually sell the SPY, and you wait for that to converge as well. That's going to be your more market risk neutral trade. So you're not worried about headline events. It just gets a little bit trickier to pull off. And if both of them rip, then you're going to be losing on one leg when you're gaining on another leg. So there's different ways to express the trade based on how much risk you're looking to take.
So another question as well here. I know you follow the equal weight, the RSP. I saw some people in the chat mentioning that once you started on your talk and presentation as well. So I guess my question is, given, the idea that if you're getting both the SPY and the NASDAQ, it could be kind of almost hedging one another, do you think there's a way to play the RSP here as well? I know that's not necessarily directly what the study is, but I'm curious as to your thoughts on that.
Yeah. Well, if the NASDAQ and the SPY catch up because the SPY moves lower, then you're going to see that really dramatically in the RSP, because the RSP is essentially the S&P 500, but because it's equally weighted, it's way more on kind of financials and healthcares and things like that. So if everything comes down and the NASDAQ moves up, that means we're having a huge rotation back into tech. So that could be even more dramatic version of that trade. I'm kind of more worried about that just because I don't have the data, and the way I work is, I need to see that data to go. But the easiest way I've noticed to say, is this tech that's leading us higher, or is it just kind of everything else, is just that RSP kind of QQQ relationship. If, the RSP has been making new highs all the time for the last 2 months, where we're just breaking out now and we're just getting close here on the Qs, that shows that rotation was huge into everything else, into the everything else trade. So if we're going to get that rotation back into the trade of the big tech names, then you're going to see that relationship just start to flip.
Thank you very much for going over all of that awesome and insightful data. Mr. Michael Noss of StatsEdgeTrading.com. You can find Michael on our show every Monday and Friday around 8:30 a.m. Hope you have a great weekend, and we'll see you on Monday.
Have a great weekend, everyone. Talk Monday.
Oh.
All right,
a lot of times we go right back up to Joe, like, oh, shoot, we get to... Andre, it's absolutely fine. The crazy thing about it is, what I wanted to say is, almost jokingly, so just buy. Just buy, baby. No, really, the Qs, the idea of just buy the Qs today, what does it even look, even on the daily, sorry, not on the daily chart, even on the 15-minute chart, it has this bull flag breakout, breakout yesterday, bull flag, a little continuation sort of pattern. So look, obviously, there's a lot of things that look bullish, like that 180 PLTR looks pretty good. Everything except for Bitcoin looks pretty darn good today. And I guess AMAT. But yeah, let's see if there's any upgrades and downgrades that might help us suss out some interesting names to play. Ooh, I see that downgrade, Joe. I see it.
All right, guys, welcome back. A little bit quieter on the analyst actions front, guys, but a couple of interesting stories here. Sharif, I think you might like this one. We talk about this quite often here on the midday. We're going to start things off with some downgrades. At the top of our list, we have T-Mobile here, guys. We're down about 0.47%. We'll call it 0.5% here, but we're getting an outperform to a peer perform with no specific target here by Wolf Research. So you're getting the downgrade here, guys, and a couple of issues. The firm believes that the stock's bull case faces pressure. Sharif, you get this from above and below, something that we consistently talk about throughout the midday. Wolf cites Starlink's expansion could cut into T-Mobile's fixed wireless access growth. So that could be a little bit of an issue here for this specific company and reasoning for this downgrade. Moving forward, guys, let's take a look at Roku. We got a cool story here. We're down about 0.5%, but a rating from overweight to equal weight here. And we're going to get a slight price target cut, $165. That's down from $167. Wells Fargo covering this one. The firm is confident that the pending takeover by Fox with the potential close in the first half of 2027. Wells Fargo also notes Roku's strong quarter matters more to Fox shareholders than it does to Roku's. Now let's look at the other side of things. We're actually going to get an upgrade here on Fox by Wells Fargo with the price target increase to $80. That's up from $65. We're positive 1.8% here this morning, but we're also getting the increase equal weight to overweight. Wells believes Fox is a beat and raise story with Roku acquisition, a growth and cash machine. The firm also sees less NFL risk, which is massive for the corporation, after Fox said it does not see any change to the current contract until the 2030 season. So there's still duration left on this specific. So there's the Roku and Fox story. Last but not least here, guys, a name that has reported the other day, Applied Materials. We're down once again 5.5%, but we're holding our overweight rating, okay? And a price target increase by JP Morgan to $660. That's up from $515, so that's a decent increase. But AMAT reported modest fiscal Q3 beat and a strong Q4 revenue outlook that surpassed estimates. So when you raise guidance, usually typically bullish for the company. The firm also believes that the company's bull thesis remains intact, supported by AI wafer fab equipment demand. So there is a reason for today's upgrades on Applied Materials. JP Morgan giving them the nod. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thanks, Joe. We see it in the chat, everybody. Maybe you're looking at AMAT, one of those upgrades, downgrades. You get a good read on it. You get a good setup, but you got the wrong size. And the truth is, everybody, you've got those skills. Your account's just too small, and Trade Funder's changing that. It's $100,000 for stocks and $25K for options today. You keep 80% and are paid out every single Friday. Never risk your own money. It's $9.99 to start, and you're refunded on your first qualifying payout. You can start in just an hour without any evaluation or background checks. You just get the size that you're looking to trade. Scan the QR code on the screen, visit tradefunder.com and choose stocks or options. I want to shout out to Trade Funder. Ooh, AMAT. What for art thou?
Yeah,
AMAT. But you know what? If this could continue, it's getting sneakily close back to that 200-period moving average, and I really do think like that's a good level. Oh, we got a super chat about this. Grit and grind, Dad. I like that. Every day. Definitely grit. I don't know. I feel like it's too upbeat being a dad to call it a grind. But I don't know. Every day it's busy. But let's talk about that pullback on AMAT. Sometimes we used to call it the trifecta when we first started the show. It's like, okay, did you get the trifecta? That's the expectation, beating the top and the bottom, and then beating guidance, right? Everything's good. And sometimes that doesn't matter. The sentiment's going to take you in the other direction. But I feel like this is an opportunity. Like I'm kind of hoping it pushes some other things down for some buys. Doesn't really seem like that's happening today, but I think it's incredibly unlikely that this earnings, call it 3-day rule or however many days it takes to find a low, gets you all the way to the price, like 430 or even that 200-period moving average. That does seem a little bit unlikely. You're talking about dropping $80 from here. I'm not really seeing that, but I've got to think there's going to be there's a level here at about 489 where there was a bit of a wick bottom. I think that's what you look at for just today. But I think this would be a great value off that 200 moving average. I was just looking it up. It still trades a little bit expensive. But any further drop and the forward P gets under $30 here, and then it's a premium to the market. Some of the kind of things that if you already like a stock, you might want to buy. I'm more of a lamb. Lamb's delicious, but LRCX play for myself. And that's not even, I'm a little surprised. I would have thought this would be dipping on sympathy, and this one did bounce off its 200 period moving average, just a little bit stronger of a chart. The same concept of a trade, however. So I think you got to be patient with AMAD. I don't think there's anything terribly wrong with what you saw out of the report. Just give it a couple of days. But I was hoping you'd see Lamb dip, and then that would be a good buy, but it didn't happen.
What's going on West Palm Beach? SpaceX made me an investor from Trader. Oh, made me an investor from Trader. Yeah, good. Holding patiently, love Trader TV Live. Neil, Sean, thank you for and the entire team. Yeah, thank you so much, West Palm Beach.
I love a beach.
$5. We definitely appreciate all the love there on the show. And yeah, I think SpaceX is a long-term story. I mean, it's a great. We'll start talking about this name again, but it's a great stock to trade, and it's. I think we've proven that. Over and over here on the show. Can't wait for Anthropic to come through late September, early October. That should create some more opportunities for all of us as well. Okay, so I think Tesla right now, I mean, look at this. There's a potential break long right here in Tesla. I mean, gap fill, let's go. You know, a nice move down. Obviously not nice if you're long, but it found a bid at 300. Like, sometimes you're going to look back and be like, wow, that was like a pretty easy 10%. Like basing at 10, it didn't even give you an opportunity down here at $300. It gave you 1 day, I believe.
No, that's our chart's Fugazi.
This is not ours.
All prices underneath 297 happen in one aftermarket.
Right, that's what I was going to say. Like, so right into there, it gave you just like 1 day right into there to maybe look at $300 and then just straight up. And now you're trying to break that through 340. So, you know, I don't mind this at all here for Tesla, potential break long. Let's see. Let me zoom in exactly here to see what that price is. Yeah, 242. You know, you're there. What are we doing right now? Yeah, okay. So yeah, you're there right now. So Tesla looking like it might be the belle of the ball today, trying to break out through those levels. And we saw it really get going yesterday, right off the open. What a jump spot that was right there. At 328, so that was a pretty good level to look at for, I almost said SpaceX again, for Tesla on the previous day's sort of closing high level of 328. We took that out. So if we do similar math there today, we were already above where we were yesterday. There's that epic move. Actually, that's a different move down. That's at 3 o'clock. Falling right back in. Where's the support? I mean, I think you could look for it at 338. You know, if that comes in, who knows what this market's going to do right off the jump. But potentially Tesla, that's already broken through that sort of gap area there. Look to see if it can take out this 343 early and then just keep going and try to fill said gap up to 360 again. Not today, but maybe tomorrow. We'll see what winds up happening with Tesla there, trying to take out some major levels. I mean, yesterday, as I was just saying there, it was 326, right? Closes or gets that high of 341. So it had $15 in it yesterday, and the market, although was okay, it wound up nicely.
It didn't
was pretty quiet. So if Tesla can really get going there today, I think there's a really great opportunity for that. Here's another small cap that looks like. Shut up to Tisha Perkins over there. WETO. I haven't really looked at.
WeTour Robotics.
Yeah, WeTour.
Cool
WeTour
name.
Robotics. $10.
What we got here.
Coming into play here. I can call it up. WETO. This is a NASDAQ name. Neil's going to look up some of the stats on this one.
80%. 89% short float with a float of 650,000 shares.
Well, they just split.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's why.
Which is why. Yeah, one for, yeah. So they just split right here, WETO. Our charts are showing it right there. But it was 1 for 100. So there, they did 1 for 100 down on August 3rd. So 2 weeks ago, went 1 to 100, and since then it's just been obviously getting crushed. So right there, I guess with a low float, probably a huge short float as well. Thank you, Tisha Perkins, for bringing this one up, man, up to $10. It's a short. There's no doubt this is a short, but it's just a matter of, you know, potentially seeing what happens around this $11 mark, right? Like this name, and you know, if anybody wants to bet 20 bucks, this will be $5 by a week today, you know, so it'll be chopped in half by the time a week comes from now. But hey, we're not worried about that. We're worried about where it's going to go today. So look out for $9 breakdown, you know, on WETO. Did we find out if there was news, or does it say anything?
I didn't see anything.
Okay.
There's something from Wednesday.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
sometimes it just takes a minute to get
There's
going.
a couple of statements on Wednesday and Monday, but there's just like foreign investor
I
statements.
mean, the volume's pretty good. It's,
Nothing
it's 19 million shares.
I just sometimes you get these reverse. What'll happen is that you get a reverse split. Like you said, the float gets infinitesimally small, and it becomes easy to soak it up and squeeze it for a bit, and then it starts going. And maybe that happens to Beyond Meat today, right? Like is that even open yet? Okay, so Beyond Meat, it's not even. I guess it's still Beyond Meat's still halted. They're doing a reverse split effective like today. So at some point, this is going to be trading at $12 or whatever that is. And, you know, you see a squeeze every now and then for a little bit, and then they come back. So this could be a candidate for something along those lines. But
halted.
Yeah, I don't know what the usual standard is, whether it opens up at like 9:15 or like 9:20. It'll be open.
Surprised it's not open right now.
I was surprised it wasn't already, but I'm sure it'll be open, you know, sometime before 9:30. But if it can hold on to VWAP, I think that the pattern I've liked is when it tries to go parabolic at the open, it gets a couple of halts up and then loses the bid and gets underneath the volume weighted average price. That's been a pretty good short setup, and then you try it for the rest of the day. Might pay for some locates, but I get the suspicion that with the float as tiny as this, it's probably very expensive to short.
I did add here, so here's a sticky note out right now, Apple, SpaceX, DRAM. I did add Palantir to it, and I gave this little chart right here to show yesterday. There's 77s, basically. I mean, 77's up here, but it's these levels that we're going to try to hold. And then there's the break of 180 that, you know, didn't happen. So I wrote down here, we're going to have to wait for a couple minutes, but adding Palantir to the sticky note today, 180 for a possible break and good support down there near 177. The issue with Palantir is you need to give it a minute. You know, so we're going to wait till at least 9:35, hashtag the sticky note out there, to see where we wind up going. So, you know, added a couple names or one name anyways, to the list there, and I think I like it. So we're going to have to wait to see if Palantir, you know, the other day we had SMCI. It feels like it was a very similar thing, except for SMCI had earnings where we pushed out, and I think it was the number one P&L name for me that day. It was right here. That was yesterday, actually. We should have taken that again yesterday as well. But we took it this day on earnings when it broke through 35. You know, we liked that level that we had seen there, bounced to the downside, then took it out. We had to hold this about, I don't know what it was, 50 cents or $1 against us, and then it just ripped up in closing the day near 38. So it gave you $3. Then yesterday, a very, very similar play happened in SMCI on day 2 of earnings, where we took out that bid that offer, I guess, at 38.50 with a strong bid, and then it just ripped up to $42. It was actually a bigger move on day 2 than it was on day 1 after the market opened. The day 1 move was in the post and pre, right? So, and then now today, though, it's not really looking the same thing, right? I mean, where is the levels that we're going to break high side right now? So 39, is it going to be this $40.50? I mean, that seems like it's a little far away. So I'm wondering if SMCI maybe today is a short. I'm not, you know, we don't really want to fight the trend, but if you look to see what we were doing all yesterday, where we kind of gave it up a bit, you know, SMCI could be a retracer down. I do have a good couple of ideas here today. So, you know, stay tuned as this market opens up. We'll see if we can throw some around there again. And wow, you guys really responded a lot to this tweet that I put out here. 15 messages right there. So we have, this guy needs to get blocked because, again, you know, anybody, and remember, there's no Discord official for this business. There's no crypto, there's no nothing. So if anybody messages you from any of our accounts asking for anything, it's just not real. All right, Lunar PL there. So PL is what, Planet Labs? Is that what that is? Planet Labs. Okay, so Dave Clark likes that. I'll respond to all these. What's up, Zedlot there? MU for a short. Not bad there. I think that we're going to look at DRAM, and I kind of like the longs today, so we'll talk about that. Okay, so now you're talking my stuff there, Juan. 101.50 on Intel. Okay, then there we go. Gavin and Yusri, you guys might want to meet up. One of you is a short, one of you is Micron to 1,000. Okay, Micron and Micron. So we got a lot of Micron love there. I'm going to respond and tell you guys what I think about some Micron, and then we'll go back over to the desk. It's 858 right now. Micron do 1,000. I think that's very, very possible, obviously, on a day like today, where you have SanDisk going to the upside. You have that AI financing initiative with NVIDIA. I think that's going to help the prices and all that, if you can get a little bit of financing under your belt there. So I think Micron does have a good opportunity to get higher. You are looking to break that level. I mean, this is very similar to every single name we've ever looked at in the last little while here, breaking out, possible breakout again. We just looked at Tesla breaking out, looked at Palantir at that 180. We just talked about some SMCI breaks. So yeah, I think this $1,000 is definitely something here on Micron. Talk about a bottom there, the Leo low, and yeah, boom, 750, for Micron, and again, a name that we all liked right there in just a matter of days, up 24% right there. So yeah, good little bottom pick on Micron for anybody that has it. I would favor the longs there, and I have DRAM written down as a long as well. So
the DRAM
good opportunities.
And it's the same. They're literally all the same setups.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of breakouts today, so you have to make sure you have your situational awareness abound at the open, which we all will. But right now, we're going to see some futures and get into our free FREE and new and upgraded watch list as well. So let's get into the open.
I'm calling it the Leopold low, Neil. You weren't here when I coined that yesterday, but you know what isn't low? All-time highs on the S&P 500 yesterday, ripping above 775 area support. As Adair mentioned today, there is a bit of a divergence here between the SPY and the NASDAQ for the last few weeks. We're looking at 780, guys, right now as our next level of resistance, and it's going to be a simple one today, 775 as support, Adair.
You know what else is simple? Subscribing to our free Trader TV live watch list. As Neil mentioned, FREE free. How do you subscribe, you may ask? It's super simple. Just click the link in the description of our video, or you can type the URL on your screen. What do you get for free with this watch list? You get a whole bunch of economic data that's going to be in focus. You get earnings and events that have happened or are going to happen. It's all you need to tackle the market every single day, and it's free, so why the heck not? Also, why not look at Reddit here? Because RDDT, certainly not red today for Reddit. They're going to be added to the S&P 500 as of August 18th at the open. It's going to be Tuesday morning. Nice look here for Reddit, and apparently this ad was long awaited as well.
Yeah, Avalon Bay out, Reddit in. It's not a scheduled rebalancing here. It is a transactional based rebalancing. So it's off cycle. So here's the deal. Equity Residential, that's ticker EQR. They're acquiring Avalon Bay Communities, ticker AVB. And it's going to be a combined REIT between those two companies, and they're going to stay on the S&P, under ticker VMRK. Vivemark Residential. So the combined entity will still stay there. They are income paying. So for those who are interested, want to look at that. But this is the second ever pure play social media to find its way into the S&P. Of course, the other one is Meta. They've passed on Snap. They've passed on Pins. Reason is strict market cap and or cumulative gap profitability requirements, which those companies did not meet. So this is the second one ever. And we already know that the majority of the shares of Reddit are still being held by early investors. That means that the public float here is small. We've been seeing a lot more of this. SpaceX, ARM, I'm sure there are many others. What does that mean? That means that the passive buying by some of these index funds is going to be exaggerated, and that's my next point here. So you're going to have the inclusion of Reddit into the S&P creates in passive buying by index funds, and that kind of assuages some of the fears we've had a lot lately about Google AI overviews kind of cannibalizing the click-through rates for Reddit. If you're new to this story, essentially what Google AI overview is doing is it's going into the Reddit pages themselves, and it's giving it to you right at the top of the screen. And so when you don't click on the Reddit link, they don't get paid from their advertisers. That's creating a bit of a beef between the two companies.
Either way, though, I think, as you kind of said, it's a nice vote of confidence for Reddit from the S&P to be added. So we'll have to wait and see how it performs once it's on the SPY. But RDDT in focus. Are you hitting the upvote on this stock today, Neil?
I think I was saying earlier, when you have an addition to the S&P 500, it can be a bit of a closed trade, where you're looking for that big, massive imbalance at the end of the day, ideally, and then half the time it doesn't even happen, and maybe there's a trade going into the imbalance. Either way, I feel like this is more of a, let's look at our chips, let's look at our SpaceX, let's look at our, whatever it is that you have on the radar, and I might be thinking about Reddit after we settle out settle down a bit and try to find a long going into the close, as opposed to just sort of chasing this gap up here. Now, one of the interesting questions would be who comes next. If you looked at the betting odds as to who was in second place was, well, obviously it's going to be Reddit going in, but at the time the betting odds had SoFi as the runner-up for the chance to get in the S&P 500, and in third place I believe was like Pure Storage or something. So like there's a couple of names that maybe they get it next quarter that you can have an eye on, and that speculation's been there a while. When I looked technically, it was like the dip buy level that I liked was 169. There's another reason that I don't feel like doing much of anything with Reddit. And again, it could just end up being a big close trade. We've seen time and time again, you get the rally. This one didn't rally going into the inclusion because it was, a company getting bought out and then it just gets thrust in. So you do at least have a situation where there's a better chance of continuation with Reddit. It's not like it ran up for weeks in advance like some others had, like when Uber was going in. Like that had just been running for weeks, and then you get the inclusion, and then it can turn into a bit of a selling event. So this is a wait and see for me on Reddit. I don't think this is a trade at the open. If it gets under 170 or at 170, that's a bit of a different story, because I do expect it will catch a bid at some point and look more interesting in the afternoon. And then the last 10 minutes, they'll be wild. You'll be in the right spot to see the last 10 minutes, because there will be people betting that the imbalance is big. So even if it doesn't come out a buy, it's going to move, because there's going to be a lot of people in it expecting that bump. And if they don't come out a big buy, it's probably even a good short for a couple of minutes there. But yeah, there's a certain stock which is a 99.9% chance to get traded, and this one is a 0.1% chance, and it could be coming up next.
Yeah, we're going to talk here about SpaceX. SPCE certainly not going to the moon right now, but holding up relatively decently, trading higher. Elon Musk, though, 48% stake in SPCX. The value of this and the size of this was just unfathomable. I had to triple check all the numbers I was seeing.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous amount of shares. It's like in the billions, right?
Yes, 6 billion, I think.
6 billion,
yeah.
huh? And the thing is, Adira, it really does understate his control of the company, because he has these Class B shares here, which are voting shares. So let's talk about this. His 48% equity stake understates functional control, because he has 93.6% of the super voting Class B shares. That's about 10 votes per share held. That gives him a de facto control of 85% of the voting power within this company. And before this went public, we made very clear, this isn't Tesla, right? He controls this company in a way where I think he wishes he would be able to control Tesla, so he could kind of get around some of the shareholder proposals and some of the other issues that he's been having with the board. And look, Adira, it's actually going to grow, because he's got options here. So his economic interest in the company is poised to expand further via unexercised performance-based, they are performance-based, stock options and uninvested restricted share units, RSUs, that are embedded in his compensation package. So this 85% could grow up to 90.
So here's the thing, Sharif, we've been talking about how SpaceX and Tesla could merge. We've also been talking about how, as you just mentioned, he wants that 25% voting control over Tesla. Do you think a merger between the companies would benefit him in that way? Do you think that's maybe the way that he tries to go?
I'd like to see how he structures a merger, right? So when we know he's got control of SpaceX right now, we know he doesn't have control of Tesla in the way that he'd like. A combined company would give him what share of control? I think would have to do a lot, Adira, with the approval he gets of the board and shareholders for the merger, so that a combined company, would he have control of that combined company? Would the Tesla shareholders agree to him having combined control? I think it's going to come down to some legalities and how it's structured.
That's a lot of question marks here. Either way, my only question for Neil and Sean, are you guys trading SpaceX, and how are you planning on trading SpaceX?
We looked at Tesla a little bit earlier, and I thought I liked that break of that 340 that's happening right now on Tesla. And I think I was actually looking at SpaceX, and I put it on the note today. Like, I don't have anything that's as here. What? Tesla plans new Roadster unveiling with a flying stunt. Ooh, the Roadster's pretty hot, man. I like the look of that Roadster. We'll see what the new one looks like there as well. That should be pretty hot. So we'll see what that new Roadster looks like. And I'm excited for the Model YL, the 6-seater. We talked about that a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Maybe I'll purchase that. But Yeah, so for me, we had that dip down. We had that great short yesterday. Really, the only way I made money yesterday was on that. We did try yesterday. I mean, we had 141 written down as the potential low. It looks like, we are involved in it. And we got stopped out at 140 break, which is crazy because the low of the day is 139.80. So we got stopped out by 20 cents. And normally I do give it a little bit of room, but the problem is it dropped so violently into those lows there of 140 that I don't know what's going to happen there today. So I'm just going to sit here and look at 140. That's all that I really wrote down were these low levels. This is an interesting level here again, 141. So I could see that as being, and we wrote down 141 yesterday. So I think that could be a hold level as well there for SpaceX. I'm not really overly excited, honestly, about it today. Like this 145 break looks interesting. I don't know. I think the best suited is just kind of wait and see if we get some kind of a move. Like that move down in there, if I would have taken maybe less shares, wouldn't have been able to hold it for the backside of that trade. It was very choppy early yesterday, before eventually giving us those tops. So that was at 940, so we could have played off there easily, actually. And then boom to the downside there. And maybe you're playing off this again until it breaks. So I'm just going to wait for SpaceX there today. I'm not super excited about it. And I don't know. So it might be a day where, I'd say maybe a day where we don't trade SpaceX too heavily, but I know I will. Tesla, and there's the break that we talked about, right? And I said 343 break might have been the trade to take. Looks like there on this Roadster announcement, we just got a little bit of energy in this name here, breaking through 343. So my car's downstairs plugged in. Let's see what the Tesla trade, if it gets plugged in today or not. Looks like a move back into 341 is what I'm looking at for Tesla. So yeah, actually Tesla looks more exciting to me today than SpaceX, especially based on this most recent move up and down. So yeah,
you can't know that bid's gonna come.
No, of course not. I was just looking at it earlier and was just saying that I liked what we are seeing here on this breakout from 340 to the upside. And I was saying that, maybe on Monday we see 360 right there. So we might actually even see that today if they like this news. Remember, biggest cult stock out there, this and Palantir and SpaceX now, definitely with room to run higher is Tesla. So watch out for 341 dip buy. I kind of like that level.
I don't think you'll have to choose between those two very long, in my opinion, because the whole Elon owns the boat is another reason why if they merge, remember, it's SpaceX buying Tesla. That's not some kind of weird coincidence. That's the way it's going to play out. Elon is going to want to have as much control of the combined company as he can. Look, for SpaceX, yesterday the 145 level, it wasn't on the radar outside of the fact that it was the imbalance low. And the imbalance low from yesterday is the 141. So I think that puts it in play. But it showed the 145 at the open. It was just pop once, twice. And then the third time that it held, that was basically just a VWAP, reclaim with a stop at 145. That was the morning short. It played nicely. I took it to like the 42, not really to the low. That's just how we roll. But at the end of the day, if it sets up like this again and shows you that 145 is still a top the way that it did yesterday, just a little bit of patience and you're good to go. So I still think it's going to be on the radar, but if it doesn't get to one of the significant prices, then you don't have to trade it per se. And I think a combination is going to happen. It's a matter of what do Tesla shareholders get, and how much does Elon end up owning of the company? Because if he's going to get that big control, like maybe there has to be a pretty significant premium to combine it. That's where my brain is going with a bit of a combination there. Let's go to AMAT. Yeah, we've seen that chart. It's like the only thing that looks bad today is AMAT. Like really? Like everything else is pretty positive except for AMAT.
Mm-hmm.
What's interesting too is I was actually going through this report like region by region, and you had really strong revenue growth across the board, just for the company overall and for pretty much all of the regions but China, the one region that you might not be, as caring as much about the growth here, and that was even relatively flat. So yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes with charts why they're to the downside. I'm feeling that when I look at the same report.
Yeah, it's exactly my thoughts, and it was a really good report for the most part. There were some spending issues, but how can there not be when their demand is through the roof? What are they supposed to do? Not meet demand? So yeah, here's what we got: $9.12 billion in revenue, beating the
on the dot, expected by analysts, with EPS coming in at 350, beating the 340 expected. Not a massive beat, but a beat nonetheless. But here's the deal. $1 billion for, this is Q3 for them, by the way. Again, I don't know why. So next quarter, Q4, they're issuing guidance here of $10.25 billion plus or minus $500. That is 51% year-over-year growth on that top line. They're saying EPS is going to come in at around $4 plus or minus 20 pennies. And that is because of a huge sequential step up in DRAM and advanced packaging, which is becoming more and more important. China revenue, let's get to that because you mentioned it. Up 26% year over year for their combined semiconductor systems. However, it is down from multi-year highs where it used to account for about 40%. Now they're saying it's going to grow because they've got new orders coming from China. That is both good and bad because it puts them at the whim of the regulator. If the regulator says you cannot sell a product A, B, or C to China, that revenue number has to get revised. So they're at the whim of the regulator. We've seen this with Lam Research. We've seen this with ASML, where they've had to take hits on their China revenue. Advanced packaging, as I said, huge, 70% year over year, one of their fastest growing segments as it becomes one of the more important parts of the semiconductor stack. And 13 consecutive quarters, Adara, where they increase gross margins year over year. Last but not least, this is kind of the problem here. They're non-operating, they had a segment here called Other. They lost money there, and their debt increased $1.3 billion. They got a $500 million clean room that they're making in Singapore, the market making them pay a little bit here for the CapEx.
Yeah, AMAT spending some money here. You guys looking to spend any capital trading AMAT today?
No, I don't think so. But like Sharice's right, you can have all of the consecutive quarters you want of growth, but if there's something that people don't want to hear, is they just don't want to hear that you're spending more. It's just like whine and complain. It's like, give me a break. And I know it sucks, but that's the environment that we're in. So whether it's 490, which I think is a little bit too shallow, there's no obvious place for the dip buy unless you're talking about 440 or the 200 period moving average with AMAT. I don't know. I said it before. Like I just feel like LRCX. I just mistyped it there. I just feel like Lam looks like a little bit better. And if AMAT had been a good report, this was a breakout play as well. But it's above a breakout level. So I feel like if Lam gets dragged down with AMAT, then you could be getting this one at a higher low support as opposed to buying the dip on AMAT. But then I'd sort of just be talking my own book with that. Don't think AMAT's a trend. I think it's more of a give it a couple of sessions to calm down after what was ultimately a pretty solid report. And I think it would be pretty good value if you got that off the 200 period. Now, everything's resuming the uptrend. If you can actually catch something at least some kind of a discount in this rally to the Qs getting to the highs apparently, then that's not a bad one. But just give it till next week.
Yeah, it was, we've already sort of talked a little bit about this, especially, we're going to talk about SanDisk next. I was going to go right over to DRAM there. But yeah, I think we just sort of talked a little bit about AMAT. Not a stock that will be traded, maybe Adara might trade it on the show today, but 550, it just looked like, again, you ran up. I don't really like this stock anymore because off that Leopold bottom, it might go visit that again. And that's something that you don't really want to see, right? Because this was kind of like false selling. It was forced, so it wasn't based on the company itself. It wasn't based on fundamentals or what the market thought about it or upgrades or downgrades or earnings or anything like that. So it popped back up with the rest of the market. But now that it's trying to make its way back down, now it is based on, company fundamentals and, as you just heard, earnings and whatnot there. So I just a little bit nervous. I think you can wait now. And not only that, you have protection. It's not that I don't like the stock. It's just I think the action will be back into this 440, 460 area again. And then I think it will get bought back up. So you still have about another, let's say, a couple percentage points, 5, 6, 7 percentage points down here into this level. And then, if you zoom back out, every stock, eyelashes, every stock has been, really respected of this 200 period. We haven't, in the space, we haven't really seen a break of that in a long time, right? I mean, the last time we were sort of down here was last year right now. This name was $160 a year ago today. It's $500 today. So let's not cry over spilt milk here. It's a nice move to the downside. Could find a bottom here at 440, but just like all of these stocks, I'll include Marvell, Micron, anything, even the next name that we're going to talk about, has had such epic runs that realistically there are expected pullbacks into some of these levels. So that was a bottom. We could never predicted that with that situational awareness, but now the market has some work to do to potentially correct some of these names. So yeah, AMAT back down to 440 could be an interesting look. And I think that probably does happen. So I'm going to stay short. I'm not staying short, but my opinion is short on AMAT until we get into some of these levels, right? We can look at Qualcomm and many different names that have similar setups. And I just feel like,
a lot of them look better right now.
Yeah, the push is a little down right now. And I don't really want to, I like it because it's still above the 200 period moving average, but I think you got to sit on your hands a little bit with AMAT and just let this, sort of settle out. And I think you'll be happy with this looking back in a year or so.
SanDisk, one of the top mentioned tickers by our viewers today on the show so far. We talked about this story again or earlier today. I think it's worth discussing again, though, this SNDK, because this doesn't just move SanDisk. This also moves Western Digital, Seagate, Micron, DRAM. Big rally here, buoyed by their investor day yesterday and positive analyst comments after the fact.
Absolutely, and a lot of pricing power as well here, Adair, with 2-to-1 growth here in terms of pricing power relative to volume increases. So they're just able to take advantage of the supply chain bottleneck to really charge what they want. And SSDs as well. So SSDs, obviously storage. It's extremely fast storage made for data centers. Just to give you an idea, that was about 12% of the revenue at this time last year. It now accounts for 38%. I'm not saying that this is going to be a continuous thing, but it feels like this segment for the company could be one that keeps them afloat for a while. And how about the joint venture here with Kioxia? They're building a fab. It's called Fab 7 and Fab 2, clean rooms in Japan. That's going to cost some CapEx, but it does diversify their mode a little bit here. And then with the issue of supply comes the contractual kind of leverage that they have with some of their customers here. They're able to demand prepayments to the tune of $1.9 billion. That gives them a lot of free cash flow. They can do a number of things with that. They can obviously reinvest it in capacity expansion. They can pay it back to shareholders to attract, the income-paying individuals. So good look here for SanDisk and breaking trend on the daily.
And I actually remember them saying on what you just said here about giving money back to shareholders, that's actually something they are trying to do.
Interesting.
So I think that's a really astute observation there. How do you guys feel about SNDK and or more likely DRAM and Micron today?
Yeah, as you said, more likely those two. There was, I don't know, the SanDisk CEO was speaking on another network. AMD just made a bit of a bump, and I don't wonder if something got said specifically about AMD. But for those watching, AMD just popped about $4. I didn't hear any specific news. I had my earpiece in, and all I heard was AMD spike. So don't really know what's going on yet with Advanced Micro Devices. That actually dumped at the end of the day, like a lot of stocks did. But look, SanDisk, as Sri said, it's already breaking trend. So you've got that, like that program buy high of 15.8. I think that's the spot to look back into. I just feel like we're going to be testing some better support levels first on DRAM and the entire group. It's already bounced once off the prior day high and that afternoon bottom. Remember, the entire market sold off at the end of the day. And we see that, like you get those, I call it like the imbalanced lows. Well, DRAM had one right here. I wrote in my note, it said under 57, which just call it 56, 70, 77. But you get into that range, and I like it. But it's more important early on. 58's an over-under. If it just holds 58, the VWAP reclaim is in play as well, because I want to look bullish when the trend is telling you it's just recently breaking a trend on the daily chart, right? Like it's just 2 days of trend break and still some room to go to the 50 period on the daily for DRAM. Keep the ear to the ground on AMD. So I haven't really heard anything for that move.
All right. I mean, I'm a DRAM guy today as well. We have it on here. I haven't had it on the sticky note for too long. So I should say NVDA. Oops, they don't have an NDA, by the way, NVDA. We can edit that. But DRAM 57 long. So I kind of like that level there. You can go check it out also on Instagram as well. You can go find out Instagram. Our Trader TV Live Instagram is having a sort of a reboot as well. My kids, I was just telling Neil, we have 5 games this weekend starting tonight with baseball right there. So we're getting really excited. Dad and Ball Life over there. But here's all the, the different stocks and what I'm looking for, overall bias, feels, and all that. You can go check it out right now on Instagram. I'll put that forward for you guys. But I like the DRAM level there at 57. So if you want to have a quick little look, I looked at it yesterday's levels, and was just thought right into here, 57, 57.40. We closed yesterday basically at that 57 level. So if we zoom back out a little bit, there it is. So it's just trying to hold. That's 56.80. I could see us fall. I mean, we just fell 60 cents rate, 40 cents rate now. It would take another, 50 or 60 cents, get us into this 57.50 area, and that's where we can sort of start to look. So that's, a level that I'm liking here on the chart, 57 to 57.50 in here. So we'll see what winds up happening with DRAM. We had to talk about Micron. Apple is next. What time is it? 9:24. Okay, so we have about, now we have 45 seconds until the imbalances will come out. Micron just did, put the brakes on today, so we'll have to wait to see. That was 985. I think a takeout of that level makes a lot of sense. The upgrade, I think it's an upgrade from Goldman or something from SNDK today, so up 7%. And really, JP Morgan, they're not going lower, I don't think, today, SNDK. I mean, if anything, that 200 period moving average is at 1,600. Joe showed some options that had 1,700 marked down there for $1.90. I don't know if we get to 1,700. That seems a little high, but who knows, man? I mean, this name could break, and I think we've seen it so many times take out pre-market highs. So I think if you run 1650, then that's a punch long. Key level, 1650 break on news. There it goes. So we just right now, even just on the release of the imbalances right now, I'll call those up for you guys in a second and just show them right here. That's going to, that just spiked up there falsely up to 1644 and now back down to 6. So that's like $10 real quick right there. SpaceX catches a bid. I don't really see Cerebras yesterday, that's a sell today there. I don't know where SanDisk is on here. Intel with a small little buy. The charts are just taking forever to get going. Ooh, 106, man. That Intel dip buy at 98 might turn out to be a good one there, I feel like. And then we just saw iBit on there as a small sell as well. So yeah, SanDisk, an interesting name to look at here as the market tries to figure itself out. Only up 0.21 right now is the NASDAQ, so might be a little bit of a slow open here, but we have 4 minutes until we decide exactly where this name's going. Apple
a day.
Apple indeed. AAPL and Alibaba working together on some China-specific LLM. So good luck. We already knew the companies were working together, but I think, this could be an interesting opportunity here for AAPL and BABA.
Absolutely. After a multi-year delay, Adair, they get the nod from the Cyberspace Administration of China, who is pretty stringent in their requirements here. So look, this is a pivot from Apple kind of relying on other models and actually trying to do something in-house. And that's exactly what they did here. But the thing is, they're using Baba's infrastructure to basically train their own models. That would be the first time a non-Chinese company has come in and used Chinese infrastructure to build models. Now, it is specifically for China. This model will not be deployed outside the mainland, right? So it's gonna stay there. Now, here's the deal. They're not just entirely relying on Baba. Listen to this, Adair. They're gonna use Qwen, which is of course Alibaba's. They're gonna use it for LLM reasoning, writing tools, and on-device cloud tasks. But Baidu also involved here. What they're gonna use Baidu for, they feel it provides them better search synthesis and contextual database queries. So it's a bit of a hybrid model, 2 sides to this. And to meet China's very strict data security and personal information protection laws, Apple cannot process anything on their US servers. Everything that is processed for Apple Intelligence, specifically here for Chinese customers, has to be done in China. We've been talking a lot about data sovereignty and wanting to be able to control what information is done with by each individual country. I think it's a perfect example.
Yeah, there was another story with Apple. It was pretty minor, but it happened yesterday. I don't know if you saw anything about this, Sharif, but you had Howard Lutnick, Commerce Secretary, Ted Cruz, Apple CEO Tim Cook, everybody in Houston. Yeah, that was quite the...
I do like that. Look, Apple has to kind of read the writing on the wall. You got to build here. The political winds are changing. If you're not going to build in the United States, you're going to be made to pay. Whether it's this administration or there or the next one, it's going to be that way, right?
Yeah, interesting look here for AAPL. Are you guys looking to trade this one with 2 minutes to go until the opening bell rings?
I feel like with Apple, if the market heads lower, then this one should be. I shouldn't say the market. If the chips go lower, then Apple looks like a 306 break, because it's been that little counter trend play to the market. 928 hits, so like you get some NASDAQ imbalances, but the only thing that popped up here was actually NU, which NU was on earnings. They're actually up on earnings, gapping up pretty high. 900,000 on the buy side if you're watching NU. That was the only imbalance change that we just saw. But Apple's not going to be on top of the radar. I think there's very much alike. I saw a small imbalance. It's actually instantly paired off on Palantir. So it came out, there was a buy imbalance, it's gone now, but this one sets up for a 180 break. And remember yesterday, the workday high was that 177. This one was a continuation yesterday. That's 1 minute to go here. Obviously, we're going to be looking at some DRAM off the open, and SpaceX actually just dropped a couple of dollars there. Maybe it had a sell.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I had that written down on the sticky note here for this Palantir break. So we'll try it a little bit off the open, but just a quarter of a unit, and then we'll wait to see if it comes back in and gives us something here around 178. I mean, this was a level that we added to our note, and hopefully we like it there. 180 breakout on Palantir. Give it back to 177 if we fail break, and that's why I'm only using quarter of a unit. Got to stick to that. Apple, we just talked about it. I already wrote down 305 long. That's already hit. Now it's up to 306. So let's give that a little bit of room today as well. And the SpaceX, the 140, the DRAM, the 57. Thank you to Origenics here, pioneering brain first neurological therapies. So thank you to Ogen for sponsoring the opening bell here right now. So here goes Apple, 306, just dancing around. We don't want to get into anything other than Palantir early. Palantir just dropped off of that 150 or 180 pretty quickly there, right back into 178. So that would have been a great buy zone there. You could have had $1 already, and now it's going to break 180 instantly, and there it goes. So we'll take half of a unit right now on Palantir, and just wait to see what winds up happening here for PLTR. A little dip down on it, so this is why we don't take very many shares, and we'll just wait to see what winds up happening now with PLTR as it makes a downside play into 179 again, watching out for 177 as a possible dip. So both of us here now long Palantir.
Yeah, and just saw that in Palantir, I actually got it before it broke, which is fine. It doesn't really make a difference. I'm only giving it to the even dollar. Because it's a Friday, I want to make sure that we're actually holding that breakout. I'm just staring down SpaceX here. SpaceX, I'm going to cancel the 145. I'm sitting on the offer on 145 on SpaceX, but I don't like that offer anymore. See that 142 reversal? Huge reversal on SpaceX. If it gets up to 45, let it make a top instead of just sitting there and then potentially getting run over. So for me, a breakout is always the same. Breakout, that's my stop. I'm holding it $3 against. My first takes are going to be at that 50 cent and $1, so can't risk 3 if I'm going to take profit in the 50 cent and $1 range. But I will take another shot at it if it tries to hold, because it still looks pretty solid. It's above the volume-weighted average price. Everything about it looks good. DRAM is tanking, however, so that 57 is coming in pretty quickly on DRAM as we speak.
All right. Yeah, let's look at 57 on DRAM again. There, and let's see if we can get a winner on this Palantir. So we like DRAM there at those levels. So yeah, so it's still a little bit of work to do. So we'll give that a little bit of work right there, right now. We'll have to watch out what these futures are doing. Just bouncing back and forth, man. And we had that retail number. It really didn't cause too much of a spike. There it goes. Oh, I didn't put the stream deck on here. There goes Palantir again. So let's get going, man. It's Palantir time. And we sort of thought that it would be a Palantir kind of day, but it still needs to go. So let's give this a little bit of room now on this trade, right? And so there it goes right now. So far, so good. Hit a bang there on Palantir. Only have one out, though. So need a little bit of work to be done there on PLTR breaking through. We're long in the 50s here, so we'll put another offer in the 90s, see if that can wind up working out for us. But let's just stick to our guns here with PLTR a little bit. Now that we've gotten some out there, we did have a nice little dip buy. Gave us an average price of, I think it was 60s, and now we're 60s, right? So, okay, could fall back in, took a little piece there on PLTR. Just looking for other opportunities, right? So thanks everybody for watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and I hope you guys are having a good time with us here today. So, yeah, that's Palantir. And then the other one was DRAM we're looking at. I don't know what Apple's doing. SpaceX is kind of doing the same thing as well. Apple, there goes Apple. So that 305 looked to be good. We'll see if it comes back in. I like that Alibaba story with Apple, obviously. So another look there potentially for Apple if we dip back into 305. So yeah, looking to maybe pick up some more here on Palantir. The low is 178.25. So we could definitely have a look back down there if it does get juicy again for some Palantir. But I still like that 177, so maybe it's worth waiting for that and see what hits when that comes through. But that's the benefit of trading a little bit less shares. You don't have to go too crazy, and you can hold just a little bit more with Palantir. So that's so far what I'm looking at there. SanDisk, people saying that that's the end of the downside. I mean, look at the market.
The market's heading lower.
Yeah, so there we go.
DRAM is not cratering's the wrong word, but it is heading down into that. We'll call it the imbalance low from yesterday at 56.80. Just call it underneath 57. And it seems like it wants that 57. But this is a falling knife. This is not a bottoming tail wick and then a bounce back up at all. The first thing that happened, of course, is usual. IBIT goes up. IBIT goes to the prior low, and it goes under VWAP. So the same thing is pretty much every single day this week. I'm going to be short it whenever it does that setup, for sure. So I still have the same names that are up there because SpaceX doesn't want that 145 today. Actually, it's already at the 141. So today you had to short it at $144, not $145 off of the open. And it's already testing some of that low. Market's only under VWAP. It's not like it's cratering that far, but for now it's a bit of a sell. So you got to be patient looking for those longs, especially in the memory chip names. Like they're selling off the hardest from what I can see. Like there's nothing really moving down like this is.
Yeah, SpaceX into 141 right there. Yeah, SanDisk having it. And we had that back and forth talk on my Twitter there where we were talking about someone was like Micron long to 1,000. And then someone was like, I like the Micron short play. So far, so good there on the short coming through again on the NASDAQ. So yeah, be patient with all your longs naturally there. We only have a quarter of a unit on Palantir, so we're just going to chill out. And remember, everybody's trades different unit sizes here and everything like that, right? And so you can always ask us how much percentage of a trade we have on or whatever you guys want to do. Okay, so that's Micron. Yeah, I just want to look to see what else. You know, yesterday's runner was IREN. I would imagine that's coming back today as well. I'd imagine CoreWeave probably coming back. And it looks like that IREN did have, went to $44 there. So it did come back in a little bit there, but still a nice bounce there for IREN making a move finally back there to the upside goes IREN. So we can have a wait to see if this one provides any sort of a value to us today to trade. And then CoreWeave, we're getting into 935. So your boys got to sit up a little bit here and get ready to go because, you know, we are excited to trade again here today. We just got to make sure that we're locked in because now it's 935. So up to 108, back into 107 now is CoreWeave. So an interesting play there. Palantir still hovering around 179. So maybe we got something going on with Palantir at 179. Trying to still give this to 177 as the low. So we'll just hold on and see what winds up happening on that one. So yeah, other than that, Tesla I think was ripping as well earlier in the pre-market. And
so was AMD.
Yeah, so Tesla did make that low of 342 up to 347. So we'll have to see what's happening with Tesla. And SpaceX is coming right in, man. These are those levels yesterday that I liked, 141. We didn't hold. We went to 140. So looks like 140 right now, possible incoming here for SPCX. SpaceX looking at a decent level right there again.
Yeah, it is looking pretty decent on SpaceX. I didn't get a chance to look. I was going to look at AMD, but then there was a bounce off that 57 on DRAM. So it's a first attempted green candle.
Oh man, this market.
Putting in a higher low. But the market just, it accelerated to the downside. Oh, yeah, just got hit on the bid. Just got hit on the bid of IBIT as DRAM was trying to bounce. It did go in the money, like 20 pennies or so, but first offer is not till the $0.50. I'm just going to stop underneath 57. It feels like we're still a little bit heavy, so we're going to get out at that low of the day. It was AMD that I wanted to make sure we're at least covering for you guys. That gave it all up in that pre-market gain. So that actually took out the lows as well. So yeah, not looking good pretty much everywhere that I'm seeing. All right.
As if DRAM goes right to that 57 low. Come on, DRAM.
Imbalance lows.
Oh man, yeah, that's too bad. That's another level that we wrote down there, DRAM, and didn't even look at it really. So good move there by Neil. We're in it now, but wow, DRAM, that was a good look down there at 57. Let's see if it holds. Obviously, if it doesn't, we can get out of it, but we're going to be long DRAM right now and just give it a little bit of a look here. DRAM, you know, Johnny Drama. We wrote this down at 57. That's crazy because we could have definitely took that. But okay, well, whatever. We're long now at 30s, so let's go DRAM and give it a position. Oh, position board doesn't have it up? No, position board incorrect today. Okay, we are restarting the position board, says Andre. So have a look there in a couple minutes, and we'll have our. Oh, there we go. DRAM is now on there.
Oh,
so
yeah, it's what's
my
right
positions
now.
are now right.
Now
that
it's right.
matters, Andre. But yeah, decent sized position here for me on DRAM.
Yeah, I'm looking VWAP on D. It's 57.80 is the volume. 57.80 to 90 is the volume weighted average price. As DRAM goes higher, obviously, you know, you shouldn't really have to say that, but SNDK is going to be bouncing if that's what you're watching. Micron is likely to be bouncing as well. But the rest of the chip names, the load. Okay, well, NVIDIA is now catching a bit. NVIDIA was testing 225. Even this is starting to catch a bit. So starting to look a little bit better over here. Maybe not for the NASDAQ, but for some of the chips. DRAM just needs to get going for sure. Oh, goodness. One name I forgot about, but just very quickly. Beyond Meat did have the reverse split. The volume's low. For now, it's failed the high. If it breaks down underneath $12, I paid for locates on the off chance it does that, but I mean, there's a chance that it might squeeze today on Beyond Meat. So I think it's on the radar just for that opportunity to see these reverse splits. Float gets small, they soak it up, they try to go, but it just failed the high break like a minute or two ago on Beyond Meat. So by the way, you're not up 300% on Beyond Meat if you own shares.
No, wow, yeah, Beyond Meat. What a good day today to be a Beyond Meat shareholder if you don't understand the way reverse splits work, of course.
Yeah, just celebrate nothing.
All right, so yeah, we're still just hovering around, man. We're flat on this trade right here. Palantir, hoping that this can get back up to the upside. We've been buying these dips, but not buying them too heavily, but we're going to wait to see if there is a pop coming. We'll get it at 10% in the 20s. We'll get out of another 10% up there in the 70s, and then we'll wait to see if it wants to continue to go. I mean, this could be a spot here. I don't know why we keep on stopping at 179.20, to be honest with you, but apparently that is what we want to do. So, yeah, a little level there to look at for PLTR. Hopefully more downside to come in this name. And if not, then I'm sorry. Yeah, SpaceX. Okay, so yeah, I didn't even notice this. We're long. We're long.
I didn't even notice. I didn't even see that break 140.
No, so we got long at 139. Well, we're long at 139.85.
What the
I'm just going to give this to 139 break. So here it comes and there it goes. So early L there on SpaceX, which is fine, honestly. Yeah, that was a small one. We didn't. It's 940, so we can start to sort of get a little bit aggressive maybe now. But that's a nice little flush out there on SpaceX. Again, same thing as yesterday, right? We took the trade. It didn't work out. We got out and then it battled back. So I don't necessarily want to leave SpaceX alone right now. I think there is some decent opportunities for SPCX here today still. So we'll have a quick look, and if it takes 140 again to the upside, then we can think about getting out of SpaceX. But for right now, yeah, it's looking a little dangerous out here on SPCX. So yeah, keep your shares close today, as the break of 140 might have sparked something downside here on SpaceX.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely keep it close to the vest on some of these names. We're coming right back in on DRAM. So it looks like it wants to try to reload that 57 level. Where am I on the bid? 22 probably. Yeah, I always bid 22, don't I? And it just bounced off. It just bounced off 25. I keep trying to get my next fill, and it will not give it to me. We're not going to see 57 even again. It doesn't look like, but it is screaming into the volume weighted average price as it goes. By the way, there might be some. You know what? Maybe there's a little bit of a buy Tesla, sell SpaceX happening here, because this has been trending up and it's continuing to trend up. So I don't wonder if Tesla loses the bid. Could that be a spot? If you're looking at SpaceX, could that be a spot that SpaceX catches one on its own? We have a super chat from a Syrian trader, Tesla to 350. At this rate, I mean, at the rate it's going, 10 o'clock, 9:55. That, of course, assumes it can buck the trend of the overall market. The market is catching a nice bid in here as we speak. All right, DRAM.
Is DRAM finally
going? It's close to VWAP, but not quite there just yet. I feel like there's another name that we're supposed to be talking about that we're not, but I feel like we're covering as much as we can. Keep the symbols in the chat and make sure, like Dragos, $. That way it's on the visualizer, right? Because look what's up there. All names that we're already talking about here. SpaceX, look, SanDisk, DRAM, same thing, basically. AMAT, I guess no one's really trading AMAT. And that Surge small capper. Yeah, I haven't checked back in on that one. for sure. Yeah, get your symbols in there. UMAC was another big one. Thanks for the super chat on that. That was up 18%. And the quietest 18%, because I don't think it was on our radar this morning.
Oh, quiet. Yeah, you might be right. The quietest 18% you're ever going to see right there. But yeah, DRAM, nice little win there, 30 cents in the money now as we start to take more out on the upside of DRAM. So again, a good one. We don't normally trade it. We wrote down 57. It came in. So we took it. We missed the 57, but didn't matter. We still got aggressive with it down there on that low end. So good couple outs there on the upside here for DRAM. I like that stock. All right, so I mean, I don't know if we like it too much. I mean, it's a nice little battle back from that dip down area there. We're flat on Palantir. I mean, we're still at that 179 area, so we're not really super flat on it yet. We need to get this going back to the upside. But Palantir, a couple dip buys in and around that area of 178.50. We didn't get anything too much lower than that. So yeah, looking for an opportunity to get some shares, a little more shares in Palantir. However, that upside play that's in the market has created a nice move for PLTR, but still hasn't gotten me back to flat. Oh, wow. There we go, man. Put the money out there for DRAM. Good trade there. It makes its debut, not a debut, but one of the first appearances there on the note today. And there it goes. We should realistically be long at 57 down there, but there goes. Yes, sir. Let's go. Let's get it right there for DRAM up into the 90s right now. Should be $1, but we'll take this for now. There goes DRAM. Take another piece out at 91 as we continue to climb higher, man. This market just gives you tons of opportunities, so we'll have to keep on looking for them. SpaceX was a good opportunity until it wasn't, and that is just straight down for SpaceX. But what a move for DRAM.
Yeah, great move for DRAM, so we're going to love it for sure. But, man, you got to ring the register where you can. I'm just keep looking up at what's going on at SPCX, and I'm looking for the curl on it. I took it out at VWAP because that was a target the entire way. Long off 57, risk 25 cents. Try to take it out at the volume weighted average price, but the market is coming back. You got to be able to recognize it. So we got low of the day there on IBIT. As it looked like it was strong, took another leg out. I'm going to tighten the stop up because I don't want this one to get out of hand. If this is going to end up being a reversal day where you take out the top, then I'm moving the stop to just above the volume weighted average price. But yeah, SPCX. All right, this is looking like a bottom tail. Oh, might have just missed it. If you look at where it got to, right into Wednesday's higher low off of the open. So the opening range support on SpaceX was down here at 138, and this does look like a little bit of a mean reversion trade opportunity here on SPCX. What a dump. I wonder if Tesla's going to drop as it bounces.
Yeah, Tesla, interesting name there.
Because then we'll know there's a well, no is the wrong word. Then we could speculate there's a correlation.
Yeah, we'll wait. I mean, I don't know what's going on with that whole play. I liked Intel today a little bit, but pretty flattish on the day. Naturally, very flat as it comes very back to where we opened. And they had a nice move down and then a nice pop back up. So it seems like I'm sitting here in Palantir, but there's been other names that continue to go upside. I still have 40% of this name. So I'm going to get some more out here at, well, I just punched some 79s there on DRAM. Just because we are at VWAP and we did take a nice piece there at 91 as well. So as it's coming back in just a little bit, let's take one more out there at 72. Now just wait to see what winds up happening here with DRAM. So yeah, no problem. Daljit Singh there in the chat wants to say thank you so much for the DRAM talk. And I mean, yeah, again, just go over, check us out on Twitter, on X, on Instagram and all that for these plays every day, right? We also have our morning note that talks about all the names that are in play. So you could definitely have some looks over there for some ideas. But here it comes back in, man. We just did sell some of that DRAM, of course. We're playing with house money. I mean, our stop was going to be around 57. I don't mind getting some more if we do fall back into 57 there today. But okay, here we go. Need to get that. We just got another piece out. Need to get Palantir going. I don't know why this is so stuck there. Another bid. So I was bidding Palantir at 178.37s. It doesn't look like we get that level, but here we go now on PLTR. Maybe finally there's a bid coming through on this name, and we'll wait to see if that bid has any money making opportunities for us right now on PLTR. Need to get this thing to break above. We were only long right here, 178.90, so we would like to see this name try to get going again here. Palantir on the day, a decent opportunity.
Oh, there we go. Thank you for the super chat. What do we have here? DJ Vinny. What up, DJ? 10 a.m. data releases with CPMI, I believe. I thought we had something else too. Michigan?
Yeah, Michigan consumer sentiment. That's all it is.
Yeah, so Michigan consumer sentiment. But that's it's another 12 minutes. See, now you had me thinking it's 10 o'clock already. I'm freaking out. No, it hasn't been that long. It's only 9:48. It's only 9:48. So remember, nowhere near yesterday's lows yet on SpaceX. That'll be at 139.80. But it has held this 138, which I'm just going to call the opening range support level. Just like for me and DRAM, if it gets to VWAP, we'll be happy with that retracement. I might even say 140. If it gets into the prior low, that should be something to respect. But you know what? If it takes any 1 cent underneath the low of the day, this is an out in my opinion. And Beyond Meat, I'm itching with this one. It just failed the top a second time. This might end up being a bit of a dump on Beyond Meat. They can't squeeze it today. It's just not happening for that bad boy. So yeah, SpaceX, the only new one off of the low there. And yeah, let us know what those small cappers you might be trading are. The market is, the NASDAQ's actually gearing to break the high as we speak.
If like only Palantir would go.
Yeah, there we are. Actually, we actually tagged the high just now. We're actually pulling back off of the highs on the market. You know what? If that's the case, I just saw, I should have been reloading at VWAP on IBIT. Market got to the high, and this was putting in a lower high. Yeah, as we're looking at SpaceX, that was a reload of the short, because that's just going to be a continuation play.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Palantir wants to go, but it looks like DRAM does. We just took a huge trade there again. 50, well, not again, same trade. 58.11s, 58.10 there. So that basically gives you off that posted level your dollar. So that was, hopefully it's something that someone's taken over there, as it was a good trade, obviously. And we'll wait to see if it settles down, as Neil just mentioned, at the highs of the day. That WETO, that Tisha sponsored earlier there, hasn't really been moving too much there, but it was a nice halt back into $9, into the 200 period moving average, then a halt up. So now it's starting to go $11 right there as a high possible there. With it tapping $11 now. We'll have to give that a little bit of a go and see if that's the play or not here on WETO. So far, so good there. Looking to see if it breaks through that 1140. I think that would be like, if we halt anywhere around this area, then yeah, there we go, upside. Just split 100 to 1 or something there, and then now starting to go WETO on. Someone said a deal with Qualcomm or something. So
look at the bid of evaporate.
You could have a look for that. Look at a bit of what? Which stock?
Oh, SpaceX.
Oh, SpaceX.
That
just got killed.
Yeah, like we were just getting that 139.20s, and they just smashed the low. But I put the stop right like a penny underneath. There's really nothing to like a 134 level there. So it's just falling like an absolute rock. So we'll see Tesla. And guess what? Tesla, as that was happening, Tesla does break the highs. Tesla just continues to go. Let's have to fail on SpaceX. It is what it is. I know the notes said short the stock, but it said at 145. It never got to 145, but just like yesterday, it did show a resistance level at 44. It showed you 45 at the open. It showed you 44 in the pre-market, however, not at the open, but they're getting absolutely smoked. Getting pretty close to wanting that, to just taking a shot on Beyond Meat, but I'm going to give it a little bit of time. There's another halter, but I just double checked it and it's doing absolutely nothing. So the only thing out there looks like that WETO stock, whatever that stock was. And then we have a super chat from Arjun. Thoughts on QXO? QXO. Okay, this is a new one here. It's got a little bit of volume, but I'm not going to pretend to know it. I just know that doesn't look very good. This might be this is exactly what you don't want to see for a breakout trade. Breakout, completely fail, 100% retracement, all the way back to negative and under the lows. Luis would probably say you short this underneath the volume weighted average price, but I don't know the story here. But that's a complete false breakout that you've seen, and it's under the 50 on the daily. It's a false break on every time frame, and it looks even worse on the 15-minute. So, like, I don't know, Luis would probably want to short this at 15.25. But I like IBIT short, and I'm starting to think Beyond Meat might really just be only short, and it's not going to squeeze through the highs. The buyers, they don't care about this one today. I thought it had a chance. It's like 40. I thought it was 40% short, and then it reversed.
I'm surprised there's not more action on that.
Yeah, that's. I'm very surprised there's not more action on Beyond Meat, to be honest with you. It has all the ingredients for all these other stocks that go squeezing, and it's doing literally nothing today.
That's probably what the shareholders are like. What in the heck is going on with Beyond Meat?
Tesla 350.
Today, yeah, what a great trade there on Tesla if you got it. SpaceX trying to bottom maybe 137 and change there. Who knows if that's going to be a trade or not. But you know what was a trade? DRAM just went to 58.20. So although we're late to only late because I wasn't paying attention, and I don't ever want to put bids down there, but that was 9.35, and we said look to trade that thing. We also said look to trade some SpaceX or Palantir around 9.35. Palantir really hasn't done anything, so we're just sitting on one unit here, down $1 on one unit. We can afford that, but yeah, for right now, not much going on. It's too bad because I was just bidding their 25s. It bounced off 26s there. So we should have had a bigger bid down there, or we did have a big bid, but we didn't get filled on it. So that's too bad because we would have had more shares, obviously, at these levels as we sort of absorb this loss right now on it. It's down about $1 right there. We'll take a little bit more in the 60s, but that's too bad. We would have been flat on the trade now if we just got filled. And again, we missed it by 1 penny down there. That is just crazy. But, lesson learned. We should probably be bidding, well, whatever. I've been doing this for 26 years, so it's no big deal. But should have probably been bidding ahead of the quarter,
Speaking of
not at the quarter.
Apparently tomorrow is Sharif's 4-year anniversary.
Amazing.
On the show. To the day, apparently, August 15th. It's 4 years for Sharif on the show. I can't believe time has absolutely flown. Caught with eating banana in the hand there. But before we get to the Super Chat T-shirt, we see you and Weto. Reddit now 15%. S&P inclusion effective at the close today, so that's probably going to be an imbalance, but it is already ramping. See, I thought this is another one I thought they would take profit and then it would try to rally. We haven't. Go ahead.
Not as of the close today. It'll be as of the close on Monday.
Oh, so it's not
on Tuesday.
Oh, so it's Tuesday. Oh, well then forget about the close today. Monday's the better one. I'm so used to these being, if it's going in, then it's a Friday imbalances. So that's, that sucks. Oh, well, because I was kind of excited for that last 10 minutes. Peter, heyo, U.S. drones up in pre-market. You're short ONDS 950. Yeah, there's obviously some administration news when it comes to drone parts, which is positive for the entire space. Like AVAV was up. So those could be looking a little bit more appealing. And then I believe there it is. That's the one from Tisha Perkins. We2.
Yeah.
WeTour Robotics. I shouldn't call it We2. WeTour Robotics. Room to 1431 after light volume gap. 20 to 68 off the daily. That's 20 to 68 will be intense. It's halted upside now. Again, if it holds the low, the first halt up. How many times have we seen this? The tap is 1139. So that's kind of on schedule, right? It catches the bid. The first halt looks pretty good. It's going to break out, or at least attempt to get to the highs after that first halt. Yeah, that is looking pretty solid. WETO. One of the only ones that seems like it's setting up for anything.
Yeah, there was the Sky just halted. SK.
What was the other one?
No, that's nothing. SKYE just halted. JDZG just halted. I don't know. Yeah, to your point, I don't know what any of these names are here going through. So I'm still waiting for Palantir again to get going. But there are other names, of course, as SanDisk has been a nice runner there today to the downside and then now back up. So, someone said they captured that nice little move there on SanDisk. So that's a nice one. From 1650, it drops $80 down to 1570, and now trying to catch some love is SanDisk back there to the upside. We'll see if we can break eventually that 1650 and bring this whole sector with it, including DRAM. I mean, DRAM has been, finally, it's helping me deal with this Palantir trade. SpaceX was just in and out. SpaceX was really we sat there at 140, very, very light, quarter of a unit, probably took another quarter there and lost about 75 cents on half a unit. So that to me is nothing. Well, just sucks to lose. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to downplay losing trade, but that one didn't really hurt. So we were pretty patient with it there. Wondering about, again, 139. Watch out for a 25 period break on SpaceX before we even do anything on that one. So that could be a look there. Tesla, yeah. Oops, why didn't that change? Tesla, there it is. 350 is right here, right now. So you want to talk about a big level break possibility there. We played the Palantir break at 180, and that was a double loser for both of us. So we'll see what happens with Tesla. Again, Palantir was real early in the day on that.
Friday breakouts at the open, I don't like.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we both took it. So
That's-
yeah, I don't know. But right here, this is not the open though. So maybe.
I mean, off the open.
Yeah, with Palantir. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh, you're
So
looking at Tesla.
both of us had that trade. I was able to get a little bit out as we averaged it back in and made a winner there, and then made a winner here. And now we just wait. We're out 50 cents now on PLTR, hoping for more. Obviously upside, but it was really DRAM that's carried me today. So that was a good one. I now have less than, actually about 15% left. I was gonna say less than 10%, but I remember how many shares we had. So I'm gonna get a piece out here. I don't really like breaking through offer 90s. There it goes, we get the 90 fill, but I don't really like the break of the 50 period moving average there. So a couple good outs, obviously a lot above VWAP there. And we have less, now we have 10% left on this name. So yeah, so far so good here on that. And then here comes Palantir, man. That's really too bad because we could have had just a banger of a winner now. But let's just hold on to this and see what happens with Palantir. Getting back to Greensville on this name is going to be nice. But that's really, we just missed it was double our position. So right now we'd have a price of probably 178 flat, which would be much better than where we're sitting here. But let's go Palantir. We're back to flat on the trade. Let's see if it gets going upside. We have University of Michigan sentiment coming in 1 minute, and we'll flip that over to Adara.
Yeah, I'm going to look for the back half of the number, but SpaceX looks like it's trying to put in a second consecutive green candle, but I think I want to wait for the numbers to come out so we don't get some kind of a crazy price shock. Let's go up to the desk with Adara. It's numbers and happening now.
30 seconds away from University of Michigan consumer sentiment, 55, forecast 55.2 prior. This is the preliminary print for August. We are expecting a little bit of a decline here. You're also getting the 5-year inflation expectations, 3.3%, forecast 3.3% prior. 1-year inflation expectation, 4.2% forecast, 4.2% prior. So most of these, pretty much all of these numbers expected to be basically in line with the prior prints that we got. In 5 seconds, we're going to be getting these prints. Let's take a look here at the NASDAQ ahead of the number, pulling back a little bit here from these highs, and should be getting this number at any moment now. 50.6 for expectations versus 55 expected. The expectation number going to be lower. Sentiment, 51, well below the forecast of 55. You've also got here business inventory, 0% below estimates. But yeah, let's get into the 1-year inflation expectation because that's harder than expected. 4.3% versus 4.2% expected. 5-year in line, 3.3% versus 3.3% expected. So again, guys, cooler sentiment number, hotter inflation number. This combo generally not well received by the market. A little bit of a pickup here from the lows, or not from the lows, but from the most recent pullback, I guess, rather here for the NASDAQ. But again, this number not necessarily seen as super bullish. We'll have to wait and see how the market continues to react. SPCX hanging out here at low of day right now, trying to bounce off that 137 level. No obvious news here beyond we have the reveal of Elon Musk's 48% stake in the company. And another Elon Musk company on watch, TSLA. Apparently there were some reports here coming from the information suggesting a flying roadster demonstration. They actually had some stats to back it up, so we'll wait and see if this does come to pass. But interesting look here for Tesla and SanDisk and all these other memory names also in focus. We know that SanDisk yesterday with its investor day was on watch. These names all pulled back off the open, but trying to bounce a little bit here. We'll send you back over to Sean and Tennille.
Just a stunt. It's not, the car's not going to be flying. It's just going
It'd be
over.
hilarious.
Just a stunt. Yeah, Neil just said.
I wonder who the drivers.
Yeah, probably like one of those Daredevil guys.
Like the Red Bull
I'd
guy.
imagine. Or anyways, if it's on full self-drive, just do it itself. So that might be. That's probably what they're doing.
That's what they should. 100%. If they're not doing that, that's a wasted opportunity.
We had just a wasted opportunity there on Palantir because Palantir could have got out of Palantir right there at 178.80 there, and then now all of a sudden it's like dropping. They don't like that number, but Palantir just made the high, came right back. Like Palantir's down about $1.60 right there in 2 minutes, so that's a little bit of a brutal move. But we do cash in on DRAM, and there goes DRAM at the highs of the day. So that's a cash register coming through right there. And I'm glad we talked about that. Now it's an official dollar club there on DRAM as we get into the 30s again for that name. And there we go, DRAM, nice upside play here. We're glad to be on that one naturally, as it's nice to have a winner every once in a while. And it's been a good month, but today, not great. We just got to wait for Palantir now. Today's been fine, but just need the Palantir to get going one more time there right now. All right, traders, here's an offer that even your broker isn't giving you. Markets have been extremely active lately. And for traders, this kind of environment creates big opportunity. Big moves means more setups and, of course, more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the own size of your account, access firm capital and do not lose your own personal income there. No, don't be afraid of your stop loss too early. You're worried about your own savings. We need to change that. It's called limited risk trading. And you can take advantage of that and the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital at Trade the Pool. So go visit tradethepool.com if you want to get into that prop game right now with your trading. So thank you to Trade the Pool. Scan that QR code there. As we had Steve Tileman on yesterday, talking all about how his cat makes his trades from. That might not be a horrible idea. And of course, Cleo. Yeah, that was awesome. We really love to have Steve. So nice to have Steve back on yesterday. But anyways, okay, so that was that one there. Yeah, so there, I mean, DRAM's still going. So wow, thankfully we have this one, and that's all we need for now. But you know, DRAM and then SpaceX would be another look for us. That WETO has not. Oh, it did open. Just opened at 9:56. It was a 10-minute halt. Wow, Tisha and everybody else. Okay, there's cheese in a chair. We'll get to that in a second. That one does break through that 11. Right up to 13, now hovering around again. Look out for a possible break high again, maybe on WETO if this breaks through. Halting level. What? I don't know where the halting level is there again, but
speaking of those small cappers, I'm sick and tired of these MF small cappers in this MF market, everybody.
Okay.
Because this one, no, the stock's MF.
Yeah.
Just saying. I had to. This one is going to tap
MF.
$17, $12 to 25, to 12 to 17, to 12 to 15, with a tap at 17 bucks. This sucker has been just bouncing back $5 in a row for 3 times now. This is one W pattern that I promise you Steve is not going to be looking at.
No.
Because I don't think you do that on small cappers in the first 30 minutes of the day. But it's another halter. It does look like it's going to be a spicy one, but let's be real. I'm pretty interested in Intel. Intel looks very, very strong here. So there's your bottom. It hit the, I guess we'll call it the imbalance lows, and now just trending higher off of VWAP. So it's a breakout. I think this is a two-way play. The breakout off the opening range is 106, and then there's also VWAP here. So I just found it, so we're late to the 106. But if it comes back into 6, this wick is 105.80-ish, so I'd give it to that, and then wait for the volume-weighted average price. Get my stop in for that. As far as IBIT goes, it's still, I mean, the market's going up, and it's holding the bottom of the range. What am I bidding 20s? That should be at in the 30s, not the 20s, the next leg. But it's holding under VWAP for now. So that one still feels like it's the same old story. SpaceX might have just caught the bid as well. But now Intel is going to be on the brain. Want to see if we can get into this before it gets to the high. Hopefully the first available dip takes us into this 106 level here on INTC. So these crazy moves, these small cappers. And then the one that doesn't go is the potential squeeze on Beyond Meat. Naturally. That's how it always is.
Yeah, that is.
You can't anticipate them. It's just whatever happens with small caps.
We have more shares in Palantir here, of course, than DRAM, but DRAM is absolutely on one right there. We just talked about with Trade the Pool there, the volatility that are in the markets, and you saw SanDisk really running upside right there. The safer play than SanDisk, of course, is going to be DRAM. And yeah, it's just, we might have found ourselves a new stock to look at, ladies and gentlemen. DRAM might have just entered into my building right now. Like that, this is exactly the style of trading that we're looking for here. For my style anyways. A nice upside on DRAM, man. Huge upside with very little downside. So, I mean, that's perfect. But what we just got out was a fail there because we'd have to take eventually $1. We wound up losing $1.50. We had about 1 full unit at the end of it, maybe a bit more, maybe 1.5 units. We got to flush ourselves down on Palantir. That we had one opportunity to get out right there and didn't take it. So there it goes down in now. Maybe a break of like if we can get back above 177. The level that we wrote down was 177 long. But unfortunately, right now, we're just hovering and it wants to go lower. I don't know. We said that 180 was going to be a key level. I mean, it's been there a couple times. We both tried to take the long break. Didn't work out. We wound up averaging it into the levels that we thought were going to hold. The good thing about it was not too much. Like that was only a quarter of a unit. Then we built it there. We had about a half a unit. Then built. Well, you saw what my average price was 178. So at the end of the day, it's a quarter and a half, $1.50, $1.25 of a hit there on Palantir. Sucks to be me, but what can you do there? Didn't make as much money on DRAM as we lost on Palantir. So it'll be red day today. But that's so be it. We just talked about having sort of a great run this month. And I said yesterday, remember when I mentioned that, it's like knock on wood. We'll be back, but so far a little bit of a sketchy start there today. But we're glad we have one stock that worked and then two that didn't, both SpaceX and Palantir on the longs. DRAM worked out, the other two didn't, as the market just trying to figure itself out right now.
Yeah, the Qs cannot.
Although I don't mind Palantir.
They just can't break this high, man. We just got there again and then double tapped the tops. Didn't even get to the highs actually on the Qs, which that'll bring it back over to like look with the reversal. Like Intel went through the highs as well. So back at 106, 105.80. If that goes, then you have to wait for the volume weighted average price. It didn't quite get to yesterday's highs, but that's one hefty reversal. And I missed IBIT again on the reload. IBIT every single time it goes into VWAP, it does the topping tail, I get on the offer, and then it starts coming back in. So I'm just gonna leave it in this time because I feel like the only way to catch the fill is to just get run over sometimes. Just let it come through you like we just did with Intel here. But again, I think waiting for VWAPs to make more sense. If we're not taking out fresh highs, I feel like we just keep taking the paper cuts. And SpaceX, I don't want to try it 3 times. But I feel like it's worth 3 shots on a reversion off the low. We've only taken the 1 so far. This is a pretty good, it's a decent green bottom, but the volume off the low isn't that big. So I'm hoping there's a bottoming tail candle with like a bigger volume candle that at least takes out the opening range. And then I think that could be the spot to look for the long on SpaceX. That's just an idea, right? Like bottoming tail candle, I prefer it if it has a lot of volume on it. It doesn't have to, but as it breaks the low, if it's a huge volume spike, that'd be the next shot over there in SpaceX, if we can get it.
Yeah, still looking for that 25-period break on that one. So we have now less than 5% left of DRAM. So yeah, it's been a good ride, man. I mean, good outs over there. Let's have to see if anything else is halting. AEHL, maybe a recent halter here to look at. Bang, 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 all the way to the upside. AEHL just halting now. It looks like for the first time, although it has some gap fills up there. Decent volume on AEHL trying to break higher there. Yeah, Neil just had that MF thing. Did we get to that cheese in a chair super chat? I wasn't even sure.
I thought we did.
Okay, yeah, maybe we did. Okay, so.
Well, maybe we didn't.
I don't think we did. Good morning, thick cut bacon lovers. I've been getting my freak on for recon. Okay, in the precious metals sector, and it looks like the golden horse is starting to get back into the market. So my freak on for recon. That's a stock?
Yeah, reconnaissance. Like that's what they like in like when you're staking out something. Staking out the sector.
Oh,
right.
Like, it cannot be overstated.
Okay, precious metals. Yeah, I mean, you know, looking at that sort of breakout that's been happening there in gold, and we looked at a little bit of silver as well. Let's check out CopX. Let's see what copper's doing right now. Not that this is a precious metal, but we can see what copper's doing right there. Maybe the other way around. No, okay, copper's still okay. They're not really breaking out or doing too much on CopX, but is gold upside today? I mean, the market's flat, so I could see gold maybe finding a little bit. Moving the other couple days there on the bond market action. Yeah, gold today, yeah, up 1%. So that's going to be, it looks like it's a pretty safe place right now to park some of that cash on GLD. So we'll have a quick look if there's some tradable options and tradable levels there on GLD. 403.50 has been the high. Yeah, just on a 5-minute chart, a little bit longer of a period, you know, bringing back down into 401.50 or 200 period moving average could be something there for this name as well. So we'll wait to see what's going on with GLD today. But yeah, up 1%, good look. And then SLV on the Amex, a good way of looking at silver. So thank you for bringing all of this up to our attention there. Yeah, up 2%. So, I mean, we're looking at equities here, but it does look like some of these metal names are starting to get going as well.
Yeah, where's Raheem?
Good look over there.
Where's Raheem when you need him to give us some miners that we can be engaged with? I know he'll be here next week.
Oh yeah.
I think it's like every other week we get Raheem, because I'm curious as for some like maybe Canadian junior miners, because I think it's a good bull run for gold right now, and I think the miners can just give you a little bit of extra juice if you find them, and then some of them have dividends, which you park in gold, you're not going to get anything. It has to appreciate.
Better to sometimes take the extra.
Which is one of the things I don't love about it, for sure. All right, SpaceX just did a bottom tail. It wasn't a huge volume candle on the low, but it's a pretty good bottoming tail candle. So the approach I'll have is, because it wasn't the huge volume, I'm not going to give it to the low. I'm going to give it to this prior bar. So like tighter risk because it didn't really fit the parameter of having that big volume bottom that we were expecting. For sure, the only update is this time I did get filled at VWAP. So IBIT for now is doing the consolidation, but it's done this before. It's like a bit of a slow grind, and then it just falls off a cliff. I feel like the market is holding it up a bit here. Like the fact that the Qs won't do anything, like this is the NASDAQ. It's an absolute choppy mess. On the 15-minute, all we've done is fail the low, like false break at the bottom, get to the top, do nothing. So it's kind of sort of trending down, but really just consolidating. If the NASDAQ breaks down, I think IBIT dumps all over itself, and at least it's weak enough that there's a decent chance that it could still dump even if the market goes up, because it's been a relatively weak name. But everything else, like it's just so choppy out there. I look at NVIDIA, it's pretty choppy. Right? Like it didn't break the low, it broke the high. It wants to get above VWAP, but it can't. It's just a heck of a lot that's, I'd say, just kind of undetermined as to which way it wants to go. It makes it tricky to try to figure out what the market wants to do.
Yeah, no, this has been a little bit of a tricky day. I mean, the market's not doing anything.
Not doing anything.
We started the day off, with the tweet this market ain't doing anything today. And I think like we're going to be close to right. I mean, there's going to be lots of names. I mean, there's our DRAM 57 long. I mean, that's still $1 in the money. And we definitely like, or more than that, we definitely like that trade here. But here it is. Looks to be a slow day here in the market is what we started off with earlier today. And it seems like that is temporarily going to be the case anyways in this market. There goes SpaceX to the downside again, 137.50. Its low is 137, so maybe some bounce off spots in and around there for SpaceX, but it looks like it's trying to go a little lower right now as well. We got a little bit back into Palantir just because I'd hate for this one to not, or to, I guess, get going the other way. And all of a sudden I don't have it again as we waited for for Palantir to get going off 177. So we'll test it a little bit. We are at 177.10s here, as you can see. So, needs to get going a little bit for us to put some money in our pocket with this trade. And of course, that's going to be that's going to be Palantir. Like the stock, but don't love the action that we've seen today on that. And we did see a dump off there from 180 today. And that was the marker that we were worried about. That AEHL, excuse me, seems like it wants to bounce around again here. So the halt has happened at 10.12. So halted again there, opened, halted up higher. Now you're tapping $7 for everybody interested in AEHL right now. That's a tapper of 7. So that's not great. If you're short, it's great if you're long. I hope some of you guys are. The other one that was at WETO, so Tisha, you mentioned that one. It looks like it's kind of at day's low right now. So $9, again, a decent level there for WETO coming back into play here, $9. So, SpaceX is consolidating right now. Neil's in that one. I'm trying to think about this as well. Bouncing off of its 25-period moving average now is SpaceX. So could be a long developing here in SPCX, I'm thinking, but almost wanting to give it a second if it can break through 38s. Might be a good trade there on SpaceX.
Yeah, I'm looking for once it breaks 38s, the prior bounce level is going to be the first out, and then VWAP next, but tighter stop this time, right? Like actually, I shouldn't say tighter stop this time because we stopped at like right underneath that low before. If it can't hold the $0.50, I'm just underneath that. It just does not seem to want to cooperate here at all today. So it's just kind of disappointing. Akora in the chat, yeah, there's a name that we didn't talk about today. And because this is Bizarro World, Meta is up today and wanting to break 600 again, which, hey, great for Meta. That hasn't really been the case recently, but today it looks pretty good. Color me shocked. I don't think it's not in many people's radars today. I don't think Meta would have been or why it would be on anybody's radar today. But it is going higher, so it looks good. I wish we were in that one long, but again, you got to go for the ones that are catalysts at the end of the day. See, tighter stop. This is why I'm not giving it to the low. I think every time I'm now taking SpaceX, it's like try to get in and risk less than 50 pennies to get the move. Because if you give it the wider stop today, if it's wrong, it's just gonna run it. So you just lose an extra. In this case, it would have been an extra 60 or 70 pennies for almost no reason. Like look, the second we stop out and at like 39,
we should be going short.
It's like 70 cents lower almost instantly. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, we should be going short on SpaceX. I think that's 136.50s right now.
They're dumping it.
Yeah, they're again. So they're dumping that one as well. We'll have to wait to see if there is any sort of a comeback here for SpaceX. There may not be right now, but yeah, dump city on that one. All right, man. We keep on talking about Palantir because it's a stock that I'm in, but it hasn't really done anything. So waiting to see if Palantir gives a little bit of an upside play. Now we're long right here at 177. Going to give this one 50 cents and tighten up our stop on this next round of trading here on PLTR, as it's been a little bit of a nasty rider here for that one today, just downside only. Someone in the chat there said Intel was dumping, so we can have, wow. Yeah, 107 down to 104. There goes Intel.
Everything.
Yeah, so it's a good thing we only have, we have less than 5% of DRAM. We talked about that, as this has really come back in quite nicely as well. So yeah, maybe this whole Intel DRAM situation is giving us some scare there as Intel comes back in. Probably SNDK. I might as well just get out of DRAM there. It doesn't really matter. It's going to be, the biggest stock. I have the biggest loser of the day, of course, on Palantir. 1620 right there, maybe on SNDK. Potential little VWAP action there at 1620 for SanDisk. You could get a little bit of a trade bounce off of that as well. So, could be something down there. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. We'll wait to see if that is what's going on over there. Amazon. Okay, Amazon on a move higher right now against this market. So that just popped on the board as well. Boom, there goes Amazon nicely cooking there. We talked about that Mag 7 ETF you can get involved with. Amazon doing real well to the upside right there as well. So I think it was Google. Was it Apple? Apple, we wanted 304 today or 305. So this might be a safer play because it's not really moving around. And then I did hear that Google.
It's trying to go.
Yeah, 348, 350 for Google. So that's nice. We like that one. And here goes Palantir back to life a little bit. So maybe the market will start to breathe itself some upside plays as we maybe have gotten hit. Bounce off the TQs, off the lows there for the NASDAQ. NASDAQ going green to red right now, so that's never the greatest look for stocks. But, we're trying to see if we can get a nice little bounce back there in Palantir, out some more at 30. Let's see if we get an upside play now in PLTR. It's Adara over at the big desk with a little small cap recap action.
Let's start here with Capricorn. CAPR did have a catalyst missing EPS estimates for Q2, but they also did have some positive stuff here as well. They announced some updates to some of their treatments, but that was well received by the market. So you do have this move higher here in CAPR. $430 million market cap. This name is in the Russell 2000 with a 30.5% short float. We'll also take a look here at, sorry for that, guys, Surge Pays, SURG. This name right now trying to curl a little bit here, beat on EPS and on sales, including posting an unexpected profit for Q2 2026. This is another small cap earnings play, $9 million market cap, 11.5 million % short float, 16 million share float. Last but not least, the oft mentioned WeTour Robotics, or WETO. No news on this, but you do have a $10 million market cap and 860,000 share float, so very small float. No notable short float here, though, for WETO. And with that, we're going to send you back over to Sean and Neil, but right now, just Sean.
Yeah, just me right now. We're going to just continue. Thanks for the small cap looker there. MF actually, the most recent halt, now just opened back up 10 minutes ago. 19. We did have some talk there. Neil was talking about some MF earlier as well. S&P now negative. ES. That's the ES, the S&P, and the NASDAQ both negative as well. But that's not stopping. I mean, Palantir's going up, so that's nice. We just get a 40 fill there on PLTR, so 38s actually. So here we go, man. like again, if we just wait for the 177 marker, but we got caught a little bit at the 180, and then I thought it was going to hold the 200 period. It didn't. So now we're just kind of stuck, like hoping and waiting that something might happen with PLTR there. But it was a nice move to the upside on Amazon that we just talked about. I want everyone, if you're here with us right now, I'm going to refresh to see how many viewers are with us. We want to say thank you to everybody today. We actually have to look at Reddit. We didn't look at Reddit yet today. We did forget about it. 729 likes. Thank you so much. 8,600 of you with us. So that's great. That's actually a really nice number. We like that one for 10:30 right now. RDDT Reddit. Okay, so inclusion into the S&P 500, always a nice boon to get that. And yeah, boom, 174 up to 180. Sometimes you see the pullback on the day after the announcement, but this was something that wasn't really expected. So, you know, upside move. I mean, maybe Reddit was expected, but, you know, the timing of it. So there's a nice move up to 184 and just giving everybody an out there on Reddit. So I'm not in it, but I like the stock. So you might have a little bit of a look here as you've come up into 184 and some past areas that we've dumped off of before as well. So 184, something to think about there on Reddit as we move a little bit lower. Well, we're moving higher now, but the stock has moved lower. So just think about it if you're in that name. We just touched 184 and we are moving lower off that level right now. So I think you can probably get some Reddit out if you get back up to 184, if you're playing off of some of those levels. SpaceX still 136 and looking to go lower now.
Yeah, where you can also find some information on Reddit and other names is in Sharif's morning note. The research note is available every single day that he's here, and it's only $5 a month. I like to call it 25 cents per trading day. So you flip a quarter in and join that membership, and then you're able to get this. You get a little bit more than that, though. You get the emojis, which is always fun. I mean, come on, who doesn't like that as well? Custom emojis, loyalty badges. There's some members-only videos as well. But I think the highlight, of course, is going to be the research note. You got Reddit. AMAT earnings will be in there. It's always double-digit pages that you can peruse through. So the work is done for you, so you can jump into that, everybody. And every time we do this, I always want to thank and give a big shout-out to everybody that gifts memberships, but specifically I know Casey and a few others have been very kind in gifting memberships. So if you ever want to receive when somebody gifts the memberships, you've got to be in the chat to do so. So you have to hit the subscribe button to join the chat, and then you can converse with us, ask questions, do whatever you want. But also remember, you've got to select receive gifts. I think accept or receive gifts, whichever one it is, and then you're eligible because it just doles out. If 10 memberships are gifted, YouTube just doles it out to 10 random people that are active in the chat. So if you're not active in the chat, you don't have a chance to be able to get it. Just want to make sure everybody knows that. The market, not to tell you, remember we were saying it was a little bit indecisive? Well, it's looking obviously more decisive now to the downside. The bleed continues here. SpaceX lower. Now all of a sudden, what was strong, like DRAM, trying to put in a higher low. Like the structure of this doesn't look bad. It did one reversion to VWAP for me. I like reversion trades. That's why I've tried SpaceX twice. I like a mean reversion to the volume weighted average price. It's just I always love the risk to reward of that type of a trade. But ideally, you want to put in a higher low. And the reason you want to put in, what I like is the market's hitting the lows. This can put in a higher low so that if the NASDAQ bounces off support, then you can grab something which is relatively strong. To me, that's always going to be a bit of a key. Relative strength, but it's not there yet. Trend break, VWAP regain, both of those things can come into play, at least for myself. A lot of other names are looking, I don't know, kind of hairy as we speak, but not AMD. Like, this is wild because they might have hinted that something was up with AMD when at 918, it randomly just shot out of a cannon. Now look at it. Like, AMD's completely leading the market for sure. And you know, I'm reminded because the people in the chat are saying, look at SNDK versus Micron versus DRAM. SNDK's at VWAP. Micron's underneath. So there's probably a little bit more strength to SNDK. And I feel like we never even mention SK Hynix anymore, which is not fair. SK Hynix is good too, but it's weaker than both of them as it's heading to the low. So I think you'd favor short in SK Hynix if you're looking in that direction, but yeah, I'm not really. I might get the third VWAP reload here on IBIT. It's like the only thing that's been like a just sit in it and forget it. But you know what? I just talked about how if something's making a higher low while the market's tanking, well, this is trying to reload me when the market's at the low and it's bouncing. Let's get off the offer here. Because this breaking a downtrend while the market's heading lower means IBIT could be turning suddenly relatively strong. And so just got to read it in real time, respect that, tighten the stop from here, and stop it out really tight, and actually think about a reversal in IBIT. Yeah, I might have to flip the script here because the market's breaking lows, and this is the one day that IBIT decides it doesn't want to fall all over itself. So if it holds VWAP, I'll just re-enter here and reload it a bit lower. But if it breaks VWAP, this suddenly looks like a bit of a reversal play over an IBIT. But great shout out and look on AMD.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes that pre-market money knows a little something. Everything fell at the open, but man, Advanced Micro Device up 4% into what is now a red market. It wasn't a red market before, but what is now a red market.
Yeah, I mean the Nasdaq now falling pretty nicely into the downside. I'm, just on that note here, I feel like we should take a little bit more out of Palantir. Like it's just bouncing off this 30 level. It's not having a great day here. I mean, can it actually get going if this market continues to go lower? I mean, shout out to everybody that hit that TQQ trade there. I saw some people in the chat, or even just the futures in general, as we'll go back to the futures again. That was a decent break. Okay, whatever. You guys know I'm not going to keep talking about Palantir. Let's go over to the futures quickly here on the TQs. So, yeah, good move there on, I was going to say the break that I was talking about was going to be VWAP, but it was pretty choppy there. It didn't really have a break. It actually just came back up into it and then fell off of VWAP there. So there's something to be said about how choppy it was, as Neil just said, like maybe the money in the morning there, but pretty choppy early there on TQs and then whoosh down to the downside there right now. So that's creating a little bit of a bottom to come in there on the TQs. That must be Fabian over there who's doing that. But yeah, right into there, 76 could be a little low, 76.50. I like that look, Fabian, on that one. So we'll have to wait to see if the TQs does have that low around 76.50. Amazon, I think there's a story about Amazon there, but they just went up and then right back down in. And look at Amazon right now, taking out also the day's low. So that's not having a good move of it as well. There on Amazon, we just took out some more on Palantir, but this is also near the lows, which makes me think Apple, yes, Miss A.
Yeah, I was seeing a report here. Joshua Kushner, Thrive Capital invests $215 million in Amazon from Bloomberg. Now, apparently, Joshua Kushner, I was actually just reading earlier this week. I'd never heard of him until earlier this week. He and Bob Iger, former Disney CEO, worked together to apparently try to buy the LA Lakers. So in context with that, $215 million in Amazon doesn't feel like that much, but this is through his firm. So if I get more context, I'll let you know.
The Dodgers.
Yeah, the guy, that Walter guy?
Yeah. They're saying he might have to sell the Dodgers. And
why is he in so much trouble? It's tax.
He has this huge tax burden. He sold the Lakers, and he might not have enough money still. So if he has to sell the Dodgers.
But the Bussy, I mean, he wasn't the Lakers. He owns the Lakers now too, or?
Well, I don't know who. I forget who bought it off.
Oh, okay.
Either way, his stake. There's a weird clause in Ohtani's contract that if he's not the owner, Ohtani can opt out.
Oh, okay. Well.
Yeah. So
how does he get paid then, Ohtani?
I don't know what the heck's gonna happen, but
okay.
This dude has over $20 billion tax bill.
Yeah, Ohtani doesn't have to worry too much about
that. That's not chump
payments.
Change. Yeah, what's happening with Broadcom? Everyone in the chat.
Did Tesla is Broadcom going? Did Tesla finally break 350?
Down.
Oh, Tesla's going down. Oh, Broadcom's going down. Yeah. Look at Tesla, by the way. It does break 350, goes to 351, and now that is downside love as well for some Tesla. So you might be able to pick up something down on the low side of things here for TSLA right now at 345. That could be something. SpaceX looks like it might have found a bottom there. We tried, that was early, then we tried 137. That didn't work. We lost that as well. It goes on to 136, turns off of, maybe the real break has to be this 50-period moving average, but yeah, today, SpaceX down 3%. It feels like it's down a lot more just because of some of the action that it's had on it. But yeah, SpaceX can't find a bid either. Apple is sort of at our levels now. It's like I'm already in Palantir, and I feel like the market's a short. So do we even want to buy Apple down at some of these levels. It might be worth a little bit of a shot. I mean, it's only right now getting to the flat, getting to green now. Getting red now. Market's been red for a couple minutes. Anyways, Apple off here, 304.50 might be a play. We have written down 304, so it might be a little bit more prudent to give that a little bit more run time to the downside before we start to buy that one up. And is there any actionable trades in energy today? I mean, yeah, as the market goes down, it looks like energy catching a bid there. We don't have any, true stories, but over the weekend, anything could happen there. So energy and oil could be something else there. That AEHL just reopened again. So this one, flying around, finding a base around 650. AEHL back open now. So shout out to Tisha and everybody else looking at this one. But yeah, Broadcom down 5%.
Shout out to Yeti. It's too good.
It's too good. It's too hot,
I'm like burning my tongue trying to drink this coffee.
Yeah, be careful.
Shout out to the Birdman. I'd do the bird call sign if I could. I feel like Joe can do it. Thank you for the advice on Wix, of course. Taking profit on Wix due to the incoming to the 200 period moving average on the daily. You bought 45, sold 75. This is where the whole community pays it forward because, and I'll say it every single time this example comes up. Shout out to Brian Shannon for mentioning this to me. If it has a downward sloping 200 period moving average, it's telling you that it's in a downtrend, in a long-term downtrend. So it just changes the way that I look at taking out profit on any swing trade where it's in that precipitous of a downtrend. If it's an upward one, then it's easier to hold for the moon. But when it gets to a resistance spot on a downward sloping 200 period moving average, I'm not saying it works 100% of the time, but it kind of saves you from not taking profit on something which is stunk.
Just went down.
Yeah, SpaceX. I looked over. You said Palantir went down. I looked up, and SpaceX just every. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is going back into the low. Said I would take 3 shots at it. It's not time. It's not time just yet on SpaceX. How's AMD doing? AMD's built differently today. It's just in a whole different world. It just broke the highs another time here. So yeah, I guess AMD is the one that's trying to go. But I'm like, do I reverse an IBIT now? It's above VWAP and the market's at the low. And everything is telling me that I should reverse. It just bottom wicked in the other direction. So I feel like
maybe a reversal is right.
Yeah, but if this is all of a sudden, give me. My stop's actually above 50. So ideally, if it gives me the out here before it even breaks the stop, I'll take it and maybe just use the stop to reverse into a long position there. So I'll get out, but I don't want to get into the long unless it breaks out above 50. But keep in mind, you just have to sort of read the room. Every day when the markets looked okay, Bitcoin has been trash, and now all of a sudden when the market's at the bottom, this wants to go up. So I haven't reversed yet. I'd love to see it break above the $0.50 to give a bit of a confirmation. But with the market weak, all of a sudden this is counter trend. So at least being out of it makes a little bit of sense to me. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
This is a quick, brief interlude, if you will. We were talking about the whole situation with the Amazon catalyst, if there was one. This guy is Josh Kushner. Thank you for the person in the chat who mentioned to me that he is Jared Kushner's brother. So again, Jared Kushner, son-in-law of President Trump. There is a tangential by marriage White House connection here for our friend Josh Kushner. Josh Kushner has mentioned his Thrive Capital bought $250 million worth of Amazon stock. Interesting look here. And then, of course, he also teamed up with Bob Iger to buy the Lakers. So, yeah, I just wanted to mention this because I thought it was pretty interesting. And thanks again to the person in the chat for telling me whose brother he is. Back to you.
No.
We didn't get anything on it on AMD, Adara, because AMD is, Neil just brought it. I mean, he's been talking about it, and I've just mentioned it to me. I was like, okay, I'm actually going to call it up because I've been obsessed with that.
The only thing I can think is that the SanDisk CEO was on
Goose eggs.
He was on CNBC Live at the moment when AMD went crazy. So whether or not something got said, it feels like that could have been the cause.
Adara's probably right.
But I don't want to, I didn't want to say that at the, all I said was, he happens to be on and maybe. Because look at this. This is what AMD did, not the imbalances, because it's 918. This is not the imbalances. It's just on its own, it does this, and all of a sudden you have the market weak, and this is blasting higher.
There's obviously a program.
Obviously,
there's
a there
going right now.
There's a there. There's something there.
Yeah, and the market is not doing anything here, and AMD is just this to me is. I don't know, man.
The
And we
trap?
haven't been making it, yeah, like we haven't been making the right calls today, but this one to
I
me
feel
is
like-
starting to look a little bit like that, man. Like there's something going on right there with AMD, needless to say,
As if there's no
up
story.
6% now. I mean, I had sold this one at an average price of 540 and thought we did, or I think it was 540, and did pretty good overall. And yeah, because we got some five. Yeah, that's right, we got some five. We sold bad. We sold that 498 or whatever that one day, and then we just bounced like right back up, and we got some. Yeah, it was 555 or 560. I think our average price must have been around 530, but this name just continues to go higher. Just real quick, a new position. I've got Whoa, that's loud. I've got Apple here. You know, I wanted to play it off 304.50. Look, if it wants to go down, fine, but these are levels that I don't find horrible down here for Apple. It's been baselining. Maybe the market does have some get up in it. It's only down 0.8. Like it feels like the market's down more than it actually is, but that's what I feel like anyways. So we're going to hold on and see what winds up happening there. If we get something near 305, which it's trying to get up to right now, we'll take a little bit out of Apple if it can get going, and then that would be the 25 period moving average. And then if we can get something at the 200, then that would be great as well. But for right now, Apple long flat right now, 304.80s. That's where we're long on Apple, trying to give this one a little bit of work. And then just honestly, Palantir, still long that one, trying to give that one some room. It has broken below 177 now, so that's a problem. AMD maybe pulling back now, just broke back down through 510 again. Advanced Micro Devices, all right. Small cap name here. Neil's got it up, BANL.
But here,
560.
Birdman, this is about as low volume as I've ever seen. It's up 28%. It's up 30% today. You're in at 899. Where's your out? Where do you take profit? Well, if anybody hits the offer, this thing is going down. It's done 48,000 shares on the entirety of the session. 48,000 shares. It's 1040.
It's not that many.
That's not a lot of shares. So I can't. There's no levels to do technical analysis on it. It's got a 20-cent spread for a $9 stock. And like anytime, like look at this volume, look at these volume candles. Like someone hits it for a few thousand shares, it gives up the entirety of the move. So it's really difficult. There's really nothing I could say. There's no levels out there to look at. You can't really hit the bid with anything. It's going to flush the stock. Again, I don't really know. Sorry, it's such a low volume one that you can't really do much technical analysis on it. Sorry to say, but that's just the truth for me. Let's go to Adara. So I can give you a better answer, but I gotta keep it real. I can't just make shit up. Let's go to Adara. I believe it's Sector Watch.
Yeah, this is an odd, sad little board. Before we get to that board, I want to mention I was just watching back the David Geckler, CEO of SanDisk, interview with CNBC. They only have a third of it available for free for whatever reason, but he has not mentioned anything close to AMD as of yet. So I'm tempted to think unless something is in the premium, longer portion of it that mentions AMD, I don't think he will. He just talked a lot about AI and a lot about how the company has their new business strategy and they're going to be a new business. Lots of pumping himself up is pretty much this whole interview. But let's take a look here at this sector board because lots of weakness here in health tech. Tech services not looking too good here, although Microsoft, Google, and Meta, the three Mag 7s, actually the best looking in the sector by nature of the fact that they're flat. You've got here finance, little bit of weak, mostly flat here. Commercial services incredibly weak, and producer manufacturing. Got an opposite of yesterday. Yesterday, AMAT and LRCX, I believe, were the only two strong names. Today, they're the only two weak names, with AMAT down 4.5% on earnings day one. Let's talk about strength. Energy minerals to the upside. Consumer durables. So Tesla to the upside here. I was seeing a couple different things about this, so I want to get into it. The information did, in fact, report that there's going to be this flying roadster stunt. Now, some people were saying, oh, this was just a misinterpretation of Elon's comments. I read through the report, and they actually do cite specific metrics for how this flying roadster stunt could work. So, I mean, I'm not saying the news is real, but I'm saying the report certainly is. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Consumer services is green. Industrial services is strong. And electronic technology, you've got strength yet again here in the memory names like the aforementioned SanDisk, Seagate, and Micron. You've also got a nice move to the upside here for Corning, GLWs. Keep an eye on some of these photonics plays. But then much like we're seeing here with Google, Meta, Microsoft, and Amazon, the two Mag 7s in electronic technology are both flat. Back to you.
Zadara. I'm just, we do have finally, I mean, look, we've got winners on. It's like this Apple's a great one, actually, as that keeps on climbing to the high side. I mean, we've let it base out, but still not really going, but, we got it anyways, so we'll take 30 cents, a couple 30-cent fills now on Apple. Just getting it out at this 25 period moving average. These trades could really print out for us, but we do need to give them just a little bit of room, I think, like we've been doing. But I'm not going to give, that's Apple. But as opposed to Palantir, finally we have a winner on, and it's only because we're lucky, we're pretty dumb the way we've been trading this today. So, we're not going to really pat ourselves on the back for this one, but we finally do have it. It's making a little bit back. We're trying to get some of that money back. So I'm just going to try to get some out as we start to bump higher, because I was like, this stock for me was well in the money when it popped. Not well, but we could have got out right there on that number. And right before the number at 10 o'clock, I think it was Michigan. And then all of a sudden it just went whoosh, and we've never really been able to do much. We tried to buy this level, got out, and then got stopped there, and then finally found a 176, and it's just like, whatever, man. Good for you, Palantir, but hopefully it does have an upside move. It just doesn't look like it.
Caught.
Yeah, and then we also said that AMD seemed like it was slowing down a little bit up at the top. And we were just waiting for that retracement. 510 seems to have come into play there. Now 507 for this name. And yeah, good. I think that was a good talk there on Palantir, because we are getting out near this high side. So, definitely licking the wounds a little bit on PLTR right here by capturing some of that profit. And then honestly, Apple, I don't know what it was doing. We got out of more than half up here. But like I said, trying to give it some room back, because I like this level. It's been holding. If only it got going, Apple, we could have a decent sized winner on this one too. But okay, there it goes. We take another piece out as it comes back to 305. Let's get above now, Apple. Maybe this market wants to finally breathe a little bit. We haven't done anything with DRAM. Still in a small, like I said, under 5% of this one. Maybe we could take it out if it gets back to 58 and then just call it a day and wait to see if it does come back down. So yeah, just holding on to some longs right now, and you've got IBIT.
SpaceX looks like nothing.
Yeah, darn it, SpaceX.
I keep saying I'm waiting for the third try at SpaceX. I feel like every single time we've gotten in, it's shown enough strength to be worth it, but it just keeps on heading lower. 135 is going to be in play, but NVIDIA is actually catching a monster bid here, so I think this is the kind of thing that can drag some things to the upside. Still haven't had that VWAP retake on DRAM, but it's pretty close to gaining the volume weighted average price again. And then that, remember, 58 was prior high, so that can be a play as well. But with NVIDIA going, I think the second crack at Intel, like on the way back, played it with a tight stop. It also has the VWAP reclaim potential as well. Because the last time,
there's a crazy thing happening on Apple.
We went long over here. What happened to Apple?
No, it's doing that 1 again.
The dark pool prints.
Yeah, they're just dark pooling 1 like it's absolutely driving me nuts right here. And actually, the same thing's happening.
They're probing.
Same thing's happening on Palantir. 1. Well, I mean, it's a little bit different, but 1. If I could slow this down, you'd be able to see. It's all in between. It's just it's going back and forth. So I don't know what's going on. Like, look at this Apples. It's just so much dark. Everything's D's. It's all 1. Like it's nuts. So I wish they really banned trading like single share lots like that, but unfortunately they're not.
It's called spamming the book to find liquidity. So what they do is they pepper it until they realize they're running into an order, and then that's why I think it's a potential reverse signal. Yeah, so right now Apple's just ripping. That's why, I understand that, trying to find out like which side it's hitting on right now, but there goes Apple. So finally, we said we give this one a little bit of room. So good on us for that, as it's trying to go upside now on Apple. So let this breathe a little bit there. But yeah, definitely some dark pool shenanigans going on there on AAP to the L. Right there. It's 10:46 already. We hadn't really looked at, for us anyways over here, the sort of the broader market as a whole yet. We talked about the market being flat with AMD ripping, Broadcom the other way. So maybe something about that communication there. We have to figure that out. NVIDIA and Apple both flat on the day. We just highlighted some Apple trading there for you. Walmart back down, but Walmart's had a great run. So 115 has been a good number there. Eli Lilly off its highs again. It just made close. It got to 1240, I think, a couple days ago, which was its all-time high, 1248. Back down to 1170 now. So yeah, not great on that one there. Repattrutide is in phase 3 right now. So once that gets announced, as it's another one of their GLP-1s, focusing on 3 receptors there instead of the 1. So that should be interesting there for Eli Lilly when that comes to market. Of course, we looked at energy a little bit just by looking at USO was upside. So all the energy names today really starting to put some numbers up as well. Financials, JP Morgan, man, we really like that stock, 365. Wow, that's been a good one. Yes, go Apple. Apple's going, man. Apple's making me happy.
Citigroup there, Equinox. Yeah, so this is just in the financial space. But yeah, the things that are standing out to me would be that Broadcom there. Unfortunately, we talked about how much Palo Alto we have in the account. So that's down 2.4%. CrowdStrike down 2.6%. And this is just today, it's a little bit of a software revenge day, right? Because yesterday was huge on that work day. And I don't know what that's doing today.
Selling.
Yeah, 195. That went up to 240 or something yesterday, I think, on those.
The
yeah,
problem is
220,
if you get deal speculation that's that big and there's no update overnight or the next day to anything specific, then the profit takers are going to be relentless on it because they wanted to hear a deal this morning.
Yeah.
But then you also remember most massive deals get announced on Mondays. That's just a reality. It's not often that you will see. It's not often, they used to call it merger and arbitrage Monday for a reason. Yeah, it's just one of those. I forget the percentage, but back in the day, it was like 40 to 50% of all major deals over X size happen on a Monday, and probably because you hammer out the details over the weekend. So the fact that they didn't get anything, the profit takers were relentless coming back in. But that would be huge if it happens. And think about the downstream. Like if a major firm thinks Workday is worth a massive premium, what does that say about the rest of the software space? I'm just saying, that's good for CRM. That's good for ServiceNow, so they can be in play, but unfortunately we didn't get a deal. Oh, that would be huge. So I don't know, the ones thing was in fact, which I was pointing out, it was happening everywhere. It wasn't just on Apple and Palantir. It was also, I saw it on SpaceX. And it wasn't happening in IBIT. I mean, whatever. That's an ETF for Bitcoin. So probably not. It's just happening on probably big cap tech names. So and it's not a triple bottom, but it is holding the low. So a bit of a different entry. Not this massive reversion candle higher low. Just a more of a tight consolidative bottom. But again, 137 VWAP. Those will be the exit points that we're looking for. And really, you really got to hope that NVIDIA doesn't completely lose steam, because I think that's what was dragging us higher. If NVIDIA loses steam, you're in trouble. And with only 10 minutes to go, AMD just broke trend. Maybe we should have been looking at this. No, AMD just broke the channel uptrend on AMD. All right, we're going to go to Adair and Money Talks. I should have been staring this down, because that should have been a 506 short, and you could risk less than $1. Let's go to Adair. Time to see how the US dollar is doing. AMD was such a beast, possibly losing the bid now?
Let's talk about the US dollar here. I mean, technically, this has been in a range the last couple weeks now. High just above 100, low of just about 99.4. So this is like a 60 cent, for lack of a better term, range. And as of right now, we have not made either the high or the low of it. So not too much to speak of here on the daily chart. If you look at the weekly, I'm sure this will look pretty flat. Yeah, so the last 2 weeks, as we mentioned, we talked about that range. You really see it reflected in the chart with that high there of that 100 or so, just above 100. And then you've got the low here of that 99.4. Now, this is interesting. This low served as support going back to mid-June. Then we got to bounce off of it. Well, I think staying above or below this level is going to be pretty interesting for the DXY from a technical standpoint. Whole bunch of economic data this morning. Retail sales, well below estimates, negative 0.6% versus positive 0.1% expected. Core retail sales, negative 0.3% versus positive 0.2% expected month over month. And the year-over-year retail sales number, 5%, also below the prior print of 6.7%, estimates of roughly 6%. And then we had University of Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 a.m. Cooler than expected print for sentiment, coming in at 51 versus 55 expected. Hotter than expected one-year inflation expectation print here, 4.3% versus 4.2% expected. Right now seeing roughly 70-30 here for that rate hold in September, 70% chance that rates will be held according to the FedWatch tool. 28, just under 30% chance that they'll be hiked by 25 basis points. If you look forward right now, we're still seeing a potential 25 basis point hike in December and no more going forward. But again, there's a lot of, hesitation here from a lot of market speculators, analysts saying that they don't really think that we're going to be getting any hike from Morris. We'll have to wait and see what the number is. But he's proven that he doesn't really want to give anybody any sign of the cards he's holding. We're not going to find out, I don't think, how he feels about that rate hike until the Fed announces it one day at 2 p.m. Eastern. We're going to send you back over to the guys.
Yeah, right.
It keeps it close to the vest is the mantra, I suppose.
I mean, now the market is making its mind up, I think, about what the Fed's
Yeah,
going to
big.
do.
It's only
I
going
mean,
one way.
Yeah, it's only like it was just 50-50 at the beginning of the week, and then we got the inflation numbers, and now it's 70-30. So that's, much all week we've been saying it's a coin toss. This is much more now, not a coin toss. And I think that as today's number retail sales, it was pretty okay. I mean, the market hasn't really reacted to it. So although the market's red, we'll have to wait to see if it's a dramatic move or not. But they're not going to look at the stock market. They're just going to they're just going to look at data. So and probably just pick up the phone when the president calls and then whatever he tells them to do. Remember, it's still voting process, right? Just because Warsh was nominated doesn't necessarily mean that the influence that he has on the rest of the voting members.
He's not a dictator.
No, exactly. So he's still got to present the data, and they make up their opinions there. It's been a minute since SpaceX. I think we're allowed to talk about it now. It's just we've taken two shots. They're at 140 basically, lose 139 out. There again, when we thought maybe it was baselining here into a little bit of a barcode, and then it broke that barcode and went to the downside. And now I think if you're trying to play with it, a little bit of trouble area because 135.50 still underneath the 200 period. This is the 50 period moving average there. So I'm trying to think about like what break long would actually work. I think if you wanted to do that, that's a 136. You're getting real specific. You might as well wait for 137 and maybe use this as your out if it's wrong. So what about a 137 break using 136.50s as your out? So that way you're not caught long now playing against the stock. You can play with it with the momentum as we continue to climb higher. So I think that might be something there for SpaceX, a break of 137, then using back end 136.50 as your stop. So that's something to be talked about, I think, there as well. Google Netflix, we talked about that, and I got a good pun reaction from Adara, although pun not intended when we had the Bill Ackman talk. And it's just like not doing anything again. So, all right, another one of those names that I think this looks like it wants to break low. Maybe it doesn't look like it wants to break lower, but if it does break, that's like again, maybe another sort of a waterfall action through this into maybe yesterday's levels. That's 77, that's 77.50 right there. So that kind of a break, 77.80, I think gets you at least 30 cents into some of those levels down on the downside there. So yeah, just the market looks like it wants to go back into the lows again. So more outs on Palantir for nothing. We're in the money 12, 15 cents here as we've just been getting hit on the way down for PLTR. And then we've done good on Apple getting out in and around some of these levels again for AAPL. Just hasn't really wanted to get going. Our best outs here has been 30s. I think we can also take advantage of this and get some out here again. Offer some 17s. Hopefully it comes up and hits us. But there's all those ones again. Look, streaming ones right there on Apple. So
It's everywhere.
there's definitely something going on. Yeah, we could check out. Is it on NVIDIA as well? Yeah, NVIDIA is doing the same thing, streaming these ones. So I don't know. I think some of these prices are being, we just got Apple there because once the pressure eases, so I guess that they're hitting the bid, and I guess once that's over, then it starts to come back to the upside. So I don't know, man, but these dark pools.
I saw them hitting the offer before, but now it looks like it's definitely hitting the bid. Get to USO in a quick little
I don't know
second.
what these guys are hitting, actually. I think just back and forth, this 111, like I don't know if there's a program that's gone off here a little bit, but we take advantage of it. There's the outs, so.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just trying to keep everything with the tighter stop. Don't even let it get to the LOD. But here's the irony. The one time, this is the one day I actually take a long and I bid. Instead of holding short and just continuing to add, I reversed because that's what it broke the trend. The market was at the low and it was making higher lows. So that to me meant a flip. It wasn't flushing like it was the other days. Every other day, Bitcoin, once it starts going under VWAP, it's been death. Like death there, death there. Today was the day it wasn't going. So we go for the flip-up trade, but it's a fail. This was like the only other, like SpaceX, Red, Palantir, was just a breakout trade, but it was still, the one and done. But like this was the one that was holding for it, and then there was that DRAM reversion trade. And now it's like, okay, so I guess I should be still short. But one thing I can do with this is look at the possibility that there could be double barrel action. So yeah, I do want to get back into this short, but it's also worth noting that there might be something even weaker than it. The MNR is down 5% to Bitcoin's almost like a third of that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pay for locates on this. I still have, someone asked, are you ready to short Beyond Meat? I don't know, I've been ready to trade Beyond Meat all day long. You just tell me when Beyond Meat's going to actually do something after this split. Beyond Meat, you have to zoom in. It hasn't broken out above the high. It hasn't really taken out the low. And it's not doing a lot of volume. So sure, I thought there was going to be a trade off of this reverse split on Beyond Meat, but that it doesn't seem to care. It doesn't mean it can't get going a little bit later on. Anything can happen here, but this ends up being a nothing burger on Beyond Meat today, unfortunately. Just because it has a big short float and then you get the reverse split, it's not required to start moving. Like, you can't make the stock do something it doesn't want to do. And then even look at
Valid.
like DRAM. I was looking for a DRAM VWAP reclaim. That's just sitting there not doing it. So this doesn't look like any kind of a re-entry to the long on DRAM either. And we had that super chat up, and that's from Pure Ecstasy saying USO looks strong. You're right about that. It's been grinding higher, but even this is not that big of a range.
Grinding.
They just put it into perspective to what happened yesterday on the upside on USO, and this is a chop. Like, this is a lot of chop. If it gets up to the highs, maybe there's a version up there on USO. So I guess we'll have to wait for the next thing to set up a little better. I hope Beyond Meat does something. I hope DRAM can get above that volume weighted average price again, because that's at least looking pretty solid.
Beyond Meat trying to go. Yeah, look, you're a minute away. I know we don't have too many. We have a couple winners, as Neil just said there.
Basically, DRAM is
yeah, I'm going to go 2 for 3. Two wins, 3 losses today, 2 for 5. It's all good. And hopefully these guys on the midday show will be positive traders for you here today. And hopefully we'll be positive when we get back at 2 p.m. But we only have 30 seconds left. So, look, I'm going to still, DRAM, DRAM's the only, Apple and DRAM are two actually trades that we actually take off of our sticky note. Palantir, we wrote down late on there 177. That's kind of just hovering around 176. We've been getting out of Palantir, and there's not much ado about nothing. Actually, I should say. A couple just top tick outs there as it just wants to break lower. Look at the market. The market just took out day's low again right now. So hopefully you guys are okay. Apple, nice move higher. We'll just continue to hold on to that one. But Palantir continues to go lower. SpaceX, Palantir. Actually, I only have three losers today. I'm 2 and 2, but red. So Palantir down, red on that name, red on SpaceX, right? Up on DRAM, and obviously up on Apple. So it's not as bad as maybe we thought after all, but it just feels like the market just, all day does not have too much help for those longs. So give it a little bit of love there. I do think SpaceX does have a chance, but it's got to break 136.50 at least before you get involved in that one. So up jumps the boogie there on SpaceX. We'll see if it gets going there as well. But yeah, thanks for watching. Like we said, it'll be a red day here. I hope you guys have had a green one, and it's about to get a lot more green here on the midday show where we talk about some of the runners. MF just halted, Sharif. That Ban L is moving around, but that's not as much volume. We had a super chat on Ban L earlier. And I think one that's been moving is AEHL, so that could be another look for you guys. But thank you to everybody for watching today. All right, decent show. We'll talk to you guys soon. Thanks to Dara, Sharif, Joe, everybody for their morning. And of course, now the afternoon show gets Sia. So she's ready to go now in the back. So hi, Sia. And we will see ya at 2 p.m. over to the midday show. How about now? Thanks, Andre.
Oh, it is going. Onfo is on fire. Boom. Greetings, salutations. Beautiful people. There we go. Welcome to the midday show. He's got thicker pinstripes on. He's also got the undershirt on, which I kind of do like. Adara did the same thing too. So I might actually go with that look when I get back next week.
Oh.
Hello, everybody. Benton. Come on, you gunners. My man Benton is printing up a storm on a buyout. That he, what?
No, nothing.
That he was astute enough to hold on. There we go. Shout out to Oxlong. YouTube is taking their sweet time today. Let's go, Tube. Because we have a breakout here, YouTube, that we have to talk about. ONFO is absolutely on fire. Here comes 540. There goes 540. I'm speaking to myself because nobody's in the chat. Assassino, are they still taking time? Yeah. All right. Oh, I did it yesterday, I swear. Oh. How about now? Yes. We're having problems. Okay.
Can you do VinFast ad read,
One
please?
sec, I couldn't hear him.
You didn't say that to me. I just made it.
I couldn't hear him
because I know
it's
coming.
All right. Well, here we go. We got Juan Padilla in the house. But guys, okay, take over because this thing's breaking out here,
All
Joe.
right,
So I gotta.
We gotta
take
do
this here.
VinFast. We'll say what up to everybody
right,
in
man.
TikTok here. We'll pull this one up. Assassino, I don't hear you, brother. We're tapped in as well too.
We're doing VinFast
Okay,
now.
are we doing it? Yeah, let's do it live.
All right.
Here we go, guys. VinFast reported strong Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EVs globally, up 96% year over year. First half deliveries reached nearly 129,000 vehicles, up 78%, reinforcing the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. By mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets, putting the company firmly on track across both its growth engines. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Sharif, you got that going on. Shout out to VinFast. Well, I'm done before the actual thing
crazy,
with it. Yeah,
right?
I know, that was madness. Maybe we got to slow it down a little bit. All right, guys, here it is.
Slow
Right?
down. I just want to get to know ya, but don't turn around. Who remembers that?
Yeah,
Come on now, that's Bobby V,
yeah,
my
Bobby
boy.
Valentino, man.
Yes,
Put
sir.
that on my iHeart R&B. Did you ever used to go to those parties? iHeart R&B.
No, but I did love R&B.
Yeah,
I
iHeart
mean,
R&B. Those were
crazy.
sick.
Not to
All
love
right, guys. What an absolute listen, a good trade right off the lows here on NVDL. Boom, 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 boom. Off to the races. All fun and games. Right? Yeah. You know what? But this is where bad practice just comes to bite you, because you put on a good trade like this, and then you have faith in a name that you haven't been trading for quite some time, and then quite frankly, you actually talk about some of the open interest and how this most likely will reject at a complete zone. Now it's been selling for over a complete hour and zero form of pullback here. That's what I was telling Ozan. Stay completely away from it. We play the break into the gap fill. We take half off right into the option supply zone of 150. And then sure enough, what happens? I'm like, all right, let's see if we get any form of continuation. Yeah, okay, nope. We're going to continue to sell. And my plan was to add more into this position until the break of this structure. I add more, doubling it up, and then it's just like there's not a single buyer in sight on this thing. So if you've been paying attention to the tape and how we've just been in this consistent sell program, it's just like, get out of Dodge. I'm still holding on to the majority of this position, but it doesn't look like it's going to want to work out at this point. So over an hour of no pullback, it's absolutely frustrating and annoying. That's why you want to stick to your game plan and get out when the price action or when options or something that you've done analysis on tells you to get out, right? Because what I just did here eliminates all of this work right here, and that's a no-go. That is something that you don't want to do, and do not copy that whatsoever. Get out, listen to the options chain, and listen to what price is telling you. Get off that hopium.
Yeah, get out right now. It's the end of you and me.
That's
all right,
crazy.
man. We're definitely not the end of you and me over here. I'm talking, of course, about ONFO, in and out, just ripped into a new high a day, 565. It's still holding structure despite the fact that it does look extended. So I just got in at the highs, which is fine. Because I do like this into about $5. That doesn't mean I'm going to DCA into no end. If we get stopped out, we'll get stopped out. We'll look for another re-entry possibly towards that $5 area. I'm also seeing a lot of support at 450 because that was the flat top break. So if you guys were astute enough to pick up that flat top break, good on you. This one just looks awfully strong. It is about 5.4 million share float. So it's not the smallest I've ever seen, but definitely, around there in the low float territory. So let's see what we get here. A cost basis of 56, showing 50s into 53. Let's go ahead here. We're going to post in the 60s, into 65, 64 seller, 65. No continuation quite yet. Boom, into 69, 70, 75, 80. Boom, into the high. My money, man. Let's go. We're going to hang out in the 90s now. We're going to go ahead into 93. Shut it to the top. Last time the Blue Jays won the World Series. Neil made a very, very bold declaration today, this morning to me in the pre when we were getting ready. He's like, I'm calling it. Vladdy is hitting a home run this week at home. Get it, Neil, my man? There we go. Nicotina Man's laughing because he's seen this before. Into the high again we go. Boom, guys, here we go. 592. That's the high of the day. We're looking for a little bit more now. I think anything below the $0.50 will end the trade for me. I'm looking for a 6 break and take here over here. Let's go ahead and set up north of 6. I'm canceling the order south of 6. I'm moving up my stop to 33. I lied about this one being through the $0.50. 91s, 92s. Looking for a big move above 6. Now, I do anticipate a wick above 6 and a move right back below $6 if that happens. The reason I say that is because so many people take profit at the whole dollar area, right? A lot of people get short there too. So usually you have a lot of selling, accumulated selling from longs and shorts at that whole dollar area. 85 seller now, looking for a bigger move. I'm still waiting for 6. I don't want to take it out south of 6. 92 again, 94. That's a high a day. 95, looking for a breach of 6, Joey. We're not getting it. 98, boom, into 6. There we go, 607 high. We're looking for a little bit more. I love this one, bro. And then we're looking for 625 next, Joey.
Yes,
so there we go. We're looking for that decided move above $6. There it is again, 608 high a day. We got 45s on this one. We stop out south to 33. I'll submit to you guys, this is the best one in the market right now, up 160%, but you need to be careful with your entry near and around the whole dollar.
All right, yeah, man. I don't want to be a negative Nancy or anything along those lines, but no, this is why I don't trade this bloody stock right now, man.
Tesla?
It just hits a nerve where I could just, man, you could just go absolutely insane. It's going to continue to sell. I'm going to get out of it. I might even just delete it off my watch list. I'm
you're going to delete Tesla?
Yeah, man. It's the most.
I don't think that's allowed.
I stopped trading it for a couple of weeks. I stopped trading it for a couple of weeks. Jose and I are talking last night. We're like, yeah, all right, nice gap fill. Tell me how there is no form of pullback right now. Anyways, rant over what grinds my gears today. We'll do that segment a little bit earlier.
Bro.
Is this name, man? Yeah, we only got a couple more pennies before we get stopped out. As soon as I get out, it's probably going to turn around. But anyways, other than that, Ozan, I told you stay away from it because look at this. It's just complete channel down on this bad boy. Other than that, we'll have to find something else. Held on it. Too long.
Trend breakout.
Yeah, too often. Go ahead.
Just trend breakout.
Trend breakout. Yeah. Listen, you don't even understand. I'm done with it. We're not running back to it anymore. But yeah, all day, man. It's crazy. All right. Anyways, aside from that, once it breaks, continuing the market is pretty bloody, and I mean it has been for the week, right? A lot of sideways price action. Nothing crazy from a directional standpoint. We bought a little bit more NVDA this morning. Yeah. Okay, Manny. Thanks. Go with the flow. Of course. What do you think?
Oh, man.
Yeah, of course, man. That's all we did. Everything's calculated in the shares. Listen, we're gonna get out of this. We're gonna get out of this thing now. It's just gonna bleed, and I'm not gonna wait for it to pull back. Cracks 80. So hold on. Let's look. If it cracks 339, then we'll just get out of Dodge. I'm gonna pull up the options chain here momentarily as soon as we get back from Sharif.
Guys, I gotta tell everybody about the membership here, guys. Okay, Assassino. 1 second, because I can't find it. Oh, boy. Here we go. All right, guys. Quick reminder. Trader TV Live members get Sharif's daily morning research note every single trading day that I'm in the house, baby. We're talking about the big market stories. How about the key levels, technical levels, of course, the trade plans, the catalysts, and what we're actually looking for and watching into the open. It is only $4.99 a month, not a week, a month. And you also get members-only videos, you get posts, you get custom emojis, and loyalty badges. If you're interested in that sort of thing, please hit the join button below said video to sign up today. And thank you very much for everybody who's joined. And thank you, Casey526, for always gifting so many memberships to everybody, as well as everybody else who gifts memberships. I don't mean to leave you guys out. Thank you guys again for everybody else. All right, here's what I'm watching. I'm watching ONFO. I was told by somebody in the chat to check CYCU. I just saw Bovin talk about LFS, so I have to look at that as well. CYCU, yeah, I'm not touching this, brother, and I hate to sound like, a Debbie Downer, but
I was
this
negative Nancy earlier.
negative Nancy. Shout out to Nancy Reagan. I don't know why I said that, but whatever. LFS. Look, this is one of the ones that you got to get out when they break trend, man. This isn't Tesla. This is not SpaceX. This isn't some company, that's really got fundamentals. This is a technical breakout trade. We're riding momentum here. And when the momentum breaks, at least in the direction that you're taking it, which I'm assuming is to the upside, you got to get the hell out, right? And if that means losing some money, it's better to lose a little than to lose a lot. And when you have price action like this that clearly rejects the dollar, we call this around these parts, and these parts is Toronto. We call it the Christmas tree retracement. Shout out to Randy, who's no longer with us in the studio. He's alive though. No, but seriously, why I say that is because it's kind of V-shaped, right, like a Christmas tree. It's got the colors of Christmas, of course, green and red, and it's as aggressive in the price action. So I hate to sound like that, but sorry, this is not LFS. This is CYCU. So I do mistake there. Let's look at LFS because I saw Bovin calling that out. Oh, I have got LFS on the side over here. Yeah, so I was going to say it's a Bovin special, but I actually had it up. So let's do a little TA here. And Van Garini, thank you very much, Van Garini, for joining Trader TV Live Premium members. I feel it's incumbent upon me to tell you where to get the morning note because it is not easy to find. So you're going to go to the YouTube homepage for Trader TV Live. You're going to see a series of tabs right at the top. You want to click posts right there. Mosey on down. You'll see a members only little badge right there in green. That's for you. So then right below that is going to be the link to the morning note. If you're not signed up, you're not going to see this post. You click that bad boy. It takes you up to Reddit, getting included into the S&P 500, not planned. It is being substituted for a different company that got bought out. So thank you very much for joining up there. And I hope you enjoy the morning note. Here's what we got on the side chart. So ONFO, we already talked about that, but that's about to lose trend. So watch out. I like that 450, 475 area above in. So I might be buying this one here if it loses 5. We also have MDXH, kind of sideways. Nice breakout there in the aftermarket. Continued this morning, both in the pre and in regular trading hours. I'm talking about MDXH.
Holy cow.
You want to cover something, brother?
No, it's done. I'm all out of this name. Like,
You're all out.
Yeah, no rebound in over an hour and a half. That's all I have to say.
It's crazy. Who's selling that?
Yeah, it's on the option. I mean, I have no idea. If I knew, I'd have a conversation with them and be like, hey, man, come on, you got to at least buy it up a little bit. Yeah.
Right, Joey?
No, in all seriousness, it would be an adult conversation. This is what I was talking about this morning.
Go ahead, Joey. Yeah.
Just this open interest, right? Like the stock runs right into the supply zone, and then it's just the hedge funds took over, and there was no participants large enough to step in and even find a rebound in the stock. So yeah, just straight to the downside. Absolutely horrible. And that's what I'm saying. Like when you do something like that, it takes away from this. So yeah, it's AC Slater to Tesla. We're gonna take it off our list.
All right, continue on here. So MDXH, I'm not a big fan, but it's at and around VWAP. It's got higher lows but lower highs. Clearly rejects the dollar, at least for now. It's hanging out near VWAP. It's got a bull flag pattern, so I can't take it off the side chart because it's still tradable. ONFO is holding prior bar low, okay? So trend hasn't broken down entirely, despite the fact that the prior bar did breach the prior bar low, but it's still holding general trend. VWAV, because it's missing an E there, VWAV. We're gonna go with that. Look, not a great amount of volume on this one. Volume is sporadic as well, but hey, man, the trend is intact. Above the 10 EMA, above VWAP, holding higher lows, holding higher highs. This one you can't complain about, even though it is $1.66. It's holding trend. Trade it carefully like every other stock. Bovin just gave me levels right now on what's going on over there, Katina Man. The Katina Man is now long SpaceX at 136.50. We're going to hit the bang there for the Katina Man. We hope he prints multiple storms on his side of the desk. So LFS, Bovin says 315 is the new level to get in on LFS. You're in, Bovin, aren't you? And you're printing 7 pennies in the money, 330 high. I do like it down to 3, Bov. And the reason I say that, brother, look at that flat top break once, twice. Obi, he is the one thrice. He's going to be with you guys next week, by the way, when I'm on vacay. And then ramping into that 11 o'clock
level through 330 high. LFS needs to be on your watch list if you are trading small caps today. It's holding structure. Newsmax, who remembers these guys? Remember they IPO'd or DL'd or SPAC'd? I don't really care. One of the two. It's bull flagging at the moment. I do happen to like them. They're a little bit of a different take between, you know, Fox News and CNN, somewhere in between. We don't get them in Canada, though, so I have to not get them off my IPTV. I don't get them on my IPTV. I want to make that very clear. Get it, Assassino. I know you got IPTV, bro. I know you want those Brazilian channels. It's my man.
Crazy.
Of course he is. I know him, bro. TE. Not a small cap gapper, double top into 539, breaking down now. Let's see if it holds VWAP. It certainly did on the last couple of attempts there. Double bottom there, 1015, 1020. Held structure and made a new high. Look out for that. We're also looking at Coppin. Bull flagging, but, you know, I hate these ones. I got to tell you, because the big move is all in one move, right? Right 930 comes off that 484 into 541, then just moves sideways for the rest of the day. And then last but not least, this one's a little bit of a better looker, LPTH. I want to mention that I like the stair-step structure hold of this one. And by that, I mean, like it clearly had a sell level at 1510. It finally takes out 1510, and now it's got support at 1530. You can kind of see that. So I do like these ones that stair-step up because it gives you clear areas of support and resistance off which to work. And if those areas fail, you get out. Right? And so that's how you limit the damage here. So that's what I'm looking at, Joey. Uh-oh. It's not him, but it's her. Boom. KC 526.
She is her.
Yeah, she is her, right? I like that. Get it, Joey. Let's look at VBIO for the OG case. Let's bring this one in. We're going to flip from the 5-second chart here, Joey. We're going to put it on the 5-minute, and we're going to go VBIO. Can you guys see that my left eye is swollen? I'm very self-conscious about it today.
Bro, you bring it up then.
Eye swelling. I'm going to the doctors after this, and it hurts, so I have to take Advil. So
maybe some Reactin or something.
This thing is Rip City. Rip City. Where'd you find this one, girl? It ripped up from 18.5 to 28 right now. Boom, VBIO. And the volume just picked up plenty. The volume started coming in fast and furious at 11 a.m. and it's only been increasing. Use technical levels on this one. Keep your eye on the 5-second chart. Look for areas of support and resistance. Thank you for this one, Case. Going to put it on the side chart.
All right, man. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Pug Life. Listen, that's what I've been saying. That's what I was preaching not too long ago. It's just you have to listen to what it's telling you. It doesn't matter what you think, to be honest with you. It's just like, get out. So, you know what I mean? Anyways, aside from that stock, let's go find something else here to trade. If we want to put anything else on, that is, we'll be really precise right now. Yeah, I'm not going to let it ruin my weekend, that's for sure.
No, you're going to cut it.
Yeah, exactly.
This is
something that's ish that you have no control. All you can do is control is just get out. That's the only thing that really irks me is just I should have just got out of the stock when it told me to. Apple, Gaurav, you're long from the 5-minute or something along those lines. I'm not seeing anything right now. Oh, nice. Okay, I see what you got going on there, my boy. Nice little look. See, that puts a smile on my face. I'm glad that you grabbed that there at least. And this is what I was on here. So this is like, again, this is such a beauty, and it's just like get that one and done. From the lows, my bro, we posted up right there, catch it, boom, off to the races, top ticket, but then we get involved in some other things. AMD is pretty strong today, up 4%, right? Like this is rocking and rolling here today. What does it look like from a bigger picture? This is what I'm talking about with Spile. Are you in the chat? Because I know you were getting involved with some puts on AMD, but it's just like this flag that it's forming right now just doesn't want to break down. And with that being said, it may not, right? Like it's kind of what we have going on with Tesla is just that every pop gets faded. So you can see that within the tape and the price action. And right now, there's just obviously a lot of people getting chopped up or they're accumulating something to maybe potentially take a leg higher or wait for that to break. You'll see when it happens. But right now, I just don't believe we're prepared or we're ready in order for AMD to take that next step, whether it be to the north or the south side, all right? So there's AMD on that bad boy. ARM down a little bit. My guy, Applied Materials, getting hit pretty heavy today. Let's pull this up and see what we got going on. AMAT down 5% off the earnings report. Strong strong movement right out of the gate, but you can see in the post market yesterday, not too good of a look. Boom, flush to the downside on Applied Materials. Burry's got the short on that one, so at least that's working for him right now. He also has the Caterpillar short, but we're still down 32% off of the highs. Now let's head over to actual SanDisk, because don't forget, we were down 60% at one point, and now we're starting to find a big time recovery. We talked about waiting for potential pullbacks after this strong day. We gap up, starting to come back in right now, but 1500 might be that level where I don't know if you're looking to get involved, but that might be it. 58% to the south side, but now we've almost cut that in half. You're down 30% right now off of the all-time highs, and it looks like that whole space in general wants to recover as the market puts in an additional leg lower. I do like what Michael Noss was talking about this morning in regards to the NASDAQ hitting all-time highs. We're not there just yet. We're only about 2.25% from that point, 2.7% to be exact. But what I do see in the SPY, I'm not in love with. But it doesn't matter what I believe or what I'm in love with or dislike. The market consolidates and takes additional legs lower. Brian Shannon and I were actually talking about, he's like, man, we might only see a pullback to about $760. And I'm like, dude, that's 2.25%. He's like, yeah, we just continuously bounce off of big zones and then take legs higher. That's just what's going on in this bull market right now. It's been a 4-year bull market tree.
Yeah, and like sometimes it feels like it just doesn't want to slow down, man. Like we do get these corrections, and then that gets everybody a little bit, anxious, and I completely get that.
But dude,
right?
he's correct. Like, what is, like, it's a pullback, man. The last pullback was 6%. I'm personally looking for something in the double digits, like give me 10, 12 or something along those lines. Market's like, yeah, no, see you later. 4.5%, 6%, and then that's all you're getting, right? So it's
I got to cover this.
Pretty crazy.
MDXH limit up. It just limited up in one straight line. It didn't really give you that higher low, higher high kind of pattern. Limit up 105, tap showing 104. We're going to be able to see this one during the halt because it is a NASDAQ stock. It's up a very, very highly respectable. I love when President Trump posts on Truth Social, highly respected. I don't know who, but like it always starts that way. Like highly respected this person, highly respected that person. It's like everybody's highly respected that you like President Trump, but it always makes me chuckle there. No, but MDXH wrapping up into the high there, 105. Funny part about this is this 105 high is, I believe, the high of the day. We got to that level at 9:50 a.m. So the fact that we're halted up, we're halted up at 104. We're not halted up at 105. So that's a look. What's going on over there, Katina Man?
Wow.
Long Apple?
Wow.
Katina Man is long Apple now as Apple goes positive on the day, but barely. Microsoft and Apple are fighting for the number one gapper right now, or not gapper. Mag 7 name. Anyway, I got stopped out of my new trade here on Onfo. It did lose 4.5. I was looking for 4.5 to hold now. If it reclaims 4.5 and gets above prior bar high at the 1120 bar, the high of which is 472, I'm going to get back in because this one's awfully volatile for me to say, it's only, it breached the $0.50. It had to have held the $0.50 on a strict basis. I don't think that that's reasonable, given that it's done about 61 million shares on the day. So I'm going to keep my eye out for this one. I'm not liking the look of MDXH's jib here. The tap has moved up by 1 penny. It was at 104. Now it's showing the high of the day of 105. But let's see how this ends up opening up. But as Bovin mentioned, LFS still looks pretty good here. My only beef with it is it's got some topping till candles through that 3.25 into 330, the high. But who can complain about this 310 hold? So I'm going to work in here, Bovin, into LFS. We're going to work in nice and easy. Easy does it, as my old man says. He loves to say that.
What does he say?
Easy does it.
Easy does it?
It's like, Dad, I'm going as slow as I can go, my man. You know what I mean? You gotta stop.
You gotta slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
Man.
Bro, I'm going to start singing again, man.
Easy does it?
No, slow down.
Oh, yeah.
Bobby Valentino.
I just want to, all right, TQ Short says Scotty paying bigly. Boom, we'll hit the
What
I'm gonna
happened,
hit the
Joe?
stone cold for you for our guy Scott H in the chat. Gorb and Katina Man themselves both have the Apple
Crazy.
trade. Really good look there, ladies and gentlemen. Nice play right back in towards the volume weighted average price. That's what you're looking for. AMD right back into the volume weighted average price as well too. Are we going to continue on the path that we were earlier this morning, or do we break and then maybe give back a little bit more of this move? The S&P 500, it's a sell Friday, it seems to be the narrative. Let's actually remove some of this noise here, ladies and gentlemen, and get to a higher time frame and see what we got cooking up on a couple of these names. We already have the 1 minute. I mean, man, oh man, do we look at the NASDAQ for a potential bounce? Okay. Maybe, Sharif. Now I got to head back into the detail of things and see what we got. Volume really starting to uptick. Pardon me?
He's going to head back.
Yeah, we're going to get back into there.
I like that,
Let's see. For sure. Let's see if we can get a nice little bounce here in the overall market. If it does, want to either way is fine. Also a quote from that movie, but let's rock.
Either way. You know that song? I'm good either way. Either way.
No,
bro, I'm gonna be singing today, bro. You guys are gonna have to get me off the screen.
Yeah, I know, man. Jeez. We shut it down. All right, let's go NASDAQ here. Let's see if we get a nice little pop ski like we just did there. Sharif in the T triple Qs. Oh. Let's see. We got 7610s. We posted up on that bad boy. Let's see if we can get a little bit more out of this sucker.
Hiya. Taking one of your lines there, Katina, man. I know you like to say that one. Going hiya. Katina, man, anytime I talk to him about it, he's got to make sure to let me know what he's trading right at that moment, right?
Yeah,
Katina Man's in DRAM now, guys. There it is. Are you going to post that one, Katina Man? Okay, that's the actual trade right there.
Trade,
holy, way to defend a level, eh? You were pretty convicted. What was that, 57? I'm being handed the sticky note right now, and I see here the bottom entry, DRAM. 57 long right on the dot. Here today as we get a bump with SanDisk and $500 billion funding initiative with NVIDIA. Thank you very much for that.
You didn't read the sticky note this morning, bro?
I didn't read the sticky note. I know I'm going to get in trouble for not reading the sticky note, but yeah. I've been telling Katina, man, there has to be a premium sticky note. There's the people's sticky note because he is the people's trader, right?
What?
So he's got, well, you don't know that? He's been the people's trader since I started watching the show 6 years ago.
I thought you were going to say people's champ. Yeah, he's the people's champ.
He's been calling himself the people's trader for a hot minute, my guy. Right? So I've been trying to tell them.
By the people, for the people.
We need a freemium model around here. You know about the freemium model?
Yeah, I know about that one.
You give one free and one premium.
Oh.
Right? There you go. All right, we're having a great time.
All right, we got some stuff cooking up here. That's what we're talking about, Gorb. We take a nice little pop on this bad boy off the lows here in the overall market. We take half off. We're not playing any games around these neck of the woods. Gorb, my guy, Gorb in the chat. He's in Apple. Balfast is ripping. TQs is ripping as well, too. We take some off at 76.30s on this bad boy. Let's see if we can get continuation. Our next target's going to be 40s. We were selling pretty aggressively, but if we get a big-time rebound in NVDA, then I think we'll have the opportunity to hit that target that we're looking for. Please don't pull back. Please be good. Please be good to me. Not too deep of a pullback here in the market, but if you ask for it, the chances are it's going to probably do the opposite as we come right back in. Oh, man, that's crazy. Today, bro. That's crazy. Nah, I'm chilling, man. It's good stuff. Yeah, yields rising. Boom.
Bro, I was going to say something here.
What were you going to say?
We have to watch the GWOT.
What's the GWOT?
The GWOT, man. The greatest woman of all time.
Oh,
the GWOT. Clarissa freaking Shields, man. She's fighting on the weekend. I want to see her, bro. I'm a fan of Clarissa.
Isn't she
Shields,
dating? She's married to Papoose or something like that.
Who?
Papoose.
Who's Papoose?
The rapper.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know who Papoose is. I don't know who Papoose is, Adara. I mean, I thought that was like a cartoon character or something. Assassino doesn't know either.
I could be wrong. Like, you guys know me when it comes to certain things. I can be.
I can't.
Yeah, we can always do a quick Google search here.
Oh man, bro. Well, Adara, just hit the button so that people hear me.
So Remy Ma, iconic GOAT female rapper, is in fact married to Papoose, as I thought. I was like, when did Papoose and Remy divorce?
Yeah.
What is happening?
Hold on, I told you, man. I mixed the names up.
Looks like Papoose is moving on with his life, you know, good for him. MDXH is open and ripping. 113 high. It is holding the dollar. Keep your eye on this one. LFS is coming back down. Here it comes right into my entry. It has to hold this area. I don't like it. We're out. We won't give back anything, actually. They're positive on this trade. Watching now, MDXH at the dollar. I'm getting in here at the dollar. I'm giving it to 94. So let's see if the buyer here steps in pretty aggressively at the whole dollar to keep us afloat. I got 102s. I'm looking for 7s next. Let's see how this cookie ends up crumbling here on MDXH. I do like the fact that there is some buying here. Pretty aggressive at the dollar. 5, looking for 7, 6, looking for a move up. It's got a cross 7, not just good enough to get to 7 on the ask. There's a seller here at 6, dampening everybody's party. 7 showing up. 8, boom. Looking for 12s now. 9s just showed up. MDXH on the move, 133%, holding the dollar. Did halt up pretty aggressively. We have got a good pattern here. It's a bull flag. So if we do break up above this bull flag, we can project a similar move. Into 13 it goes. We got 2s. We're looking for more here. Let's go ahead. Where's Mike PD Ryder, man? I like when he talks to the stocks. Go ahead, MDXH. Go ahead.
He's camping, bro.
He's camping.
Leave him alone.
That's crazy, bro. All right. So we're going to take a little bit of a breather over here. And when it's 11:30 around these parts, always talking the euro close.
Yeah, we do have the European markets been closed now for a whole 3 minutes. So here to give us a post-mortem of the European markets today, looks like it was pretty red, is Juan.
Thank you, Adara. So European markets trading lower to end the week. Their first weekly loss in 5 weeks. See the Stocks Euro 600 down by 0.19%. Still consolidating near their highs, but software beats balancing that of mining drags today. So in Germany, the DAX up, the only one in the green, up by 0.52%. Led the continent, of course, propelled by software as well as industrial bids. We see SAP rising more than 4.8%. The top performer of the day in Germany. Rumors of a multi-billion-dollar software deal in the pipeline. We also saw Rheinmetall gaining more than 4% for the day. Among the laggards, we had Hochtief down 2%, Deutsche down by 1.5%, as well as Infineon down by 0.8%. Over in France, the CAC 40 was down marginally lower. Their annual inflation rate rose to 2.1% in July from 1.8% in June, confirming expectations that there's sustained price pressures. So L'Oreal fell by about 1%. Schneider Electric also lost by 0.6%, while ST Microelectronics declined more than 1%. Those were among the main laggards in France. Among the rises, we had defense and aerospace. They outperformed the country, with Airbus rising more than 1.2% and Dassault Systems climbing nearly 4%. In the United Kingdom, also lower at 0.13%. Of course, lower industrial metal prices pressuring that of miners in the region, with Antofagasta and Glencore down by more than 4% each. Pharmaceutical stocks such as AstraZeneca and GSK were also losing with more than 2% each. But energy still remains resilient in the country, with Shell and BP trading slightly higher, around 1.5%. Of course, while oil prices remain supported in the region. Now, what to look out for over the weekend into the Monday open next week for Europe? Of course, commodities and energies. Brent crude currently around $90 per barrel. Any escalation in the Strait of Hormuz will definitely compress margins for European airlines, chemicals, as well as transport networks. And also, tariffs are back in focus, with transatlantic trade policies in view right now. Check for any updates over the weekend with regards to that, especially the USMCA as well as EU tariffs that could affect automakers over the weekend, especially big names such as Stellantis. That's all for the European recap. We'll head over back with Erdera.
Yeah, we'll see you again here with Juan at 3:30 p.m. to talk about the Asian market segment. But for now, let's go over to the midday, see what they're trading.
so many stories over the years.
Yeah, yeah,
It's a little bias on my part.
Which is fine, but it's just like, man, like
Yeah, I get it. There's
you know
bigger
what
fish to
you know
fry
what I
over
mean? It's
on this
just
side
like,
of the
yeah,
world.
exactly,
I
man.
feel
It's
you.
just like,
Case, are you still in VBIO? Because it looks pretty good here, Case. I mean, I was not a big fan of that 1120 bar that got to the high and then failed into an area low, but it's reclaimed trend. So I got back in at 25, which was the breach of the 1130 bar high. And so we've wet the beak here. Oh, I haven't hit this one in a while. Into 28 pennies. We're looking for 29 next. Let's see if we can take out the high of the day. The high of the day is 28.79. This current bar does have a lower high than the high of the day, so I'm involved in this one. I also got stopped out, sadly, of LFS. I gave it a pretty tight stop. It had to hold this area support. It lost it, so I got the hell out of there. And I'm not liking the look of MDXH, which is now halted down into 89. Oh no, this has to hold here. Even though this looks pretty ugly into that 113 area, it's still right around the volume weighted average price. So I'm inclined to keep MDXH on the side chart. I'm not going to take it off quite yet because it's still holding trend.
who's that?
The People's Trader, bro. I told you,
Oh, it's
like
Katina
that.
Man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
This was his moniker before.
Is that who he was?
You haven't called yourself that in a long time, and I don't know why, because that was your thing. Because when I started watching the show, that was like
Is that
bro? That was what everybody calling it that. Yeah, like, everybody.
No, I know, but that picture, is that new, or is that what you
No,
guys?
that was
him.
literally
That was
it
him.
back in the day, man.
That was him, eh?
Shout out to my man,
Wow,
Katina Man. Is that
shredded, man.
is that the Rock though? Is that the actual Rock on there or no? Because
What do you mean? That's Katina.
well, yes, I realized
It's
that.
Katina,
I'm
man.
talking about the
Bro, what are
body.
you talking about, man? The whole figure.
Oh, man.
It's Katina, man.
But yeah, I do like that, man. That's my guy right there. That's the people's champ, man. He's the people's trader.
I'm
So.
not sure about the face Katina Man said.
I
don't know who says that.
Ram. Ram's in the chat, huh?
Yeah.
Ozan.
What's up, Ram?
Ram's in the chat, huh? So you might want.
What's up, man?
All right, Joey, we're having a good time, man.
Ramin's
We're
a
still in VBIO.
Ramin's a superstar, man. Don't get it twisted. You see how she walks in with the glasses?
Bro, she's so
Everything-
different
yeah,
all
man,
the
that's
time.
my girl, man.
Ghetto superstar.
I wouldn't.
That is what you
Yeah, I wouldn't
are.
go that far.
Coming from afar.
All right, the
Reaching for the
Nasdaq doesn't want to bounce here, ladies and gentlemen. So it may not be one of those days that we bottom pick here. We got that nice little scalp. I'm like, yeah, you know what?
What happened?
We get out here, and if it cracks through the lows, then we just get out of Dodge once again because it's clearly a sell program. And as I look across the board, I mean, a lot of the names are starting to come back in. You do have AMD south of the volume weighted average price. Google down another 1/3% here this morning. Apple's one of the stronger names. So, I mean, are we starting to see that rotation into that rotation out of some of these tech names back into Apple? And there goes the overall market, right? So there it goes. Whatever we had on that trade there, I'm just gonna stick to stop because we got to learn from our previous lessons. So a scalp there, and then we had a little bit less on this trade, but again, when you get all out and then you only take half off up here, it just continues to bleed. So nice pick up there on Apple Core. I'm happy for you guys. Alphabet is selling. How are the memory names performing today? SanDisk is the only one. It's up 5% at this point, which can be dangerous in my opinion because it has the most to give back. But what we do here at Western Digital's up 0.6. We have Seagate that's up 3%, but DRAM actually turning negative. Okay, that's interesting. DRAM turning negative, and there might be a play here. Uh-oh. Gaurav, there it is, some volume increase. Let's see if this holds up. Maybe we get involved in some DRAM and see what we got going over there. After we get back from Sharif, what we will do is take a look at the Kospi.
Oh, we're going to me? Oh, sick. All right, I'm still in VBIO.
Are you not ready?
Yeah,
You want to go over the Kospi?
Hold on, what happened? What'd you say, Assassino? Oh, I was like, I'm like, there's
Come
something
on,
going on
man.
over
It's
there,
been
bro.
fast, bro.
VinFast. Guys, they continue to grow sales. No.
Oh.
All right. I got back into VFS over here. LFS, pardon me, not
Oh.
It is every bit of Friday right now.
Man.
Yo, Ram's challenging
pull
me,
up,
eh?
bro.
She's
That's
challenging me
crazy.
because I told her I'll fight her.
She dropped
and
the
she's
lo-
like, I'm ready, pull up.
She dropped
right?
the location.
Yeah, I know, right? Like 3 meters in front of me.
Crazy.
Get it, Ram. No, we're playing, man. All right, so I got back into LFS. Bovin astutely pointing out that this was a flash drop below 3. Structure still holding generally, despite that flash wick into 310. So I'm looking for that to hold. If it doesn't hold 3, I'm out. It's not really that simple. I'm still holding VBIO. It's got higher lows and higher highs for me to get out at this point, unless it fails prior bar low, which is basically where VWAP is at. 24 pennies. Bovin talking about BYND. Neil brought that to my attention, so I kind of knew. And Katina, man, they broke. Oh, BYND is wrapping into that $14 area. It's a reverse split. Don't think that they actually had a big move up or anything like that. Nobody's buying this thing. We're just day trading it on the day. So BYND already on the side chart over here. We're going to get to that momentarily if it does break out. But I just want to manage these trades for a moment. And then see if we're able to execute some better entries and exits. So let's put BYND just right over here so that we're ready for it if it does come down into that 14 area. I'd like to pick it up there. By the way, MDXH unhalted, holding 90, making a beeline right back into 1, despite the fact that we've been above 1 on the day, into 113. I believe that is a high of the day. We have to look at 1 again as resistance because we did halt down into 90. So keep your eye on that. Bovin says, I want BYND at $40 so I can get out in long run. No way you're holding this from pre-split. Bovin, you can't be. Bovin, have you tasted their food? You know, that's all I got to say about that, right? Salty as hell and not really that healthy for you. So remember that whole, vegan craze obviously benefited them substantially, but, I guess that was like temporary when people found out that I guess it wasn't good.
Well, that's what fads tend to be temporary.
Fads, yeah. I think that's what the definition is.
There's always comes and goes. Food is, I don't know. It depends what you're eating.
Yeah,
Anyways,
well,
all right.
I agree with her.
I love how you. Whoa, okay. I thought you were gonna read something else, but anyways, I'm not gonna read the rest of it because I have no idea what you're on about. It's Good Vibes Friday. Yeah, what you on about?
What you on about?
What you on about?
There's this trainer at the gym that I go to down the road. He's from Manchester.
And he's always
I always talk to him, but we didn't even know each other's names. Like the gym bros.
Yeah, you have no idea what their actual name is.
No,
you just
and
say
then
what up.
today I had to introduce myself. So he's like, he has an English accent. So I'm like, where are you from? Obviously, I want to know. So he's like, I'm from Manchester. First thing I asked him, what did I ask him?
What you on about?
No, soccer. Right? I'm like, are you City or you United? Right? He's from England, brother. So I'm like, City or United?
I thought that's what you were getting at. Yeah, but all right.
He ended up being a City fan, by the way. So I do apologize for that. But City, Sia likes United, right? So a little bit of competition between the two.
My baby takes the morning.
Really, if there shouldn't be. Honestly, I think there shouldn't be.
There shouldn't be what?
But there's no need for the clashing.
Rivalry?
Between City and United.
Yeah, there has to be. They're the same city, so they're competing for the same fans.
I understand.
Right?
I understand, but I understand you want to prove which team is better for sure. But it's pointless.
That's all right. It's all good fun, right? All right, guys, we're having a good time over here. Boom, VBIO back into 28 territory. We're waiting for 29s. Still holding on this one, liking it, looking for more. 28 showing up, 28 and a fifth. Looking for a move into 29. It is 28.79 high a day. We're awfully close to that. Here's a new high a day that prints, and there is 29 options, man. We're looking for a little bit more now. We're going to look for 31s. So let's go ahead and post here at set 31 area. And Bovin, LFS, right back into the highest. Stu, call up by you, my man. Thank you for pointing that one out. And where's BYND? BYND into 14, dropping a little bit here, though. Joey, come back into 3 3/4.
All right. Ozan, I told you stayed away. Sit and spin also. Big love to you, sit and spin.
That is sit and spin.
But no, Ozan, I told you, man. I was just reading the tape in the price action, and there was no bounces whatsoever. The tape was very, very clear on the program that was going on there. Adam James abroad.
He's a City fan.
MCFC. Okay. City. The official song of Manchester United football team, at least in Eurotrip. Yeah, man, that's the whole point of that one there. What's bro's name again? Because I was asking Shriefer about him. I forgot his name, but now I forgot his name as well too. Just a grimy footballer, man. Yeah, grinding. But yeah, all right, we're going to post up one more time here. We have 1 win, 1 loss here on the NASDAQ. Things started to turn around. When I seen price turn around, we should have got in around 76 is flat. Now we just need to wait for a pullback to see if some, excuse me, some of the other names are going to do so. Now, CrowdStrike was hitting all-time highs, I feel like, for a week straight, had a couple of strong days, and a really good positive week here in the cybersecurity space. So there it is. We're still hovering around these highs in a space where it was like down 40%, and we're just completely writing it off. Shout out to Mythos. But there it is, boom, off to the races it goes. And I mean, you're up substantially. Now we're posted up once again here on the NASDAQ looking for an additional bounce. It could be a free fall Friday, ladies and gentlemen, and we just continuously bleed. But at some point, maybe around 2 o'clock, 2:30, we see a bounce back in towards the volume weighted average price. Time to go in TSL. No, I'm not trading that thing right now. I love you. You were right, I was wrong, but my call's for 9:21, so I have time. That's good, yeah. No, trust me, I was reading and I was hyper-focused on what was going on in the time and sales, and it just wasn't displaying. No one was stepping in, and with that being said, it was just extremely weak price action, and the glass half full or empty, I forget which variation it is. It was like, hey, man, look at the pullback on Tesla, and I looked, and it wasn't deep whatsoever. So with that being said, I was just like, I'm not even paying any attention to this name here.
Crazy. That's all right, bro. That's all right.
Appreciate that. No way.
Joey, we're still holding here some on VBIO. It did pop up into new high a day. It didn't break structure, but it doesn't have like the kind of legs I think that we could see if it was above $1. So, you know, I trade these sub $1 names. They're not my favorite, right? But boom, Bovin. I told y'all this one wanted the $0.50. Get it, Bovin. LFS ripping into a new high day, 350. We got 320s on this monster. Second trade in. We're looking for more. Where's my man? LFS needs to change your name to LFGO. Money. There's my man, Bub.
Holy cow.
I like that one, Bubin. That gets a money spin. Now we're looking for 57 here on LFS. Let's see if we can get a big price spike up above the whole dollar, but down goes Frazier on VBIO again. Is it going to lose trend into 23? I'm out. We can't give back too much here on VBIO. It's coming back in. It just broke prior bar low. It broke VWAP, it broke the 10 EMA. It could absolutely recover, but it's going to do it without me. Not going to hold this one possibly into an area low. Look, if it wants to take out 30 pennies, perhaps we can get back involved in that one, but nothing doing at the moment. MDXH still hanging out around the 90 area. Here comes 97, and here comes possibly the dollar. MDXH not giving up. I would say it's still in play. It's not great, because it failed the dollar on a couple of times here. There's a big seller above the dollar, but it's still putting in general area higher lows, I would say. Just don't look at it as a flat top break, because if you're looking at it as a flat top break, you're going to get annoyed, because we've been above the dollar multiple times here, and then we keep failing down below the dollar. So look at it a little bit differently. There's a new high a day above in here on LFS. I don't get printed on that. I was waiting at 7s, new high a day into 354. So we're looking for a little bit more on that. Oh, whoa, it's coming down pretty aggressively here into 3.3. Watching 30 buyer right into 38. Big buyer there. Let's see if it can hold 330. 330, a little bit of a resistance level as well. Perhaps this could be a refreshing area for if you've exhausted your shares right around 330. So that's what I'm going to watch for there.
Good stuff, man. Yeah, Scotty doesn't know. Yeah, Gora, man, listen, see what I said in the chat every day. So as soon as we crack the low on this one, man, as soon as I go short, Scott, I only have days like that, bro, where I feel cursed. Okay. Dude, I swear, watch. If I were to short here, it would pop. Again, that's not a good thing selling the lows, but that's why I'm just like, all right, let's see if we get any form of a bounce. But as soon as we have a 1 minute candle open on the south side of this, which it looks like we're going to momentarily, the SPY is really weak and AMD is continuing to slide. So it's not helping our case whatsoever. And there it is. We're out of it, man. Like, again, holy cow. Definitely a more difficult week, that's for sure. Every day, green and nicely, and then just continuously taking some trades, and they don't work out, and we end up giving it back. Right. So that'll grind your gears and irk you a little bit. But hey, man, we'll try to stay level-headed, show you guys what we could potentially do, and just take it from there, right? Because it's only one day. A couple of weeks from now, you'll completely forget about it. But yeah, don't do that, man. Especially, and I was saying to Sharif, like, man, take those trades every day this week, I was positive on my first 2 trades and decided to take a couple more. I understand we want to put some things on for you guys, and then I give it all back, and it's just like, why? Recency bias? Yeah, whatever it may be. Jeez.
You know I'm gonna sing now, right?
What are you gonna say?
Why? Tell me that it's human nature. Why? Does she make me that way? You don't like MJ? You love MJ. Get it, see ya?
This is a shout out too, man.
Hey, Neil's jamming, man. I like it. Why?
Yesterday I was where's all my Zeppelin fans? I was playing some Fool in the Rain.
Zeppelin, eh?
Yeah, Fool in the Rain yesterday. Man,
look at this, it again, man.
This is crazy. Bounces right back.
Bovin.
You Gooner.
Tisha, where you at, Tish? MDXH ripping back above the dollar. We got 95 showing 102. I'm looking for 105s. Next big seller here at 102. Can't shake the seller at 102 for now. But KC 526, as she typically does. She's mean today, which is okay, but she's always generous. I like that. Roving gone 6078. You got a free membership thanks to the lovely lady known as KC 526. How about All for Love Frenchie, Addy Stacks, I'm Nexvus, and I Grow Fighting. All of you guys received free Trader TV Live memberships thanks to the lovely lady KC526. You shout her out, let her know you appreciate her. And there goes LFS Bovin into the new high day, 363. We got out there, we had 320s. We're looking for a little bit more now. I should have been adding. I'm an idiot for not adding at 330. It was a clear area of support. I should have been adding there. I didn't, but we're going to look to do a little bit better on this one because I think it's still in play. So still hanging out here, Joey.
All right, good stuff, man. So, yeah, there's the turnaround. All right, we're hands off. Sorry, guys. I mean, we have risk left, but, again, there's just...
BYND's ripping.
Beyond me. Can't stop looking at his fade and beard, man. Looking good. Thanks, game. There is some positivity, man. We'll keep that one. We'll hit the Stone Cold for that. And we'll hit the money, which there it goes off to the races. Got to give this a little bit more space, though. What we can do is just, like, realize where we went wrong, try to correct it, and then, sure enough, off to the races we go. We'd still be in this position, as the market does look like it wants to find somewhat of a bounce, being led by the likes of NVDA.
Hey.
You have an AMD bounce as well, too. Let's pull up Apple. You have double AMD charts. So there it is, 305, Mr. 305 on that one. So yeah, nice little rebound. Wish we were still sitting in this, but anyways, that's neither here nor there. Shout out to Korolova for those who know who that is. Quantum space, a relevant sector apparently at this point. Reddit though, up a staggering 14% here, 14.5% on the session. Right, inclusion, but not doing too much, and liquidity really starting to dry up. What's IBIT been up to? I know Neil was trading. It did find somewhat of a rebound. We were talking about that $35 level holding and acting as potential support. But as I was watching this, man, oh man, what it was once an extremely liquid asset. You can see the liquidity really starting to dry up as interest in the all-around space is just slowly, and has been for, I think, a couple of months now, 6 months now at least, been fading away. But there goes the NASDAQ finding its rebound.
Is that the NAS crack? There we go. Bovin, I got back in. Good call, Bovin. Thank you for alerting me to that. In at 32s. Printed here at 43s, looking for north of 50. There comes 46. What an ad. Here comes 50. There goes 50. Bovin into the high. We're looking for more, man. We're going 369 now, Ozan. So get ready to punch. All right. 369er. We're looking for 369er on LFS. High a day 363 requires a high a day breach, but very pleased with this latest ad. There's my man. There's my man in the chat. We're looking for that a little bit more here. In the high 50s we go, 56s. Now I did get in to MDXH at 95. It's failing the dollar again. I'm out. That's a fail there. Don't want that. We got 105s though on MDXH, but that is a lower high. And look at it drop. Yeah, this one's having a lot of trouble. Scalp only on MDXH until it breaks out. You can save a piece for the dream, right? But take out the majority because it's shown you now 1, 2, 3. Oh my days, Bovin. Here we go, LFS. Back into a new high day, 65s. No continuation. Seller at 64 again, 65. 66 showing up. 68, looking for 69. Boom. Yes, today's a good day. There we go. Into the high. 78 goes LFS. LFS could see 40 here. Sorry, 4. Big boom up here on LFS. And we're getting the booms in the chat. More pleased I could not be, man. Let's do this today. The technical levels are actually holding up. What a shock. It's been, look, yesterday was a green day, but Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, in order. We're all red. So it was nice to be back in Greensville this week. Well, we're not up on the week yet, not quite yet. We still have more trading to do. So hopefully we'll make back a little bit over here. But to bring it back to MDXH, this has shown you 4 times on the day that it consistently fails $1. 4 times it's been above the dollar in different areas on the 5-minute chart, if I can just make my point over here. And 4 times it's failed to hold. Now, that's fine. It doesn't have to hold. What it has to do, though, here it is right back above the dollar, is continue to put in higher lows. And for the most part, not on every single attempt, it's putting in higher highs. So we do have a bit of an upward channel. It's easy to become myopic and to think, this is just a bull flag and to trade it like a bull flag. And by that, I mean you're looking for the breakout because you're looking for continuation of bull flag number 2. Trade it as a range, right? With, the fact that it could be a bull flag in the back of your mind. So that's what I'm looking there for there. Okay, I'm tired. That's what I'm looking for on MDXH. We'll see if we can kind of set up on that again if the opportunity does come in. Lesson of the day, 69 cents. Trader, what do you give it when you get, I want to be a guest for a lesson of the day so I can elaborate more.
Who said that?
Man,
Ozan.
of course. Dip buy could be at 350s now on LFS, says Bub, and I do agree with that. But I am, I'm cautious on this one because 330 is the more established support level, but of course that 350 is psychological support, so that could be important as well. MDXH is taking out prior area highs, so I should have held this. That was a mistake by me, but it looks like it's going to take out some levels here, Joey. Into 107 it goes. It's a 113 high, so be on the lookout for that.
Good stuff. What's up, Hangry Wife? All right, Casey, where you going? I said you're out of here for the weekend. Jays Yankees tonight. Girl, don't forget about that. In Toronto, I will not be here. Message above. I didn't see what you said. But there goes the NASDAQ, ladies and gentlemen. I don't see it. Market breaking 15-minute. Here comes the rebound, Joey. Yeah, well, I mean, we took our attempts. Like I said, guys, I don't want to use. Clearly, I'm not in the right mental state for me to be putting this on because I'm getting agitated. And with that being said, you shouldn't be trading. So we just listen to some Corlova and all that stuff. Hey, if I cool down, we'll sip our coffee and see what we got going on. Listen to Neil's lesson of the day, and then the narrative will probably change by then because we do have plenty of time left in the show. And to go do what you, do what you got to do, man. We'll rock and roll on this bad boy for sure. But other than that, listen, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're talking about. So I gave the example yesterday, 1 second here, Assassino, is that when we have structure, you want to give yourself a little bit more room. Now, if I widen my stop loss, I'm still in this trade, and we're about to take some profit off at some key levels. We can post up at 76.30s, which I do believe is going to hit momentarily, especially if this rebound in NVDA and some of the other larger names continues. So there it is, bang. You're going to print 30s here momentarily. Patience is extremely key, and just sticking to structure and not putting myself kind of at the lower end of a consolidation where the market can liquidity grab you. Because, listen, how many times we've gone on over this so many times. It's like you're the bottom wick or you're the top wick, whether it be in your long or short. That it's not a coincidence. They can it is not. It truly isn't. So 76.33 missed opportunity. Scott H, I told you, brother, if I was in this position still, then I'd be off to the races grabbing some of your shorts, but at a better price for me, as the market is rebounding pretty aggressively here. Man, oh man, missed opportunity. It is what it is. We'll just have to eat that one, take it on the chin, and wait for some more opportunities. Let's send it over to the desk.
Good afternoon. Let's take a look at the markets before we start talking about what is happening now. The SPY is currently down 0.18% on the day. The triple Q sliding down as well, down 0.33% on the day, whereas the Dow also joining the pack, down 0.26% on the day. 2 tickers I want to talk to you about. Now, yesterday, we do know that Workday had a bit of a, not a bit, definitely a spike up, nearly 18% jump as of yesterday, coming after Reuters had reported the fact that private equity firm Silver Lake is in talks to buy Workday, buy the company, but currently Earlier in the day, shares were down around 5%, and it has recovered a little bit, but it's still down 3% almost on the day. Let's take a look also at PSX. Nothing too crazy and not an insane news story, but something I just thought I'd mention because there was a pretty big volume spike when this did come out in PSX. So earlier this year, if you know, PSX and Marathon Petroleum had held merger talks. Deals would have created roughly $180 billion worth of oil and gas giants. But these discussions have ultimately fizzled out and are likely to be revived anytime soon. So with that, you have PSX that is currently still up 0.5% on the day. Nothing too crazy going on. You can see it's flat. But before we go to the guys, let's go to Neil for the lesson of the day.
Thank you there, Sia. One of the things we have a lot of personalities and great people on the show. One of the things I love about Joe's actually very disciplined of a trader. And you know what? On a day like today, a disciplined trader is going to see situations where you're wicked out, you're bottom wick, you're top wick. I actually had this conversation with Wayne from back office. Joe knows what I'm talking about here. He manages one of the campus managers at the campus program. And one of the things we actually said was, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you get wicked out at the top or wicked out at the bottom or whatever it might be, understand that there's something fundamentally very good in that process. Because part of trading is about understanding that you've got to look at the right thing at the right time at the right price. And then execution. Like there's like 3 or 4 factors in there. I call it 4. You could make an argument it's 3. And then the execution being, of course, the most important one. But if you have all of the other ones, and it's like, oh, that was just my out. That's something very adjustable. You were trying to take the trade at the right time. And that's really all you can ever do. Like I look at myself on SpaceX, and SpaceX, I came in looking to want to short the stock and completely missed the chance at 145. So I went into mean reversion mode. And I thankfully didn't take this shot at it, but every single time there's a parabolic move down, I'm looking for a reversion. And then when it did this little bottoming tail candle here in the 3-minute, bit of head and shoulders, I kind of take this. And then it did another, there's like a bottom tail, kind of a rounded bottom, tried it there and didn't grab it. But you know what? The way I see it, you've got to be able to stick to your plan. Like I know if I'm trading mean reversions, sometimes I'm going to get out at the exact moment that it turns. But you have to just stick with the overall strategy. I know what it is that I'm trying to accomplish. So when a bottoming tail candle comes on Tesla, I don't know what the heck was going on with Tesla. Y'all tell me. 350, whatever. This was probably the best mean reversion trade, and it was not the long. It was, look at this trend break short. How am I not even looking at Tesla back through $350? Anyways, doesn't matter. You get the bottoming tail candle, and you just take your shot at it, because ultimately that's what you're waiting for, is to just stick to your plan of action. Oftentimes we'll get wrapped up in we having a good day or a bad day, but blah, blah, blah. The market doesn't care, and the market never will. Take positive expectancy trades because you're trading at the area that your strategy tells you to, or your execution plan tells you to, and go from there. Because if you do have discipline, and one of the things I know I hear Joe say a lot is, oh, we're just one good trade away. If you are disciplined, then you should be. Because SpaceX is three shots that don't work for me. Tesla is 1 shot that didn't even go halfway to VWAP. But even that can make more money than losing 3 times on SpaceX, so long as your stops are tight. Right, like tight stops, reasonable. This didn't even get to VWAP. It only went a couple of dollars. That's all you really need out there. So it is about being disciplined. The other thing I would say is, I hear Joe saying this a lot. When I do the lesson of the day, it's always something that I'm hearing, seeing, and that relates to the day, and it's not just something that I've pre-planned. I heard Joe say you have to listen to what the market is telling you. And this one, I'm gonna go to a 15-minute on IBIT. Every single day this week has been the exact same. And I know, I just went like, oh, Neil's going to be short an IBIT. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Because on Monday, it was like, there's the high on Friday, 37, rejection. And by the way, here's 37 above the 50 period. So it's resistance on the daily on Friday, rejects that and closes lower. On Monday, it tries to break that close and then just dumps all day. On Tuesday, lower high, dumps all day. Same high, dumps all day. Lower high, dumps most of the day, and then it kind of caught a bit at the end of the day. So what do you think I'm going to start with? If we were short it every single day this week and it won every single day this week, I'm going to start short. But when the market was still making fresh lows, IBIT was trying to break out, and it broke trend once and lost. But again, the market was making fresh lows, and it broke trend again, and you go long. Just stick to your plan of action and just take, like I could have FOMO'd and just been like, oh no, the short's back on, just immediately go short at the bottom. But I have to listen to what the market was telling me. And what the market was telling me was, you know what? IBIT's been a good short for 4 days in a row, but today it's actually stronger than the overall market, and you've got to look for the breakout trade of the long. And now we sit in a long trade that ideally can break this consolidation and head higher into 35.8, because that's, well, 35.85 would be the ultimate target. You're just waiting for positive expectancy trades. That's why you'll never see me freak out or get overly emotional, like this happens, that happens. I just wait for the next, man. So as frustrating as SpaceX might have been, or Palantir, the false breakout on Palantir, you know, like I'll take, if I see a breakout like this, all day I'm gonna try to get into it. All day, baby. But when it takes out, see that prior bar right in here? So this is the bar going into the break. I'm stopping out underneath. And obviously, you know, if I'm going to sit there and take it out, actually, that's probably about exactly $1 or whatever. But, you know, I'm going to be scalping in that first $1, $2, $3, like I know my style. But you just take it. That was not a breakout that worked, but you move on, and it trended down ever since. Again, it just comes down to, do you have a plan of action on that particular trade? Did your risk to reward favor your entry point relative to your take profits, and then move from one to the other and just try to make a series of good trades? The other thing, and I got to throw this one out there because I 100% did not hold on to Beyond Meat's breakout long enough, because that's actually still going. So Beyond Meat eventually took out that high, trended up. There's the breakout. I got out before. I got out at $14, and then it went to like $14.30 or so. So it eventually did like a semi-squeeze. But like I said before, it's like everything I'm talking about here. You just wait for the opportunity. Like when SpaceX wasn't working, I could have been forcing trades long and Beyond Meat. They would have worked, but that's not what we're looking for. If you want to squeeze, you got to break out highs. So when it broke out the high, we just waited all day for it to do it. And then you jump into the trade. So patience is going to be a virtue. Frustrating markets can provide you an opportunity to really evaluate your core strategies, right? Because what you'll find is, and what I often find on these days, is when I look back at it, when I look back on a day like today and say, maybe look at SpaceX and where we got in and got out, it's like, oh, you know what? I just didn't get the execution quite right in SpaceX. Like when I took this break trade, I wasn't actually willing to give it to the low to get to VWAP. Like these trades in here, tight stop, because it's not as much upside to the volume weighted average price. But when I'm extended to VWAP, I gave it less range on the one that had more upside. So when I think about it from a core strategy standpoint, that mean reversion was good. I just didn't play it right. So I know to stick to my guns and take the next one. And that's what it just comes down to. You're just always looking for the next good trade. I tell you guys how the lunch is when we throw back to Sharif and Joe, but I haven't even taken the shrink wrap off. It's like it's a little macaroni salad. You guys can't see it very well. And then we've got salmon.
Yeah, well, no.
There's like a couple pieces of salmon in there. Got a good salad going on, some vegetables. So this looks like an A lunch. Like it's probably going to be an 8 out of 10. I just haven't had any to be able to tell you guys. So bit of a long-winded lesson of the day there. But let's throw it back over to the midday boys. And good luck on your trading day. You just have to just stick to the trades that have a positive expectancy for you, because ultimately that's all you can do. Sometimes you will lose 3-4 in a row on trades that usually win 60-70% of the time. That's part of the game. That evens itself out over the long run, so long as you stick to your plan. Go get them, boys.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much for that, Neil. Great lesson of the day, as it always is. I got to tell you guys something, though. VinFast reported strong Q2 momentum, and they delivered more than 70,000 EVs globally. That is up a light, and not so big of a deal, 96% year over year. And first half deliveries, they reached 129,000 vehicles, up 78%. And that reinforces the company's very aggressive growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. And by mid-year, they'd already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets. And that puts the company firmly on track across both their very aggressive growth engine. Shout out to the good folks at VinFast Assassino. We just got into $4 here on LFS. We got 83s. I made a mistake here, Bovin. I should have been adding into the 80s. It gave me another opportunity. I think it came into 85. I didn't add. Here it comes again, possibly into 85. Looking for an add here. Let's see what we get. 87s, 88s. I just want to see where the buyers are stepping in. Right back up into 91. Definitely want to add here. I got a feeling LFS could be at $5 sooner rather than later. Now, whether it makes it straight up in a beeline or it comes back in 380, 360, where there are areas of support and resistance, we'll have to wait and see. Hard to tell from the current price action here, but there is a pretty staunch defense of that $4 area resistance level by the shorts or the profit takers, right? So we're going to have to continue to watch here. I don't think it's going to be as simple as that. If it is, fantastic, but I'd like another couple of opportunities to add. Now, having told you about that, BYND is now down below $4, so be on the lookout there. Bovin says the 75 to 85 is a buy level. I do agree with that. I just don't think it's even losing 80, though, Bovin. That's the thing. It comes down into 80, and here's 4 again, 404, 405, 409 high a day, baby. We need that 409 break to see, trend continuation, because the bar, this current 5-minute bar still has a lower high relative to the prior bar, which is, of course, the high of the day. So you can see the staunch defense that the shorts are putting up here at $4. Not surprised by that at all. Let's see how this cookie crumbles, Joseph. Good stuff. Yeah, I wanted to touch back. I know we had Neil's lesson of the day, so we won't go over it too many times, but you got to understand there's a reason why this kid, that's crazy. Neil's baseball team is pretty much undefeated. He's the best coach out there, man. Yeah, again, you make a mistake, he's just like, all right, just get right back up on that horse and continue to do what you do, man. So, Bovin. Big love there from Mr. Roberts himself. There goes the overall market. Let's see what else we got. You guys have that LFS rocking and rolling, PanW. A lot of red across the board here, Sharif. So it's a little bit more of a difficult trade. TSM actually down 1%, and Cisco down as well too here today, guys. Google. Google's actually down about 4/10, and then here we have Apple as well starting to turn the tide. So something that we thought was really strong, rejecting the volume-weighted average price. So you can see those VWAP sellers really stepping in and pushing price lower. I think that's the narrative. Market go up, Apple go down at this point, Sharif. So a little bit tougher of a play. There's Palantir, goes on these big-time moves, still hovering around these highs. That's really important to note, right? Like, we haven't completely broke down. There was a deeper pullback in Amazon. Amazon actually experienced a pretty deep pullback off of those highs, 10%. So you're going to probably enter this gap, if you ask me, probably about 50% of it or so, 50, 40, whatever it may be, and then you find a rebound around $250. That's a marker I'm going to be keeping my eyes on, is that. With that being said, let's actually pull up our options chain here via AMZN to see if there's any support systems or supply zones south of where we're currently trading at, which would be around 263, 250 is where I'd want to find something. So we'll head over to next week's expiration cycle and see if there's anything displaying. Why is it doing that? All right. Okay, here we go. Bang. All right, so bang. Okay, 250. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see this bounce off of it. So that's if you're looking to grab some of that, there's your level right there, $250. Maybe anything slightly north of that. There goes the NASDAQ once again. A nice recovery here on NVDA. Guys, let me know in the chat. What do you think hits an all-time high first? I remember the over and unders. I remember what people said over-under on the 12.5. Now, who hits the all-time high first, NVDA or the NASDAQ? NASDAQ 2.5% off the highs. NVDA 4.25. 4.25 over there. Let's send it over the desk.
The IWM currently up 0.29% on the day. Let's take a look at two individual tickers that I have picked out for you today. So first of all, Eton Pharmaceuticals, ETON, up almost 40% on the day. They reported earnings after the market closed yesterday. Total net revenue at $37.6 million, which is up 99% from $18.9 million in the second quarter last year. Gross profit at $25.4 million. Adjusted gross profit at $27.4 million with an adjusted margin of 73% for the quarter. Operating income at $12.8 million. GAAP net income at $11.6 million. And EBITDA at $14.1 million. Adjusted EBITDA at $16.2 million. However, EPS at 35 cents, as well as non-GAAP diluted EPS at 43 cents. Let's take a look at ZNTL as well here. That is Zentalis Pharmaceuticals. They're down 14.5% on the day. They announced the pricing of an underwritten public offering of 23 million shares of its common stock at a public offering price of $3.50 per share. Total gross proceeds to the company from this offering are expected to be approximately around the range of $80.5 million before obviously the deduction of underwriting discounts and commissions, as well as offering expenses that are payable by the company. So you have two tickers, ZNTL that's down almost 14.5% on the day, and Eton, ETON, that's up almost 40% on the day.
I thought you said Piton there for a second. I was like, Piton? No way. All right, guys, LFS breaking down, stopped out of this one. I tried to get back in quickly at the 60s, got back out on the break of 55. It looks like it's on a bit of a downtrend here, a fail of 4 into 413 high, but bleeding its own blood. Down goes LFS. Right now, it's below the $0.5. That 330 to 340 area could be an area of import. The reason I say that is look at that long period of consolidation right around that area. So that's what I want to keep my eye on. V-wave, everybody's saying, but I just saw it topping tail TT mass. That's a thing into 178. So it did break out, right? New high a day, but it doesn't really have kind of like the juice like LFS does. It's a bit of a slower mover, which is fine. I mean, money's money, right? Profit's profit. But it just might be a bit of a tougher trade. I'd rather focus on LFS just to see exactly what this one does as it holds structure, right? To me, structure holds if it holds at 330. It hasn't quite made it down there yet. Current bar low, 345. So we'll see how that ends up doing. So keep an eye out on that. And yeah, that's basically all I have at the moment. Let me just check some stuff moving here. Case calling out GIPR on the move. Okay, what do we got here, Case? 97 pennies. Oh, I just screwed up there, my bad. GIPR. There it is. Oh, baby. Volume just coming in recently. Watch out, though, here. This is a new trade, so we have to allow it to develop to be able to see whether or not the volume is going to stick in. So keep your eye on that, but a 97 penny high, it looks pretty good, at least initially. So good call out there from everybody. And what is BYND doing? How come it's not updating my chart on BYND? I'm going to take off ONFO. I just want to see if BYND is at a key level here that I can get in at, because my chart up there is not very good. Yeah, it's on a bit of a downtrend. 1420 essentially rejecting now at 3 3/4. It's hanging out at 13, and 3/4, but it's not doing much. I'd like to see if it can get right above this prior area high into like 1380s and resume trend, because kind of consolidative right now, to be quite honest with you. So I don't know how to feel about that one. Bovin says if it holds, LFS holds 350. He's getting back in. Well, it's zigging and zagging right now with 350. Bovin a little bit below, a little bit above. So we'll have to see how that all ends up doing. Yeah, I don't really have anything at the moment. Got to tell you. Oh, my days. It looks like GIPR is still going here. So we're going to have to put that on a trading screen. Who are we going to take off? Oh, we have BYND on 2 trading screens. That's not going to work out. Put this one over here. Well, all right. 105 limit up on GIPR. We're showing 96s. Let me flip to the 5-second chart here. Where is the support coming in? Generally, some support. I want to say around 90 to 88. Hard to read, though, because it's just still so new in terms of price action. It's $1 high on the dot. On GIPR, it's up 35%. Volume is starting to pick up, almost 2 million shares right now. As it comes back into 89, that's the volume weighted average price. Does it hold it there? Right back into 94, though, it goes. So pretty volatile here is the price action on GIPR. Trade this one carefully, I would say. If it does get above the dollar and stays above the dollar, I think it's an entirely different trade. But right now, we're still zigging and zagging with 90 pennies.
Good stuff, good stuff. You can have my salmon, by the way, Sharif.
Oh yeah? What
Yeah.
happened?
No, it's
You
just
don't
been
like it?
no, it's been upset. No, I love salmon, but for some reason, no, it's not for some reason. I just went on this crazy bender of eating maple bacon salmon for a very long time, and then now for some reason it's just upsetting my stomach. So you
No way.
Yeah, you can have it. It's not that I don't want it. It looks very good.
It does, huh?
Yeah. All right, guys. So yeah, there it is. The market continuing to move a little bit higher. Apple starting to come back in. Nice recovery on AMD through the volume weighted average price. We're still sell side here on
Okay.
NVDA. Let's see if we're going to get a nice little breakthrough there, ladies and gentlemen. Then maybe some form of continuation. Why not stick to the guns that have been working for us? We'll go really small on this bad boy. See if we can get a trade. There goes the NASDAQ. Oh, what an entry on that one. 43s now on that one. We're finding that that rebound. What has Tesla been up to? Yeah, even so, that wouldn't have done me any I don't think any good here. And I'm not just gonna sit in this. Finally, it pulled back, but then the buying pressure is still so weak. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't do anything. Listen, this is so, like, think about this. We talked about it bright and early this morning. We play the break. I'm like, okay, we're gonna enter this gap, and then sure enough, what we have here is I'm reading it and I don't take all of it out. I'm looking for a continuation in the leg, and then eventually it didn't work out. I don't know what that means, but yeah, I mean, here it is on Tesla. Boom, off there, half off. Add at VWAP doesn't work out. This was a planned add as well too, because I didn't get into my full position. But what we have to do is we have to get out at the break of this 875, not piece it out on the way down for the end. Don't feel bad when I saw curling at 5 to 10. It's all good, man. Hey, listen, don't feel bad. I told you in this game, you don't make money, you take it, and unfortunately, from somebody else or the market makers, whoever it's from, right? So here it is, boom off to the south side, $8.41, 66 now. I mean, it's not a full-blown recovery back and towards the volume-weighted average price, and you can see how that's really started to curl over. But what is pretty strong here is AMD. I'm over it now, by the way, if you can't tell. AMD is pretty strong, back up to 501. Right, so 511.47 with that high and a nice curl over. Let's see if this downtrend can be breached on NVDA as well too. We talked about some of the memory names. SanDisk absolutely on one. Shout out to Drake there. But starting to cool. I shouldn't even say that. Cooling off is not the answer, but what has recovered is DRAM. I was looking at DRAM off the lows. I know the boys were looking to trade this. Holy schmoly, Gorev. Look at this print right there. 56.65. Breaks the high end of that wick. Excuse me, and then off to the races it goes. So beautiful, beautiful stuff over there on DRAM itself. Lam Research down 2.4% on the day. Other than that, what are you guys looking at? Let me know. Put a couple of names in the chat. We'll go over what you guys want to do some TA. TQs to 76.89. Let's go. Let's see if that can be potential. 89. Ooh, okay. Is that the volume weighted average price? I like the optimistic thinking. 89s. Oh, yeah. You're getting closer to VWAP on that one. So, yeah, let's see. We got service KNOW. Okay, I'm not familiar. Apple and Lilly. Yeah, let's pull those up. Broadcom, we'll do one at a time. We'll do just, the lightning round. We'll do it like that. Here's Kramer's, our own little version, Trader TV. We'll call it what's a good name for something that we'll just do rapidly? All right, I'm going to go over the first one. SanDisk we've already done, so I'm not going to go over that one again. I didn't know no was a ticket. Fundamentals first ETF. That's interesting. Very liquid, but not looking too bad right there. Look at this big time move over there in fundamentals first. We also got Broadcom to the downside on this one here. Broadcom moving south side. Not looking too good. 10%. Still off of those all-time highs, guys. 1990. Complete sell program and Broadcom helping bring the overall market down. SPY we got on there. We've been talking about the SPY throughout the day. Caterpillar, we'll do one more. Sharif's got buttons going on over there. Yeah, we're doing our own version of the lightning round right now as we go through a bunch of names here. 20% off of the highs there. So Michael Burry cooking up a storm. SpaceX, bro, but we've been talking about this name all the SPCX, SpaceX. Told you guys, watch out for this 150 marker, supply zone. We're going to pull up the options chain right now before we send it back to Sharif. SPCX.
Get it, Joey.
And then this is what we're talking about, right? So this is what we have to listen to when the market is telling us, look at this size compared to everything else on the options chain. This is where you're going to see the largest amount of open interest, okay? $150. Keep that in mind. And also where we went wrong on Tesla, we'll go over this one more time. We'll go over one more name before we start. We're going to just roll.
You're going to do your thing, my boy.
30,000. Should have listened to it. Why? Because there's nothing in comparison to what we are seeing at this level. You know how Homer always choked.
What happened?
You know how Homer always choked
to Bart. Yeah. Well, he's a little shit. That's why.
Well,
bro.
yeah. Well, exactly. But that's what should have happened to me here today. But there it is. Tesla to the downside, and then one more here. IBM. Let's see what we got going on. Not the most liquid name, but we'll head over to our watch list so we can do a little technicals on this bad boy. Man, the names are flowing in today. Let's go, says Snowman. You know Curtis Snow to the downside. Not very liquid, something that we don't typically day trade.
Like that kind of snowman? Not that kind of snowman, right?
No, like a
Here,
physical.
Joe.
What's up?
Joe, where's it at? Where's it at? Come on.
Oh, you
now.
hit that on there?
Where's it at,
Gipper,
man?
man.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
I can't even put my shoulder up there, man. Oh.
Boom! Into the high, my boy. Look, come on, Joe. Come on, Joe.
What
This
was
is a
that?
KC 526.
What was that?
special.
What was that move that you're doing right there? No.
Man, I'm having fun, my
that's
boy.
crazy,
It's
my boy.
Friday.
Yeah.
It feels every bit of Friday.
Oh.
At least it does for me. And there goes GIPR
Gipper.
into the freaking high. It's Rip City. Rip City. Neil's like, yo, you got to win one for the Gipper. I like that. I'm like, Neil, yes, man. There's my man, bro. It was a real obvious one. Sorry, Neil, I suck. All right, guys, we got top wick for now. Again, this is a KC 520 freaking 6 special. She called it out. We're going to shout her out for that. We're looking for a little bit more, though, man. We're looking for $1/3 of a dollar. So what did we get in at? We got 96, Joey.
That's a nice one.
I appreciate you,
Trading
my boy.
at $2 now? What's it at now? $1.19.
No, we're $1.19, but we do have 127s. So high a day right now is 127. We do have that. Very pleased. Shout out to my man to New York. Paid in full. Nos. There's the guy. All right.
Who, Michael Noss? Why is Michael
Not
Noss
Michael
never in
Noss.
the chat?
I think he's talking about NAS.
busy.
Not NAUS. Right?
Shout out Stats Edge.
Oh, limit down 102. Watch out. You can get caught in a limit down. Let's not get too excited. I only have one beak wetter left, but I don't want to get caught in a halt. So here's the deal. We're putting it right above the halt level of 103. If the halt level moves up, we'll move it up to reflect that. So still looking here for a move above the, I want to say locally here, where's resistance? Above 120, limit down. Boom, out. 102 limit down. Watch out for the loss. Okay, holds the dollar. Now I get it. I just don't want to get caught in a down halt parameter. So because it's cheap, right, the halt parameters are a lot closer to one another. The halt bands, I should say, a lot closer to one another. So right now, it does hold the dollar, but I just flattened out because I didn't want to get caught in a halt parameter and not be able to get out, right? And here it comes again. We're awfully close to that red. See that red rectangle there, guys?
Are we doing money talks or it just happened?
Nah,
It
that's
just
fine.
popped
We're always
up
talking
there?
money, though, aren't we?
That's all we
That's
always
fine.
do.
We're always talking money.
What? Say that again, my guy? We don't even cut the small talk. I like cash talk.
VWAV is moving, guys. Shout out to my man Bovin. 1 penny off the high of the day. V-Wave. I know it's not called wave, but I'm going to call it that. V-Wave into 179 goes V-Wave. We don't even have Gipper up on here. We're going to take off VIPO. Well, because it developed so quickly. We are now, sadly, in a halt parameter on Gipper at $1 on the dot. So let's see if this, number one, halts. Number two, does it hold the dollar? Subsequent to the opening, we are limit down. GIPR, halt. Halt time, 12:30, 16. Halt price, $1 on the dot. Volume, 1289. Tap showing. Mamma mia. 92 penny tap. That is 8 pennies lower than the halt price. So right now, this one's bleeding its own blood. I want to bring your attention, though, to not BYND, MDXH. Here it comes again. Above the dollar, into 106, high day 113, so we're not far off. This one does continue to to have problems holding the dollar. The good news for the longs are, though, the lows, they be higher. Higher lows, of course. I don't want to say this is an ascending wedge, or sorry, a flat top break. Yeah, ascending wedge. I'm going to trade it as a channel, an upward channel, because that, to me, looks more along the lines of what the price action is respecting. It does get it into new area highs, but it doesn't break out, right? It doesn't give you that kind of bull flag continuation that we see with some other names. So I'm going to trade it as a range until it gives me a reason to trade it otherwise. So that's what I'm looking at right now, too.
Good stuff, my guy.
I have to have some food here, my man.
Yeah, do you
so
think,
these,
man?
let me just show them over here.
Show
What
what
we
you got there.
So these, are my least favorite type of eggs, right? They make these quiches, and I don't mind the quiche because we're having more carbohydrates now, as instructed to by Claude. But the point is, I feel like there's a lot of fluff. They're throwing in, some nice colored vegetables, and I get all that, but vegetables don't have a lot of protein. So I'd rather it be more protein dense and then get my fiber elsewhere. So I'm going to complain a little bit about that, Joey.
Oh, that's fair. You can do your what grinds your gears segment right there. We don't have a button for that one there.
Well, it's not grinding, but
It's all right, man. It's all right if it grinds a little gears here and there. Oiler up, there it is, bang. Let's see if we get this breakdown here in NVDA. We're actually short a little bit. If it breaks the volume weighted average price, then we'll get out of dodge on this bad boy. But I do believe sellers are in control right now. But yeah, Gorb, look at this, man. This is what I'm talking about. Like, this is prime time. This is what you and I and Loss are looking to do on a day-to-day basis, and then bang, off to the races it goes, right? So, and this is such, that's the thing, man. Like, it's such a beautiful picture that was painted originally. If you eliminate this, like, picture this was your trade. Boom, you're in at 95s, out at 20s. That's it, done. Boom.
So you're done.
AC Slater. You do whatever tickles the fancy, Sharif, at that point. But then what we do is like, all right, we're building these to see if we get any form of continuation, and then buyers just never really stepped in. But yeah, NVDL, they were things of beauty bright and early here today. So we'll hit the stone cold for ourselves on that one. But then it ends up being a. So yeah, anyways, throwback when Reddit IPO'd and Sharif didn't have facial hair. Okay, so go check that one out there. Ramin, thanks for posting that. Everyone there in the chat, go check out that link that Ramin had posted. Let's see what we got. Oh, bro, young Sharif, man. That's crazy. Why see?
I don't like this at all.
Why?
It was me and Adara at the time. Look at this.
Adara.
What year is this, Ram? 24? Say it again, Adara. Yeah, I know, it's right. I just forget. Was it 24?
It was March. It was somewhere in the 20s of March 2024. I want to say 21, 22. 21st, 22nd.
I gotcha. Yeah, that's not going to happen anymore. That's not going to happen.
You don't like the clean shave?
No. Because that came from the beard, which I had for 10 years.
10 years.
Yeah, that's not going to happen again. Are we going to Sector Watch? Are we? Okay.
Oh, sorry. The SPY is currently down 0.20%. Let's take a look at what's going on with these sectors. Electric tech, you have flatness in NVIDIA and Apple right off the bat. Broadcom is down close to 6% on the day, with KLAC also joining the pack. We have Cisco also down 2%, and ANET as well. AMD showing strength with SNDK, that's up almost 6%, as well as MU. Let's go to tech services and finance. Both of you have definitely flattishness in Google, Microsoft, and Meta as well. In finance, you have BRKB, Visa, JPM, MasterCard, Citi, WFC, and AXP flat on the day. Oracle in tech services is down close to 2.5%. PA&W is down almost 3%, and CRWD down almost 3% as well. IBM also down 1.2%. You have finance names like BAC that's technically flat, but tilting towards the green on the day. But we have Robinhood that is down 2.2%. Retail trade, Amazon, Walmart, Costco flat on the day. TJX is down almost 1%. Home Depot as well. Health tech, we have Lilly down 2%, but J&J, ABBV, and the rest of the other names in this sector showing a bit of a mixed sentiment, whereas MRK, Amgen down. MRK down almost 1%, and Amgen is down over 1%. Producer manufacturing, AMAT, LRCX a bit bearish today. CAT and GEV a bit towards the green. Other sectors, other names in the sector, a bit of a mixed sentiment, just as consumer non-durables. Utilities, transportation is showing the same sentiment here as well, and process industries. But we do have energy minerals that is a bit strong with leaders in the pack. XOM and CVX up over 1%. CVX is above 1.5%, and consumer durables to end it off. Tesla is flat. Just one name I want to check is Ford. That is a bit bullish, up 2% on the day. But before we go back to the guys, let's send it to Adara.
NASDAQ right now trying to bounce off of lows here. You have some comments coming through from Fed's Goolsbee. He said that he supported the decision to hold rates in July, but he's looking for some more evidence that inflation's actually cooling off here. He said that inflation's his primary concern. The U.S. economy is basically stable, quote unquote, otherwise, especially in terms of growth in the labor market. He's also saying here, I guess, that amid this recent softer inflation data, he's still waiting for a little bit more. He said continued spending weakness would be worrying, probably referencing that weaker than expected retail sales print we got at 8:30, but that GDP basically stable. And even this low retail sales number that he referenced is only 1 month of information. So kind of mixed sentiments coming here from Fed's Goolsbee. I wouldn't say super hawkish. I wouldn't say super dovish. Back to you.
You know what he means by that, Timothy? He's talking about AC Slater, the character from Saved by the Bell. Yes, exactly.
From the show, he didn't even know what it was called.
Exactly.
Or what it was, which,
What? Do I have to know something to reference?
Shout out to Tiffany Amber Thiessen, though, man.
the show?
Kelly Kapowski. She's in a new commercial, Adara. She's got this, deck commercial or something like that. It's on CNBC every morning, so I get to see her every morning. And, man, she aged gracefully. Shout out to Tiffany Amber Thiessen, who also, of course, had a stint on the original 902. And it wasn't the original. She wasn't part of the original cast, but she was part of the original series, right? And then we had the remake, I believe, in the late 2000s, mid 2000s. I think it was 7 or 8, 9, something like that. So shout out to all that. Childhood crush, Nick Garcia. Say more, bro. Say more. Let's see what everybody's talking about here. Bovin keeps talking about MDXH, and as well he should be. We're looking at that right now, but there's clearly, a seller in the 5s, 6s, now 4s. So it's a bit of a tougher trade. Bovin astutely pointing out that it has multiple topping tail candles, and it's had topping tail candles at this level all day, Bovin, since it got into the level at 935. So nothing new here for the traders who have been all over this. I do have the high of the day into 113, but, we didn't do as well as we could have on this because it is range bound. And I kept looking breakout rather than looking range. That's on me. So let's see what it does, man. 107 showing up, 108 here. Could we see 109 soon? It is a 113 high, as I mentioned. But don't just assume that if we take out the 113 high, it's going to be a breakout. When we got to 113, that was a decided high of daybreak, and we dropped below the dollar. In fact, we go into 90 pennies. And there it goes again. Into 110, losing it into 96. This is a range until it proves otherwise. So I'm not touching this one unless I trade as a range. Nimit. MF is moving here, and he's tagging Bovin and I. So Nimit says, Nimit instructs, and we look. Shout out to my man Nimit. Nimit, how's your son doing, brother? He was so impressive when we met him, man. The kid was far beyond his years in wisdom and skill. Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember.
He was
that.
Unbelievable, man. So shout out to Nimit, and obviously did a fantastic job raising his son there. But I just want to find out if he's still doing what he was doing there. Nimit, tag me, let us know. So I do like this MF, but volume is awfully sporadic here. Look at the chasm between 1050 and the volume bars, bottom of your screen, and then from 1050 to 1235, almost nothing there. So you got to be careful with this one. It does have a tendency to have volume come in and come out and cause some ruckus there. Clinique, GIPR, second round. I don't know, brother. Is it making a move here? It looks like it's down at 88 pennies. So I'm not quite certain that I would touch it. It's below the 10 EMA. It's below VWAP. It's lost the dollar. So I would say hang out here. If you're not already long, I would say it's not, setting up for anything all that great. Zion Lala, you mean Jesse's boyfriend? Yes, I do mean Jesse's boyfriend, man. Shout out to Jesse Spano. Oh. Of course, Elizabeth, what was her name? Elizabeth something.
You're asking the wrong dude, man.
Yeah. Who am I asking here? I forget her name, man. But that was a show. That was a fantastic show, man. They had something for everybody.
Thank you, always be thankful. You as well.
Get it, Joey.
I can tell that you are. I hope you have a good one here. There it goes. We're getting a nice little downside movement here on NVDL. to kick things off. I'm like, oh, wait, hold on, man. Let's go to the short side as we reject the trend line. Now, the next question being is, are we going to breach this support level, 36.70? And if that's the case, maybe we take some off at 36.60. That'll be my ideal target. And trust me, Gaurav, I'm in NVIDIA. I know you had that runner. Where were you long, man? I wish I could see your trades. So here it is, 36.59, and then just, man, what a nice trade that is, I must say. But now we're starting to break down through the support level, so not too bad. He is also with me here in Canada for summer vacation. Did Yellowstone, Kelowna, and a couple of hiking and trekking, now preparing him for the last year of uni, and then
So we said
back,
uni?
Yeah, uni.
That's so British.
And then back into the right into the real world after that, Sharif. So bang, there it goes. We'll post up. Oh, okay, we catch that fill at 36.66. So starting to work out as the shorts for us on NVDL. Not too bad of a look here, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to him. It's done. Goes faster than you can ever imagine, that's for sure. It was just the other day we were rocking and rolling in school. But as for Robinhood, how's Robinhood been performing? Up to $97. Coinbase, I don't know what's going to happen with this name, to be honest with you. I just think it's so heavily correlated with Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin isn't going to perform, then it makes it really difficult for this to as well. Listen, if you're going to, again, if you're not going to play via IBIT, and I told you guys this on multiple occasions, is that I wouldn't be trading personally if I'm going to look to add some more Bitcoin or if I'm looking for more Bitcoin exposure. It's not going to be the direct asset itself via the ETF or actual BTC via a wallet. I would actually look to play some of these leverage systems that I believe have more potential upside, and that's going to be Coinbase and MSTR. Okay, so just that kind of synthetic hedge, synthetic leverage into what we're seeing in the crypto space. So $150 right now. This name has been cut more than in half. If Bitcoin at some point in the coming months decides that it wants to rally, that's what I'm going to be looking at, not the IBITs or the ETHAs of the crypto world, actual leverage plays without it being a direct leverage product, if you catch my drift.
I do catch your drift. For on flow.
Oh.
Tag me, brother. SMCI. How do you want me to analyze this? Are we looking at it from an intraday perspective? Are you talking day trade? Are you talking swing trade? Are you talking long term? Tag me again, brother, and I'll respond, or I'll analyze it for you here in real time. Brian is calling out two different names here. Shout out to my man Brian. SPAI, one of the names he called out, right back into the high of the day. It's not doing that much volume, but it's pretty good. JFB, again, another one with not that much volume, but a very clear uptrend, stair step up, higher lows, higher highs. Just make sure you're taking profits on this one and you're keeping an eye on the spread, lest it find you kind of on the other side. But long, I understand, brother, but what are you looking for? Intraday, like a day trade, just, in and out? You're looking for swing, 3 weeks, 3 months. You're looking for investment, long term, so I can know which chart to look at. So tag me again. Let me know what you're looking for there. Shout out to my man Clinique. Who else? Nimit will have great mentors like Sean, Neal, and you. Joe can be his. That's mean, Nimit. You're right.
That's what I said. That's mean.
That's mean, man.
Yeah, that's
I think
crazy.
he's just trying to take shots at
Yeah,
you, Joe.
apparently, man.
KXIN Green Vol says Bhavin Patel. Let's look at Kixon. KXIN, sorry. Nice breakout there, Bub. Volume just starting to come in here. I want to say 12:30, pardon me. The first major volume bar, but volume is ascending. This is at the high of the day into 5.5, up 7.5%. It's a tiny market cap, $8.5 million market cap there. Keep your eye out on that. And that's what we got here. I'm sorry I don't have any trades, but I don't like anything at the moment. Things are breaking down. We're going to look at BYND, though, when we get back from Sia. Are we doing small cap recap, or what are we doing? Money talks, baby. That's my favorite segment, Sia.
You know what
Look
else?
at the money drop from the air like that. Boom.
Glad to hear that, Sharif, because we do have some things to bring to your attention. So the DXY, the dollar is currently weaker as of today after data has shown that U.S. retail sales have unexpectedly taken a slump in July. So it's trading around the 99 region right now. 99.9 to be precise, was earlier at 99.5, down almost 0.40% on the day. Let's take a look also at the USD INR pair and what is going on over here. What's the story? Let's take a look. So it's trading around the 95 region, I would say. So another key thing to note is that as of today, India's regulatory market has proposed to allow all individual foreign investors to complete regulatory onboarding digitally to boost participation in securities markets. But there are multiple catches to this. One of the things that is an important point that you should be aware about is that the Securities and Exchange Board of India has proposed relaxing the requirement that overseas investors be located within India while doing and undergoing digital know your customer verification. So that is one of the requirements here. Let's also take a look at USD JPY as well and what the pair is doing. The USD JPY pair trading around the 159 region, I would say, almost not, I would say, definitely flat on the day. That's down 0.08%.
Thank you a lot for that, CR. All right, let's look at SMCI. This is the 4-hour chart on SMCI, so it goes all the way back to early December of last year, of course. So we're looking at, about an 8-month window, give or take, on the screen right now. I don't like it, okay? It's very hard to read. You can clearly see it ranges for periods. And then because of the nature of this company and, some of the interesting developments that happen with it, it has these moves both up and down. But when you look at the majority, if I was to take, I can't chart volume weighted average price on this because it's just, it keeps resetting. Anyway, if you were to look at the average price action here, I would submit to you somewhere around 33, despite the fact that it went to 51, despite the fact that it went to 18.5, the range is still very much right in that mid-30s area. I don't like SMCI. I don't like the chart. I don't like how the company is being run. If it changes, I'll change my opinion, right? But it's just there's too much with this company. Legal overhang, just weird accounting stuff that comes up. I'd go looking somewhere else. There are competitors to this, and I'll submit to you that Dell is in President Trump's good books. Why look at something different, right? Let's take a look at the chart on Dell. This is the 4-hour on SMCI, going back, as I mentioned, to early December. This is the chart on Dell. You tell me, man. You tell me. I don't mean to be mean, obviously. That's not what I'm trying to do. But this is a trend. The other one is a range, and it's awfully hard to read. So having said that now, you're going to say, well, look, man, Dell's, Dell, the best days are behind Dell here. It's at $500. It was like in February, this thing was $125. So maybe Dell's too extended. And I think that's a fair kind of analysis there. So perhaps there could be more upside for a company like SMCI. Okay, well, is their leadership going to change? Because their leadership is the one that keeps getting them in trouble. So I'm just going to have to take more of a hybrid view here of technicals and fundamentals because I think it warrants it in this specific instance. Do you have any comments about SMCI?
No. I the exact same thing that I said to you, man. If it's too complicated and you have to do some type of quantum physics to figure out what's going on with the chart, then just swipe left and
swipe left.
Yeah, and just look for something else, man. There's plenty of other stocks in the market. Guys, could you please explain how you would use volume profile to determine trading decisions?
That's your life right
Still
there.
learning, understanding trading. Listen, but I very rarely use volume. Here we don't have volume by price. It's two distinctly different things. I talk about volume by time and volume by price. Volume by price is on this horizontal axis here. I personally never got involved with it, but what you see is, with your largest bars that are coming out, is where you see the most amount of volume, which typically correlates with the volume weighted average price. Personally, for me, it's the exact same thing in which we just described in regards to SMCI and some other names. If you believe it's too complicated, then maybe there's another indicator out there that suits you. Ozan and I actually also had the conversation this morning as well, too. I have one line on the chart. That's it. I have one line on the chart. I used to trade with moving averages. And if I were to suggest any other indicator, which I still live by, but we just don't have it, is the Camarilla pivots. Why? Because there's no subjectivity to it. It's forward looking and it's not a lagging piece.
And it's based on a mathematical calculation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's based off of previous highs and lows. So when you open up your platform in the morning, they're already preset. It's not like your Fibonacci's, right, where you go, okay, I have to find the pivot, then expand it and look for that percentage thing. No, everything is preset. But listen, as you gain experience, we've seen this through multiple experienced traders as well too, you eliminate a lot of the indicators and you just really, because everything is derived from price. Everything is derived from price. So what do you need other than what price is actually telling you at that very given moment?
I can't wait for you and Obi to be on the show next week.
Why?
So that everybody could juxtapose your chart with Obi's. Because his is littered with
I mean,
indicators.
just drawing trend lines and all that stuff, I think is a different story. But in regards to like indicators,
no, he's got
volume,
bands. He's got a bunch
something,
of stuff.
yeah.
He uses it
By all means,
fantastic. His way, but your way is fine as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
everybody their own.
To each their own. To each their own. If it works for you, then continue to. You can build a system around it. But I think there's a lot of traders, and I think Sharif, remember when we were at what's that little conference we went to?
Oh, we went to the Money Show.
Money Show. Even the experienced options guys are like, man, I don't even really care about anything.
Blossom Con, the one you didn't show up to.
No, wow. No, you went there? Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to do this right now.
I told him the VIP was not good.
Time out.
Okay, he's going to get me because I didn't go to the Taste of the Danforth. That's not my fault.
No,
man.
hear me out. Just listen.
You're supposed to come at 1 o'clock. You showed up at 4. What am I supposed to do?
Let me finish here, all right? Okay, what did I say to you about Blossom Con? I said I wasn't going.
Dude, the Friday, you're like, I may see you tomorrow.
No. Let's pull up the text. But then I texted you the night before of the taste, and I'm like, are you going?
I was definitely going.
I'm like,
100% going. Dude, don't blame the taste on me, man. I was not the one that showed up at 4.
Yeah.
All right. I couldn't leave it on, man. All right, man. This guy, bro. Let's go up to Sia.
I think we had another super.
Let's take a look at what crypto markets are doing as of right now. First of all, BNB, Binance has said as of today that it will stop processing transactions involving the HTX and 10 other listed crypto platforms from the 23rd of August. And has provided the reason for this to be the new laws, sanctions, and regulatory restrictions that will be taking effect, which is what is the reason for this here. Let's also take a look, as always, at some levels here. BTC USD down 0.5% on the day, trading around the $63,000 region. You have Ethereum that is flat on the day, trading around $1,880 region. And finally, I want to check Solana as well, as you knew I always do. Solana down 1% on the day, trading around the $75 region.
This guy's blaming me to people in the chat, man.
Who?
You.
What did I say?
LOL, bro, that's Sharif. I was there early.
Yeah.
You were. First of all, you were there at like 10:45.
I was there at 11:45.
11:45?
Yeah. It starts at noon. You got to get in the lineups early.
Hold on, there were lineups to get?
Yeah. To get the food.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Well, no, someone said I was on Jamaican time. No, Sharif was on Jamaican time.
No,
Island time.
my friend who is Jamaican was on Jamaican time. Drew Miller, you got me in trouble.
Is he Jamaican?
He's Jamaican as hell, bro.
That's crazy.
Jamaican as hell, yeah. And he's always late, consistently late.
I was there early.
You know, it's like, Drew, what were you doing? Oh, I was doing meal prep. It's
Yeah.
Did you not know that when we made plans together? Like, where was your, planning?
That's why I very rarely hang out with my my dad's side of the family because the timelines it's just too much for me to handle. There's no structure whatsoever.
But people say that about Egyptians as well.
You
Like,
guys
say
aren't
that,
on the structure?
Egyptian time.
Yeah.
Like, they're
There's
notoriously
no
late,
structure.
right? Like,
So it's like, okay, like one of my little brothers is like, yeah, I'll be there, say 2 o'clock.
He has to show up.
7, 8, you know what I mean? And it's like, I'm ready. No, it doesn't. That's why I don't hang out with them. They're like,
Get it, Brian.
All right, we got a super chat.
Assassino, let's get to this.
I'm a little baffled by this, but anyways, I'll proceed to read this. Joe, how do you trade Lily options? First of all, I don't. With such large spreads, and by the way, I don't like your take me to jail shirt today. So you ask me a question and then proceed
and then he
to
dunks
bash my
on
clothes.
you.
Yeah, exactly. So you know what? Next time, before I get ready in the morning, I'll give you a shout and I'll send you a picture of my wardrobe and then you can pick it for me. How's that one?
That's crazy. Brian.
No, I'm only playing. No, if it's no, listen. In all seriousness, if there's liquidity issues within your options trading, you have to be cautious, right? Because if you try to get out and liquidity is not there, and also from a spread standpoint, you have to post up in order for it to really work for you, right? So Eli Lilly, not the most liquid name, so you just really reconsider your options. No pun intended there in regards to looking for potential entries. And then also if that's the case, what you can also do is look for the concentration throughout your strike prices and which has the most liquidity.
All right, let's get to the Broadcom news because everybody's wondering why the hell Broadcom is down almost 6% here. Here it is. Broadcom falls amid VMware security vulnerability reports. Let's read it. Friday, after being read for 3 out of 4 trading days this week amid reports that a vulnerability in VMware vCenter was being exploited on Thursday. Bleeping Computer, who the hell is that, reported that a recently patched critical vulnerability in VMware vCenter syslog server is being exploited in an active campaign to deploy a reverse SSH tool for persistence and remote access. Compromises have been seen at the 361 IP address in 47 countries. Over half of them are located in Germany, the United States, Turkey, Iran, and France. VMware vCenter is a centralized management software platform to control, monitor, and configure an organization's VMware virtual infrastructure, including virtual machines, ESXi servers, configurations, and access permissions. This is not good at all. Broadcom had disclosed the vulnerability called whatever on July 29th and described it as a critical directory transversal vulnerability in the vCenter syslog server, which could be exploited by an unauthenticated attacker with network access to execute arbitrary code. Earlier this week, Digital Forensics and Incident Response, or DFIR company, Queerso, noted that the compromised system started to connect to attacker-controlled infrastructure. Oh, my days. On August 3rd, 5 days after Broadcom disclosed the flaw and released an emergency patch. How the hell is it connecting to other people's thing if you patched it? Queerso added that it identified a total of 361 victim IPs. By August 7th, Broadcom did not respond to Seeking Alpha's request regarding the exploitation of the vulnerability and to compromises. Okay, that's not good. That's not good at all because they said they patched it, yet it's still connecting. Guys, anybody in the chat who is well-versed in this stuff, is this a major problem here? Because a lot of what I'm reading there, a lot of it I don't understand. So I need to know from you guys who are in the biz. If you guys are, in IT, anything like that, just tag me, let me know. Is this a big deal? Because the market is, thinking it is a big deal. It's down $25 today, down almost 6%. So I'd love to hear some explanations. I know Ichiro's involved in that life. Problem with VMware ESXi is patching is hard and takes time. All right. Frathos Khan, releasing the patch on date X doesn't mean admins applied immediately. Fantastic point there, man. Thank you for that. Uplift Market says this is a remote access control, which is a big deal for clients. Wig James 99, it is a problem, but not rare. Great comments from you guys, man, about that. Patch requires download. Users didn't do that. So this is, it's basically an operator problem here because they've come out with the fix, but the IT manager or whoever is responsible there isn't getting it done. Is that to understand you guys correctly? Big Al Free, yes, it is a big deal, he says. Okay. Wick James 99 says it's an overreaction. Vulnerabilities and exploits happen with all the big vendors, says Mura Washda. You guys are great, man. You guys are great. I knew that there would be a lot of you guys that understood this a lot better than me, which is why I reached out. So I do appreciate you guys doing that, man. Because this is one of my investments, man. And you got to take this stuff seriously. Because, we saw what happened with CrowdStrike, right? And I don't want to be part of that. So DFSC, Bovin's been calling this out. Brian specifically has been talking about this for a while. He was talking to me about this at around 2.5. It's a range, right? Very similar to MDXH, not the same, but similar. It's not at the dollar, but I don't trade this as a breakout, guys. If I was to trade it, which I'm not, I'd put in dip trades 250, 260, and then look to what the beak here in the 280s, 290s, right? DFSC to maintains as a range until until it shows you its, intentions to break out. Rudy, excuse to buy the dip, says Rudy. I love that. I love that thinking, man. Eric, damn white. You can take down an entire company if you can exploit VMware. Interesting. Green Saber, Sharif, could be serious if your VMware setup is not designed with hardware and software security levels. Interesting. Manning Vision, these vulnerabilities are going to increase exponentially as AI evolves. You read my mind. We see this all the time. Even when these sandboxed AI kind of agents are given specific instructions, they seem to break out. They do nefarious things. They don't view them as nefarious. They view them sort of as ends to, or a means to achieve ends, right? Because you instruct me to do this, I can't do it without A, B, and C. Let me go get A, B, and C, even if going and getting A, B, and C breaches the rules that it was given to. So great comments by you guys. I do worry about this, of course, but then I am invested in Palo Alto Network. So then, yeah, exactly. Yeah, my fear is a little assuaged there, so a bit of a hedge. Let's go to Adair. She's got news.
Just keep an eye here on USAR and MP. There's not much of a move in this. I saw this news initially around probably 10 minutes ago. I put it on the screen. There wasn't much of a move at the time, but I'm seeing this recirculate. Globe and Mail reporting that Canada and the U.S. are discussing critical minerals and defense in their trade talks, according to unnamed sources. Again, not much of a move here in either, or at least some of these names here, USAR, MP, but just be aware, apparently this conversation is happening. Back to you.
Yeah, well, I'm involved in this name. Obviously, it's been a tough trade. It's been a great bounce subsequent to earnings. It is one that I feel the market is mispricing, but doesn't really matter what I think, man. It matters what the big money movers think. I think that there's not many options in North America for vertically integrated critical minerals extractors, critical mineral refiners, right? And then you've got the government guaranteeing them a price bottom, right? And they received about $18 million in subsidies for said price bottom in the last quarter. I think we're about 50-something million, maybe 60-something million on a yearly basis. So I like this company, but the price action here has to speak. And right now, it's barely. So that is a look there, Joe.
Good stuff. All right, let's pull up that super chat, my boy, and see what we got going on here. Guys, I shorted AAOI. How do you think we go from here to close of the day? Yeah, let's pull it up here. We're still sitting in this short, ladies and gentlemen, on NVDL. Let's see if we get a break of this 36.65. You can see there's clearly some form of resistance right here, and we continuously reject that. But no further ado, I bring to you 100. I'm not even sure, the Shreve, you might know that currency.
What's
there. AAOI. It's from India. Oh, rupees. The rupee. All right, cool. So AAOI, you're short this name. Shorted it. Pull that back up for me, please, Assassino. See if there's any form of price. I mean, listen, I don't know at what points you're short at, but what you can see right now is that clearly this is a buy program with a bull flag that's being established. I think that's pretty clear and distinct, right? So what we can do is, hey, it's either we just chop around, but the more price compresses, that will give you kind of an idea of where you might head from a direction standpoint, okay? So if we chop around and we continue to compress and the volume starts to uptick to the downside, well, then maybe this trend will break and then you head in towards the volume-weighted average price. But if we continue to press and as we're at the top end of this range, you see the volume start to move to the north side, really the buy pressure starts to step in and you break through this downtrend, then maybe you can go to that next zone, which could be $150. But this is a name that I believe is extremely strong here today. And if you're looking for that move back in, draw your wedge, which has been established, and continue to do so, and wait for price to really compress and then look for which direction it's specifically going to break. Oh, shorted at 140? Oh, no. Okay. Oh, man. Wait, again, we could definitely, yeah, you don't want to do this. So this is, again, we'll go over an example here momentarily. $140 right here. I mean, think about it. You have 3 hours left in the day. It's a Friday. You're coming to a close of the summer. So I feel like a lot of traders could be in the Hamptons. Volume really starts to cool down. Price action really starts to compress. And the average true range really starts to come in. Volatility falls off a cliff. because no one's really participating. 140 by the end of the day. If there's shares, man, just put a stop in. If it looks like it's going to break to the north side, get out of dodge. But if that wedge breaches to the south side, then look somewhere where you can start to take a little bit of risk off, in my opinion. Not financial advice. Just come up with a game plan and then sure enough, execute on it regardless of what happens, okay? AO short is a guaranteed winner, says Brian. All right, so a couple people in the chat are following you here. So yeah, stick with it, man. See what happens. Come with that game plan. If it breaks the wedge in the opposite direction, then assess your situation. Now here it is, 36.70. We're still not breaking down just yet, but I do believe we will momentarily. I was just reading that Broadcom story as well too, Sharif. Here it is on the NVDA. Didn't sell as aggressively as the SPY and the NASDAQ, which is good. I'll take that all day, but I would like it to also sell, come back into the mid-teens so I can buy significantly more, but that's all right, we'll do so. I believe by the end of next week, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a quiet all-time high here in NVDA. It's not next week that they report. It's the following week, I believe, on the 25th or the 26th. I know Adara's definitely got that on lock, but it's in the 20s. NVDA still chopping around here. Same narrative, right? If you want to talk about your AAOI, look at this kind of this wedge that's starting to be formed here as well. So let's see which direction NVDA decides to head into.
All right, man. I just tried my hand here at a new trade. Shout out to TT Mass calling this one out. SST. Let's see what this one does. Just had a big volume spike there. We're still super light on vol, about 188,000 shares as it moves back into 33. Looking for continuation here. I'll stop up below 15 because that's current bar low on the 5, so it's showing 20s. The spread is prohibitively wide for something this cheap. 8 pennies. What the hell is going on here? So we need everybody. No, can't say that. I was going to say everybody punch in. No, we're looking for a 15 hold. Let's see how the price action develops. It's a trade de novo. So most of the prints that I'm seeing here coming on the level on the time and sales are all green. You're not seeing much in the way of red. Now you're seeing some red here. Yellow and green. Here's more orange. Orange is important because that means people are buying above the ask. That means exuberance, right? Buyer exuberance. So let's see if we can get a little bit more orange there. I put in some profit takers into the $0.50. Not immediately apparent how this cookie's going to crumble. We're at 29s, 31s, which is near area high. But like me, I could add into the position, which I don't mind doing. I just want to see a little bit more here in terms of, number one, spread tightening up. Number two, volume picking up. Now we're a little bit more than 250,000 shares, 300,000 incoming. So we've doubled up, quick as you like. It's dropping pretty aggressively now. Let's see if we can kind of hold up at this $0.25 where people have been buying. So that gives me 29s. It's still dipping into 21. So let's go 2, 3, 4 for an out. Oh, right back down here into 1917. If it stops out below, I stop out below 15. So let's watch. Let's see if this one can catch a bit of a bid, possibly into the high side, maybe take out $0.33, and then we'll start talking about the $0.50. But it doesn't look like it's going to do it right now, Joey. SST up 30%. It looks good. Not bad, but there it is, 15. I stop out. That sucks. We'll lose a little bit on that one. We'll stay positive on the day, though. But let's see how this one ends up setting up. 205 is VWAP. And then I believe a little bit below that is 2. So you have one of those anomalous situations where 2 and VWAP are awfully close to one another, but not for me quite yet here. Going to keep an eye on it.
Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, T, what's up, yo? On SanDisk, that wedge pressing high. Yeah, let's take a look at SanDisk here, brother. To T, what's up, yo? Another respectful individual in the chat. We like those. When you ask, you shall receive, and we'll pull up. I know we've been talking about this name quite a bit. We were talking about $1,700 acting as potential resistance. Couldn't quite get there, but you're not wrong. I mean, you do have a couple of higher lows established and slightly lower highs, right? So, I mean, if price really wants to break out, once again, it is Friday. So it may not come how you're expecting, but it does look like it could break up to the northeast here, ladies and gentlemen. So not a bad call out there. Wow, Amazon down. Oh, no, that's Broadcom. Yeah, Broadcom getting hit pretty heavy here today.
Yeah, that's what I was reading it for,
Yeah, I know. It's down 5.8%.
That's not small for Broadcom,
No, apparently not, especially because it got hit really hard on that previous report, Sharif.
Piece of
It's
crap.
down 20% off of its highs. At one point, it was down 35%, I believe.
It took a hit after earnings. Remember when they guided down a little bit there?
Big time hit after earnings. That was the most of the gap down. Like, listen, at least it's not completely. I mean, I don't know if we're going to call this capitulation.
This makes me a little bit more worried, though, Joey, because if it's something more persistent, right? It's something going to be. Yeah, because, a bad quarter is a bad quarter, right? You can kind of work your way out of a bad quarter, especially something as strong as chips. and as important as Broadcom with ASICs, right? But what you can't work you're out of is more vulnerabilities for VMware. And what I was reading here from some people in the chat who are much more knowledgeable in this than I, that maybe Palo Alto and CrowdStrike don't have all the answers for VM. I'm assuming VM means virtual machine. Am I correct on that, chat? So explain to me a little bit why maybe that the security vulnerability may be more persistent in that regard rather than just being on the cloud. I'd like a bit more of an, see, people are saying, virtual machine, yes. So
you know what? Listen, I'm not well versed in that whole area.
Neither am I.
But Broadcom, I mean, $1 trillion company. There's some scenarios that I firmly believe that some situations that money can fix, and I think this is one of the situations
Not
that
wrong
Broadcom.
there, bro.
Yeah,
Not
so
wrong
I
there,
mean,
man.
like these
Funny
guys
how that
are
works, huh?
it is crazy how that works sometimes, man. So
Right.
I do believe that, again, that's why these guys continue to succeed. There's an issue right now. It's a minor speed bump with probable cause, and I mean, if there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, straight up. Yeah, and it does concern me. And I think if you're involved in this name as well, this is something you should be alive to. It doesn't mean it's the end all and be all. Just be ready, right? And what I always say to you guys, the same thing works for getting into a position. You always hear me saying, I put out orders so that I remove the subjectivity out of it. Yeah, well, it needs to work both ways for your stops and for your entries, right? So even though you may like the name, if it technically breaks down, just get out so that if it does continue to bleed, you're not forced into a situation where you have to dollar cost average to no end and apply money to that DCAing that you could be putting into something that's actually moving up. You know what I mean? Because we all have a finite amount of money. So just stop out of it. And then perhaps when trend resumes, you can get back in if it resumes, right? So just keep that kind of thing in mind. Anyway, SST, we're taking prints here. It's not great. It's not taking out the high of the day at around 40, but it's holding up generally above the $0.25, the $0.05 of a dollar. So I'm trying to build a position here for a decent break above the third, but we keep getting resistance right into that 30 penny area. So I'm keeping an eye on that. David, around to your VMware question, PanW and Crowd have a solution. I was reading what Rudy was saying earlier in the chat. He's like, no, there's not something they can help with. So not like I have enough information to be able to make my own assessment on that. But explain to me, David, why do you feel that? Why are they, the ones that could actually help patch this? It just explain to me a little bit more, if for a layman, of course, so you can kind of repeat it to everybody else. But that's what I'm just wondering here, guys. But in any event. V-Wave, I see V-Wave, Brian. It's been on the side chart the entire day, 177, 179 high. I'm just involved here with SST. I'm trying to build a position near and around VWAP, like 22s or 21s. So let's go ahead and post there for a buy order right around 22. So we can get a dip trade before this one breaks out, if it breaks out. Again, high a day on this monster is 41 pennies, but it spent very little above 30. So it was, pardon me, just a quick price spike up. Ichiro says you can't load the third-party software on VMware systems. You're not supposed to, LOL. That's what he says. Love that. He's Akash Patel. Joe, he tagged you and I, but I'm going to throw this your way.
Yeah.
Looking for some advice on long-term. Got in on AC at $18. It was at 33 a couple months ago. Should I look to sell and TP and then a re-enter maybe? AC is the ticker.
You know AC?
Of course I know AC. What's the short interest on that?
Hey, yo, I don't know.
I'm taking it home though, so we can't talk about it.
Yeah, and I have 70,000 Aeroplan bands that we need to use. But no, in all seriousness though, as I was reading, doing some of the upgrades, downgrades, it did receive an upgrade not too long ago, Sharif.
Okay.
So what's going to happen is that there's third party, some private equity, or some private investors looking to step in and buy Aeroplan and monetize Aeroplan.
Why would they do that to themselves?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. So they're thinking that they can somehow make more money off of us cardholders from an Aeroplan standpoint. But I mean, Air Canada, I used to be a shareholder.
It's not a good company, guys.
Yeah. I used to be a shareholder of this a long time ago. They rinse their customers. There's almost the next to no customer assistance. Personally, I wouldn't be looking to get involved in Air Canada. That's just me. Again, Shreve doesn't like it. I don't like it. Rob doesn't like it. I'm just not a fan.
They used to be the cream of the crop.
They used to be.
They used to be. Like when I was going to and from England a lot in the mid 2000s, goodness gracious. So Air Canada lands at Heathrow.
Aeroplan?
And Air Transat, which also goes to England, lands at Gatwick. So Gatwick is far, man, because it's not even in London. It pretends to be like a London airport, but it's really not, right? So you have to like schlep up with the bus and this and that. So I started flying Air Canada so I could land into Heathrow, right? Dude, by far, it had, those TV sets in the seats. It had chargers when nobody had that kind of stuff, brother. Nobody had that in the mid 2000s. It was like the cream of the crop. And it's just gone so down. Yeah, it has. Right? And it's
their customer satisfaction levels must be like horrendous. They don't think they really care, to be honest with you.
No, and I feel like Canadian airlines in general, for the exception of Porter, which gets consistent rave reviews from people, right? Especially because
but it doesn't go anywhere.
That's the problem. So then you hit the nail right on the nose, brother. I mean, it's fantastic, but it's limited in what it offers you. So it's kind of hard to take everywhere, but it gets consistently good reviews.
It's really sad because very, very few people are satisfied with Air Canada. I can tell you that.
I 100% agree with that.
And then they get the bailout too as well, which just would frustrate a little bit more people too.
And like they get it's not a monopoly, but they get like dominance, right? Like they get the best terminal at
everything. Yeah, because in their defense, they do go to the most destinations.
They do.
They go to the most destinations, but it just doesn't make sense. Like if you're traveling on the Western Hemisphere, like if I decide that I want to go to the Caribbean or something, it's a 4-hour flight. Why am I gonna pay $1,700 for an Air Canada flight or pay $800 for the Air Transat or something along those lines? It just doesn't make sense. The discrepancy in the service isn't that much to justify the price of flying with Air Canada.
Yes, well said. All right, we're doing it. We're doing some trading here while we're talking on SST, which is a bit of a range. I initially looked at it as a breakout trade, and then it pretty much established itself pretty quickly as a range. It seems to be a buyer in and around 10 and a seller in and around 30. So I have 18s. I've wet the beak as high as 33, with the latest print being 30. Here comes 10. I stop out through 7s, so the 10 buyer is going to have to keep us afloat. Otherwise, we'll give back some, but we're still profitable on it. And I'm looking for kind of a reclaiming of that 30 penny level. It does encounter a lot of selling for whatever reason, right around 30 pennies. So something to be alive to here. It's not a great trade, or it's not a great name so far. Anyway, as I mentioned, it's not really breaking out, so trade it carefully. But WAV just got into another high day, 182 there. It behooves you to look at VWAV. VWAV into 182. Good trade on that one. I haven't touched that quite yet, so hopefully we'll get into it if we get stopped out here, and now we are stopped out on SST, so we will give back a little bit there. Stay positive on the day, thankfully, but this one did bamboozle me just a little bit here as it breaks down below the volume-weighted average price, Joe.
Good stuff. Yeah, so we're still sitting in this short here. CP, ebb flow portfolio asking thoughts on some 110 long calls December 2027. All right, so you're giving yourself about 3-4 months on this one. Now, let's pull up CP. What is the liquidity like on this thing? So you're looking to buy this out of the money, the 110s. You know what? I mean, like, I don't think it's a bad idea just considering the path that this name is on. But I would look to do this, and maybe I'll do a little bit deeper of a spiel on why creating the debit spread, the call debit spread, can be a little bit more beneficial to you within this specific instance. Now we can head over to the expiration cycle that you're currently at, and don't forget you can always remove your bid. There's very, very little liquidity. So you could do this, right? So buy the 850. And collect the 220, because if this thing continues on the path at which it's currently on, as you can see, it's a pretty clean stair step, putting in highs all the time. Just in case it doesn't work as rapid as you were expecting it to, well, then guess what? You have a hedged position that allows you to benefit benefit from that as well too. All right, so I would look into doing something along those lines. And I used to construct a lot of spreads, and then when the thesis really starts to pan out, and you see some strong days within the underlying asset itself, because the quicker the better, obviously, I would just buy them back, right? So you sell, you buy them back. Maybe you collect 20, 30%, or maybe you have to get a little bit back, but the appreciation within the contract itself will offset in which you bought back your short contract for. All right, so that's something that I used to do back in the day. I mean, it is not the most liquid name, and I would look to into something along those lines. All right, so here it is. We're still sitting in this. Man, we keep rejecting 36.75. We're not getting that breakdown, but Apple looks like it might want to head a little bit lower. We are starting to get the uptick here. AMD starting to come in. Maybe I'll get involved in a little AAMD strafe, as you could like to say it that way, because I do believe we'll get some form of a pullback. And Scott H is also, he said he's short, or sorry, he's long SpaceX. Long SpaceX. So hopefully that works out for you, because we did breach the volume weighted average price. So congratulations on that front. A nice little recovery. But again, we moved up pretty quick, right? So things happened pretty fast. Expect the underlying asset to take somewhat of a breath. And I think that's the narrative within SpaceX right now. Watch out for this name to continue to climb higher. We rejected the supply zone that we talked about on multiple occasions here at 150 in SpaceX. Pulling back now. But one thing that we can know is look at our volume. Look how much stronger the buying pressure is compared to what we're seeing in the selling. Maybe, just maybe, we see buyers step back in and you can punch through that $150 marker here on SPCX, a name that we don't talk about too often.
Yeah, all right. Let's go through the old watch list here, because I'm not trading anything. There's really nothing to trade at the moment, guys. And small cap gappers, let's see what's strong, what's not. Let's pick up on any trends we may or may not be aware of here. So we got a pretty flat day, man, on all the Mag 7. Like, look at this. There is none in 1% territory, both up and down. Like, you're just saying Meta 0.5% negative, Microsoft flat, Apple flat, Google and Goggle, they're both down a third. Amazon down 0.7, Tesla's flat, SpaceX is not a Mag 7, and then you get NVIDIA just went green here, 0.02%. We see AMD back above 500. Joey just mentioning that, 4%. They had a good headline as well. AVGO, we already got into. Intel, though, back above $100, but down on the day. You're seeing SanDisk a little bit flat since the opening bell, but still up 7. Micron up 1.5. Western Digital flat as well as SK Hynix. It's really the optics name today. Lumentum, LITE, up 4, but it's AAOI's world today. It's a very, very small market cap relative to Lumentum. So Applied Optoelectronics, about, what is this, $12.5 billion market cap. Lumentum obviously is $81 billion. So Lumentum could see, I'm thinking maybe a $100 billion market cap should be interesting there. What's the PE on this thing? It's still negative 10.7%. I wonder what the forward is. AMAT as well. They had that tough headline this morning. They're down, it was earnings. They're down 5%. Impinj is back at 170. What? Oh, yeah. Well, it's still off all-time highs, but it's got a bit of a range here. Okay. Then we got QCOM, Lam Research, of course. Interesting headline as well. Then you get, who else? Global Foundries up 2 1/5. Cerebras continuing to sell off since that earnings report. Moving down the bunch here. FCell, the sell, very compressive. Watch out for those swing in the sell here, man. Because, just save and except for this area over here, we're putting in a compression pattern. Let's see if it resolves in the direction of the trend. This one I had to get out of below 20, but we did get back in, so we're like a couple of bucks in the money on this one. Baba with the headline here with Apple, that Apple is using them, as well as Baidu, okay, for Apple Intelligence in China. Baidu and Baba, exact opposite, mirror opposites, 1.39 green, 1.39 red. So, not sure what's going on there. You got Jinko Solar as well, up 1 3/4. Crypto, not good. Not good at all. I want to take your opinion on this. This is very litter chart here with your Camarilla pivots, but it looks like we're going to make another move down, because now the high end of this range is the low. And yeah, I don't know. It does it automatically, and I have no idea why. Let me see if I can take them off. Chart parameters.
It's on the daily.
Studies.
There you want
Where is my intraday VWAP pivot points? There we go. Apply. There we go. Easy. So look at this. I wanted to show you this because I wanted your opinion. Look at this. So look at the high end of this area over here.
Yep.
Is the low end of this area here. So former area support acting as resistance. I think we have more room to go down. I think we're eventually probably going to break 50 at some point. If we do, fine, whatever.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Continuing to move down the list. Ethereum still below 1900. CleanSpark, though, up nicely on the day, about 5%. Same thing with CIFR as well. They're up. Cipher Digital up nice, almost 7% here. So some mining love, but not necessarily, of course, for the coin itself, because the miners are now throwing their hat into the data center ring.
Man.
And you're seeing that with HUD 8 as well.
What does that tell you?
They move with the wind, right? The wind is
they're nimble.
Crypto mining. Well, there's a lot of overlap too, brother.
There is, yeah.
Right?
I mean, but like, you and I had the discussion going from kind of rigging to cloud compute or neo cloud. There's obviously going to be some cost in between.
Got to be. It's not even the same chips, but they have experience kind of with that whole thing.
They have the
data centers.
Exactly.
Let's go through some military and defense names. You're not seeing much in the way of red there, just Palantir, but Palantir's had a big move up, by the way. Guys, you know what? We were crapping on Palantir for a while because it wasn't doing that well, but you know what? We are only 11.5% off all-time highs, which we got back into in November of last year. So look at that, right? Making it back there. So you're seeing a lot of green in, of course, what's this called? The military space here. Meme stocks. I don't mean to call them memes, but AMC down 4 3/4. We got Carvana up here. Okay, great. Cybersecurity all red because these guys just got into all-time highs yesterday. So it stands to reason that we get some profit taking. Look how much higher the volume is on crowd than it is on PanDub. Is that consistent? 3.25 million shares, not even 2 on PanDub, and they're not different in price.
The split too, I think, had a little bit
Sure.
of a factor.
Okay, so because the crowd's a little bit cheaper, fair enough. Moving down the list here, what's CD again? Because this thing's up 15%. Chance Digital Holdings. This is a very small company. It's a $435 million company. Weed is all red today as well. Biotech, everything red except Pfizer. Reddit, of course, green on its inclusion into the S&P 500. Not on a rebalance, by the way. It's on a buyout. And yeah, everything else kind of, just flat or really nothing to write home about with all these tickers, Joe.
No, man, not at all. I mean, we hit $1 here on AMD. We're looking for more of a breakdown, but if it breaks 504, then we just hop out of this one. Not getting that move back into the volume-weighted average price that we were looking for. Still sitting in this short in NVDA. So, yeah, I mean, it's chilling. Market is like watching paint dry. Yeah, it's a Friday, man, in the long weekend. Katina, man, back in the building as well, too. He's got the lunch. So he's got the salmon as well.
There.
So yeah, you crush that. Don't forget to take my salmon there, my guy.
I will.
I think
you, brother.
SPX is going to be a short at 140. Yeah, let's actually pull up the options chain. I know we were discussing this throughout the whole day, SPCX. We'll pull it up one more time. 140 could be a level. There is some size there. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Watch out for sellers to step in at 140. I don't know if you have the chain gang up there. That's not the right terminology. 15.3 thousand contracts there. But then we also were discussing this 150 marker that had some size in 145. So you can see the congestion. I wouldn't say congestion because that's not necessarily the case, but where the concentration of size is truly at the half for 145 in the whole. Okay, so keep that in mind. $1, man, things only used to be every $2.50. Now it's every $1. That's crazy. Is anybody trading these single stock futures? Let me know in the chat. That'd be absolutely fantastic. Hey, Neil Zingle, what's up?
Who's that?
Nearly single, maybe is what he's getting.
Oh, yeah.
What do you guys think about UMAC after the push today? I'll touch on UMAC real quick, Sharif, and then I'll send it over to you to see if you like anything on UMAC. Usual machines. Oh, man.
Return of the Mac.
Return of the Mac. I used to really, really dislike that song because that's all it used to play at the club. Like, you could go to the bar and for sure, you could put the mortgage on the fact that you're going to hear Return of the Mac. Here it is, Unusual Machines. Pretty good daily, if you ask me as well, too. I think at this pace, you're going to break and hold the previous high all-time high on this bad boy.
All-time high.
Yeah, how do you feel about UMAC?
Let's have a look. I'm just gonna, new position alert, guys, here. We're in V-Wave. Yeah, well, Joey, there's really not much else to trade at the moment in terms of small cap. V-Wave has the best looking uptrend, so we're gonna give this one the old community college try. Let's have a look at UMAC. I'm just gonna bring in the, chart over here, UMAC. So, okay, great uptrend, no question about that. A lot of buyers at the 200. You can very clearly see that blue line right there. That's the 200 exponential in the daily. That's very respectful of trend here. It doesn't matter that it breaches it by a percentage or two. The general rule is you're buying here at the 200. Now, was this a SPAC? No, this was sub $1. I'm not a big fan of the huge price spikes up and then the filling of the gap, like almost as a guaranteed thing. That's kind of annoying, but it gives you more opportunities to get in at the 200, like you could have here, here, here. You see where I'm going with this? The 200 is money here. That's the blue line. So I do like it in that regard. This is the daily. So there's a lot of good here. There's a lot of higher highs. There's a lot of higher lows. But it is sort of a megaphone pattern. The megaphone pattern is a lot harder to trade because by definition, the highs and the lows are starting to spread away from each other. So the corrections become more amplified. What I mean by that is just take a look over here. You have a 34.25 area high. And when all was said and done, you went all the way back down to 15 2/3. That's a hefty retracement, and that's over a period of over a month. So you have to be really convictioned in your trade to be waiting there with a resting order at the 200. But I do like it in a general sense. I don't like the expanding variance between highs and lows, but hey, and what I mean by that is typically when you have an uptrend, you don't necessarily have a megaphone pattern. You could have an upward channel, right, where the high and lows, they don't get wider and wider apart, but here they are, right? And so it just makes it a bit more tricky to add into a position. So good look here. Don't hate it. You took out prior area highs as well, but watch out for resistance at 35, Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff over here. I mean, we're still, once again, if it breaks this, maybe we add a little bit and see if we get that move. But then if it breaks through, because there's clearly a structure right here, right? You can see the over-under play. The Shreep was kind of just explaining before, and I believe it was on the last stock. So if that breaches, which it looks like it was going to, we caught $1 to the downside, $1 plus. But then we're like, let's see if we get this $500 marker on this. But now we're starting to curl back over. AMD really strong, so it seems like the buyers are starting to step back in. How's that? How's my good friend Tesla doing here today? Yeah, I mean,
tell it, Joey.
Yeah, well, this is crazy. Like, I mean, how often do you see this?
Yeah,
just like, you know what I mean? Just like, how often do you see that? You know what I mean? So, pure tomfoolery on that one there.
But you have a flat top break brewing there. Go back to that.
Yeah, I know, man. On the day, well, that was the whole thesis.
No. Here's what I'm. Go back to that.
Or with the daily?
Yeah, right there.
Or the 5 minute.
That's the 5 minute. So what I want to make is that's clearly point there.
Yeah.
That's clearly an area support in the morning, right?
Yeah.
You break down and then look where you're finding. What a shock, huh? Above 342 could be a great long, but you have to wait up for that.
Catch it straight right for that one.
Right.
Sharif. Yeah, no, good call out there, guys. And we're also talking about that $351 marker. Look at this. Gorev, are you paying attention to this in the chat? I seen this, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. And I've been saying all day, Neil brought it up in his lesson of the day as well, too. Is just sometimes you have to listen to what the market is telling you. And then look what follows, right? Just an extremely strong candle to the downside, a really bearish engulfing print.
That's your world, too. That's
your
bit. Setup.
Well, trust me,
I'm surprised you were fighting the long about that.
That's the most frustrating part is because I said it how many times. Listen to what the market is telling you. And I thought that Joey knew better.
I don't even mean to do that to you, but like, okay, that is your setup. Because I remember specifically when you first started, you were always looking for the topping tail or the bottoming tail candle to get long. So I was surprised you didn't flip short on that. Like, and it was money.
Dude, did you see this? Look, let me show you this right now. Let me tell you something right now. Look at this, via TSLA. That's my out.
That's your out. That's excellent.
My entry's here at the break, but I'm like, no, let's see if we get a continuation and a pullback So I'm like, I'm going to add into the whole of this structure right here, and it just never happened.
It never
It's just a
held up.
complete
It
sell
just
program.
didn't, yeah.
But it's like I knew what was going on because I actually talked about it this morning in our option segment, is that 350 marker. Watch out for it being a supply zone and as resistance. So I take some off right at 350, but then proceeded to hold the rest of my position to the point where I'm like, all right, let's see if we can get that second leg higher. That was not the case.
I hear you, bro. Jeff Jones, $4.99 super chat. Bro said it's tricky. Well,
It's
like that, and that's the way it is. I like, who gets that, bro? Shout out to you. Shout out to Jeff. Thank you, Jeff, for the 5 super. Bovin. Bovin's still in the house, baby. And he's calling out Weto. WETO, guys, the ticker here. This is not my favorite at all, Bovin. I already know you know that. But it did lose VWAP. It found a hell of a buyer here at 750. Ranged a little bit between 8 and 750. And then up from 8 all the way up to 9.5. Last at 9.5 is the volume weighted average price, where it is, of course, finding resistance. You can kind of see that. We're still holding trend here, though. I would say, Bovin, you've got a good shot if you can break through this kind of down trend line. Now, I do know this one has a tendency, a propensity to kind of bamboozle you into a long and then fail. So if that was its modus operandi before, you have to look at it through that lens. And by the way, you can clearly see it here. Every time this one makes a high of day, it is met with immediate selling. Look at 545, topping tail, high of day, all the way back down to VWAP. Does it again, 7 o'clock, topping tail, not quite down to VWAP, but you see it, right? Every time it makes a new area high of day, it does drop. So if this one does get into the high of day, just make sure you're taking profits and doing it pretty quickly here, because the drops come in fast and furious. Bobby, Big Bobby, Top G. All right, Big Bobby.
What's he doing?
How's it going today, brother?
Oh.
Do you think Burry has a good point about neoclouds and think we could see a bigger correction? Whether or not the correction comes, we'll have to wait and see. But where Burry is wrong and where he's been wrong is the usability of older GPUs, okay? He was of the opinion when he first dropped his piece earlier in the year that these GPUs were gonna be good for 2 to 3 years. That's factually not right. And we have evidence to prove it. And I mentioned this many times. CoreWeave is renting out their 2023 GPUs, which are 3 years old, almost 4 now, at 125% the price that they were renting them out in 23. So not only are they booked 6 or 8 months down the road, but they're making more money off them now than they were when they were new. So Burry's thesis here, even if you end up getting a correction in neoclouds like Nebius and all the others, and CoreWeave, of course, I don't think it's going to be because Burry was right about this specific point. We're seeing usability going 3-4 years deep, and something tells me it may even go further. So I didn't like that part of his opinion. Now, does he have a very strong point about the CapEx heavy nature of these businesses? Yes. And that makes free cash flow and or profitability tough to come by, right? Because you're constantly having to buy the GB300 and then Vera Rubin coming out next year. All that costs so much money, right? The CapEx seems to be endless. It's whether or not they can get into, profitability. That's, I think, a fair question by the Burman. But I didn't like his analysis at all about the longevity of the chips. I thought he got that one wrong. So that's my opinion there. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the same camp. I think he's, well, listen, I'm long, he's short some of the names. Now, as from a CapEx standpoint, you will see things cool down, Sharif. I think that's inevitable. Right. It won't be to an extent in which we're seeing it right now. But we're already starting to see the turnaround. Like, don't forget, Google has a cloud business as well, which is extremely profitable, has an insane backlog, same with every other major neo-cloud business as well, too. So, I mean, down the road, if they have to switch things up, hopefully the profitability from the systems in which they're selling can mitigate that, can justify some of the spending, which I think it's already doing right now because Amazon's making money off of it and their custom chips as well too. So I mean, I don't think it's, hey, listen, I don't know. I was thinking this the other day as well too. Where is another scenario where we were thinking bubble because we're trying to compare everything to the .com? What's another scenario or a space that we believed was a bubble but then never really ended up bursting?
Let me think. I don't know.
I know that's a genuine question. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like,
well, the crypto, you could make an argument.
crypto,
We
you
went
can
to
make an
126, and now we're half off that.
make an-
50% correction
make an
could be
argument.
more, right? We've
and the
talked about
bubble, and the bubble being all the larger firms participating in the ETFs, right? Everybody getting involved via the ETF.
all that institutional money that was supposed to create a bit of a bottom
the
there. treasuries,
right?
treasuries
aspect of things.
What else could there be? I mean, lately anyway, there's been, what else? We saw a bit of a move in solar a few months ago. We gave that entire move back in solar. It was a big FSLR.
But, I mean, it's nothing on the scale to what we're seeing right now. Nothing compared to the scale we're seeing. I think it's more justifiable within the crypto space because you can say that the Bitcoin ETF was probably the best ETF launch of all time.
The Bitcoin ETF.
Marijuana space as well too.
Yeah, but that
big,
one's been
right?
trouble for a while.
Race to the bottom when everybody was really excited.
It's not
really
a good
driven
business.
off of the back of the Canadian companies as well too.
It was a lot of the correction were Canadian companies, right?
Yeah.
Here we go, guys. We're in W wave. I'm waiting at 88. It's showing me 88 on the ask. We need to cross to get the print. We're not going to get it here. It looks like we're in at 78. So V wave, VWAV, hanging out. This is the high of the day. 88 it goes. We're looking for $2 on the wave over here, but the wave is taking its sweet time to develop the price action. So let's see how this ends up, doing. Right back into 86s. So yeah, pleased with the trading today. It looks like it's going to be, of course, a negative week, but we had a positive week last week. But hey, man, at least we didn't go 0 for 5 on the week. We're going to go hopefully 2 for 5 on the week, but we'll still be negative with about 20 minutes to go in the house here. We got the Katina man. He's back. He's chugging down the food. Neil's back from the walk. How's the weather out there, by the way? Humid or are we good? It's good? It's good.
Quality out there. Neil's got the water, the H2O. Hydration Nation.
Yeah, he's got it over there. Yeah, it looks
Hydration
good.
Nation.
Looks
Any
good.
plans for the weekend?
Plans? Yes, the CanFit conference.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to the CanFit conference
And that's
tomorrow.
at the,
I'm going with my Jamaican buddy, so hopefully he shows up on time, right? Because he's
Okay.
a personal trainer.
You know what you have to do, right?
What?
You got to lie to the individuals who are you're going and
Bro.
tell them like at 2 hours earlier than when you actually want to go and then prepare.
He-
That's what I do to some of my little brothers because they're smart people, but you can get them that way. You know what I mean? Like if you want them there
gotta
at
start
4,
training them.
you
Oh,
tell
yeah,
them
yeah, yeah.
1:30,
Yeah.
and they're there at 4:30.
There you go.
So.
If you guys are in the Toronto area and you're you're fitness inclined, head on over to the CanFit conference. I'm going to be there on Saturday. I'm not going to go on the Sunday, but I'm pumped, man. I haven't been to CanFit conference in a minute. It's great.
And that's at
course.
the end, the
Metro.
Metro. Okay, I think
where we went to
Center?
the Money Show. Yeah.
Okay,
Same
yeah.
one,
Okay, cool.
I love it. I think it's a good time there. All right, let's get to this super. Mopar for life. Bury does have a lot of outs though. War, inflation, higher rates could lead to defaults and could step up the circular financing in its tracks. Well said. And circularity of the money between the chip makers, the neocloud producers, as well as many others involved in that whole AI stack has worried me for a long time. But at the same time, it feels like, I don't want to say it's going in one direction, but I don't know. I don't think this is going to be the internet all over again. I just don't see enough similarities between this and the internet. And the reason I say that is because when you had the Ciscos laying down the fiber optic lines in the late 90s, early 2000s, so much of the fiber was not used at all. And it wasn't used for years, for like a decade almost after that. That isn't the case here, guys. They've got 6 months, a year and a half of sold out compute. So it just doesn't ring the same to me. I mean, that's just my opinion, but who knows how this ends up happening. But I get that completely, man. SpaceX AI launches Grok 4.6 in GitHub Copilot. Yes, it is going to be good. Let me see exactly what I've got here on my Grok app. Oh, wave just ripped up into a new area high so quick I can't even take the print. Into 193 it goes, 194 above in. This one looks like it's headed to 197, and then maybe, and then maybe 199. So we're going to go ahead and put that out there as well. Let's see what we can get on V-Wave. I'm just going to flip here, see what options I have in terms of, oh, that's right, I canceled. I don't have Super Grok anymore, so I can't ask it to switch the models. Oh, crap, that sucks. Yeah, I know, that's what he calls it, Katina, man. But you also get X verified. He throws in a bunch of stuff in there, eh? You get like premium X with Super Grok. Like he tries to bundle the whole thing, which may or may not be good if you're on X a lot. But yeah, I haven't had an opportunity to play around with Grok recently. I got to tell you, you know, I was doing some research using Grok, and it was just far too aggressive for my liking. We were doing some peptide research, and like it was telling me wild things. Like you have to take like 8 milligrams a day of stuff that Claude was telling me 0.5 milligram or 1 milligram. So I was like, it's just too extreme for me, right? And so anytime I want up-to-date news, though, I feel Grok is pretty good because it uses it uses X, right? So a lot of up-to-date information on X. Same thing with Gemini, though, because Gemini also uses Google indexing. So I find those to be the best if you're looking for current information. But if you're looking for, you know, deep research, I found Grok not to be that great. And that's why I always go into Claude, right? So that was just my little 2 cents there. No, Micron millionaire, relax. Jeez Louise, bro. We were talking about the research phase still. I don't have a problem with peptides, man, but they are starting to crack down on it in this country. Yeah. Your friend Mark Carney has instructed Health Canada to start cracking down on some of the peptide resellers. We've also seen the credit card companies in this country start blocking certain peptide resellers from transacting. So there is the beginnings of the crackdown on peptides and stuff like that here. So we'll have to see how that works. T-Money with a 2 quid super chat.
That's
right there, bro. What do you got for that?
So, in short, AMAT from 520, spin it, kick it, as the Beastie Boys would say. Yeah, let's pull this up.
Sabotage.
Let's pull up. We can do some vitamin materials.
Take it easy, John.
What does elbows up mean?
Yeah, you don't know that elbows up thing, man?
No.
Come on, man. That was Carney's thing.
Was that
Remember
it?
when he was campaigning and they were elbows up because Trump was throwing punches, so you had to throw your elbows up?
Yeah,
it's so lame.
Or the George Foreman?
So lame. I love George Foreman's thing, man.
It
was the best.
It doesn't work, man. Trust me.
I know, but he used it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he used it for a very long time.
Yeah.
What were we talking about? Applied materials here? Man, good time. It's Friday. Applied materials, listen, you're in from 520. Nice play here, man. Really, really nice play. 16 bucks just like that. And off of those highs, you're down 31%. Look for these pivots, these local pivots to kind of hold up around 435. So you might see a little bit more of a pullback. It may not get that deep. And I think there's going to be some good opportunities to get involved. But don't forget, when you go on these parabolic runs like Applied Materials did, participating, it's funny how it was kind of correlated with some of these memory names here. But going from August of 25, right, you go 466%. That's not small potatoes. Now, considering you've been on this long-time run for a year now, almost at this point, a little bit less, things tend to cool down a little bit more.
Look at all the love you're getting on my post, eh? Everybody loves you, Joey.
Yeah, that's pretty
sick. Look at that. Oh, I posted it right there. Look at your boy Joey Options doing the option sesh in the morning.
That was a good camera angle, man. We need more BTS.
I'll send you more of that.
Yeah, we need more BTS for sure. Catch all the love that we can get around this neck of the woods there, Sharif. So yeah, I mean, that's about it. Apple on the move. Yeah, a lot of people talking about that. With Applied Materials, there might be some more downside, but things cool off, right? We've seen SanDisk really start to recover, officially breaking trends. So watch out for this move to continue, but I would look for a little bit of a pullback.
All right, Joey, let's cut the crap.
What is it?
You're going to a cottage this weekend.
Yeah,
what's planned?
Nothing, just hanging out, man. Just posting.
You're not going to do any water sports, bro? You're not going to kayak
we'll see what we got going on there. Okay. Yeah, we'll hit the kayaks, maybe see what
canoe
we got
and kayak.
Yeah, I'm a big kayak and canoe guy, right? I've always been like that. The sick adventures when we were in Ottawa as well too.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of fun being out on the water.
I like to take the kayak into like random, like there's a lot of green space in this country. It's public land, right? Like a lot of, it's been like marshland and stuff like that. Man. It's all public, right? So it's like you don't have to worry about going on anybody's property. So my cousin, He's got his cottage there in Brighton, near on the 401.
Shout
So
out-
about 2 hours.
Shut up, Brighton, UK.
Nah, not that far over here, right?
I know, yeah.
And his cottage, like he's on a bit of an inlet, right? So it's on Lake Ontario, but it's protected by this kind of marsh area. So I took the kayak, bro. I went deep into the marsh high grass, and then you just see all these like fish and wild animals who are all hiding in that area. Like that's their little protection zone. So I kind of felt bad.
Who do you think?
I want to get a first-hand view.
How do you think a kayak race would go between you and I?
I don't know. We can race in real life though. I can tell you, I'm pretty fast.
You are?
Yeah.
Bro, I'm not. I can't even run that fast right now.
I'm not like Neil fast.
Neil fast. Neil is pretty fast.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Katita Bear just said Neil's not that fast. That's a crazy statement, Katita Bear.
He's not that fast.
He is
It's
pretty
crazy.
fast.
Bro, he
no,
played.
But, like, did he do track in like high school and stuff and university? That later. Oh,
that's crazy, man.
We can ask him. Yeah, I don't think he's
don't
gonna
mind
stay
that.
slow though, Katita Bear. Like,
Yes, we don't want him to run
that's
into
the
any
thing,
injuries,
right?
man.
All right, guys, there goes V-Wave. We're 20 pennies on the money on this. A new high of day of 199. V-Wave is on its horse. It wants to take out $2. Here we go, man. We're happy with this trade here. V-Wave is up 61.75%, and there it goes into 203. Let's see how high this is going to get. Of course, I do expect resistance at $2. Monster seller at 203 here. Can't even get a 4 print on that one. So watch for the loss of 2, but there goes. Shout out to my man, Bovin, man. Bovin was calling this one out all day, but Bovin, I did have this one on the side chart. I just didn't really feel like executing on it because I felt like there were other big movers like LFS, MDXH, but they've all failed since, whereas V-Wave has continued to step up. There it goes into another high of day, 07s, 08s, 09s. Can we get 10s? That's where I'm going to end the trade there. Into the high, V-Wave. Good look here. Flat top break. I'd submit to you guys through 180, and it just was all gas, no brakes. This feels like a little bit of a short cover here because the tape is picking up. So either we're getting double the amount of people who were participating in this, or just getting double the buying because people are covering, right? Think about that, of course. So 209, high of day as we work here. A little bit above 2. I'll submit to you, I don't think we've decisively cleared that $2 level yet. So watch for a possible drop into 195. 195 to 190 did look like an interesting resistance area initially. So let's see if it acts as support here. But not a bad look as we wind down the show. But 8 minutes left here before the big boys, Neil and Sean, take over on the 1s and 2s. They're going to be taking you into the close, of course, with Adara. And we're going to wind what was a very interesting week. Started very badly here in small cap land. You know, we went in pretty aggressive like we did last week, thinking that it would be kind of the same small cap environment. That ended up being not the case. We had a lot of failures of trend Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I think maybe because I came in thinking it was the same week as last, of course, and that has been my problem at times where, you know, you get used to trading one way. And then, you know, the market changes on you and you're trading the same way. And that's really on you, though, as a trader, that you have to be able to switch it up and be alive to the different environments, right, that we're trading in. So,
absolutely. The ever so changing environment of the stock market.
Consistently.
And I think that's what makes it extremely, extremely difficult, is because what worked today may not work tomorrow.
No.
And you have to be able to be nimble and adjust to what's going on in the changing environment
man, this
around
is not getting
you.
better for Broadcom here, man. This is getting real bad.
Is it still selling off there? At least VVAV looks pretty good, man. V-Wave there.
V-Wave, yeah. No, but Broadcom, this is going to be some trouble here. I really want to see how this is going to be digested on Monday.
Would you look at this as a dip buying opportunity?
It's hard to tell, man, because I don't know enough about the actual reason. And like a lot of great comments in the chat kind of educating us as to VMware and the vulnerabilities that come with that, but just don't know enough personally to have the kind of the conviction behind it. There goes V-Wave into another area high. There it is into 213, 14. Could we see 15? I'll submit to you 15 incoming here. There was some selling there at 14, but 72%. This one could be it in the afternoon here, but watch out for an aggressive retracement. We're getting a little extended. This current 5-minute bar is the biggest 5-minute bar we put in on the day. far and away. It's got about 30 pennies worth of range over here, almost 20 pennies. No, about from 80. Where's that? Sorry, 81 to 14. Okay, so good look here on V-Wave. Trade it, but trade it carefully here, guys. As we we're almost done.
Yeah.
How would you reflect on this week from not the trading, but just on the market? How do you feel
was
about
choppy.
this
I
week?
think it started. Yeah, I mean, think about it. We had a couple of range bound sessions, right? Like there was a couple where we didn't really do much. It was pretty range bound. I mean, it's nothing disastrous, right? It's not like we're ending the week where the Nasdaq is down 7-8% or whatever it may be. And a couple of names went on some moves too, right? Like you got to think NVDA had a pretty good week. I mean, it wasn't horrible whatsoever. Continuing some upward movement there. We do inch a little bit closer to an all-time high in the Nasdaq. So in the bigger picture, even though it was slightly choppy, I don't think it was the sky is falling or disastrous.
No,
to be honest.
no.
It's crazy to think, like, again, because we're so hyper focused on all of this.
Sure.
Like how it feels for some of our accounts, like a 7-8% pullback. We're like, oh no, man, this is really, really bad. Where only a couple of months ago, think about it, the tariff tantrum, we were down 30% in a lot of stocks and along those lines, right? Which is really bad. If we ever see that again, it's like, throw the kitchen, for me personally, throw the kitchen sink at it.
Okay, I want to say that, but we do see those, and then we don't see them in one day. We see them over a period of days,
time,
right? And then I notice sentiment becomes very bleak on the show. You know what I mean? Like when we get those corrections.
Rinsed.
Well, that's exactly it, because we're living one day at a time.
Or I wouldn't say necessarily rinse, or long-term portfolios losing a lot of unrealized gains.
Right,
So
and I
it's like,
completely get that, right?
Yeah, man.
But anyway, you know what I'm trying to get at.
I know what you're getting at. Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Like we got to be a bit more long-term focused. So here's the week. This is the week.
Yeah.
Starting from over here.
Not a sideways.
That's yeah, exactly. But you know what, Joey?
Yeah.
We're up. You want to know what else?
What's
the
up?
SPY made all-time highs yesterday.
Yeah,
Again.
And
you know what?
Talking about that.
It broke through that 775 resistance, and what a shock! It's using 775 and a half today as support. You mean to tell me that former area of resistance is acting as support?
What did the Dow do?
I don't chart the Dow every morning. I do the SPY, so I feel like I'm more in tune with the SPY. But to be honest with you, that 775 area was a very clear area of resistance for multiple days going into last week, and 770 was certainly support. It was support on the 7th. It was support again on the 11th. And now we've broken away from that 75 to 70 area support, and now we're talking about 75 and 80, with the high of the day being 70, 780. But look at what we did yesterday. We got into 779 and a quarter. So we're in a new range here, at least for now, on the SPY as we step up into all-time highs. That 779 and a 77937 is all-time highs, by the way, on the SPY. So hey, I would say, in general, it was a good week. It was a good week for the market. Now, of course, individual names could vary, of course. Like you got the likes of Apple getting clipped, Broadcom getting clipped as well. Applied Materials has not had a good week. Cerebus, whatever, getting clipped as well. And, crypto continues to trade below 65.
Yeah, look at this, man.
Go ahead.
Check it out. Look at this. Oh.
That's a SPY. Say more, man.
Big SPY, man.
Yeah, all-time highs, my guy. All-time highs.
Big time 4-year run right there.
There you go, man.
So you get a double up in 4 years.
You got a double up in 4 years.
Yeah,
is that the 20 bottom? That's October? What?
22.
22
yeah.
what?
Yeah, October of 22.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
What a shock. You doubled your money, 125%. I'll never forget, man, my sister getting into the market for the first time ever in 22 and just getting rinsed and calling me and be like, what am I supposed to do? And I'm like, look, this is a down year for the market after, several aggressive up years and COVID, right? Obviously, I don't have nearly as much experience as I do now, but
the way you look
at the same time, right, I was never telling her to sell, and she sold in 22 at the lows, and she's never gotten back into the market since then, man.
I told you about my my cousin-in-law. He got rinsed with FTX. He's like, I'll never do any of that again.
Yeah. Well, that's traumatizing.
It's like, I don't even want to. But that's what happens, man.
Yeah.
The market is an ever so revolving door, Sharif.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Well, yeah, exactly, Katina. I mean, like a lot of people, that put their money on the exchange never got it back, right? So that is the problem. All right, we're 5 seconds away. We're going to send you over to the big boys. I hope everybody had a fantastic week trading. We're going to be back bright and early on Monday morning, of course, of course, the big desk. Joey and I will be back for the midday, same bat time, same bat channel. Stay safe. Have a fantastic weekend, everybody. We'll see you bright and early.
Stay smooth, everyone. I don't know why I was clapping there.
Welcome back, everybody. We were just talking about FTX there, and I'm not zero defense of FTX, but it's not the same. It's not the same thing. FTX. Everybody, you got your money back because they did have there were actual assets, there were value. The problem was you didn't get the gains of everything. The theoretical gains you could have had while everything was sussing itself out, you didn't get. Like, it wasn't like Madoff where people just lost and didn't get anything back. Yeah. But it still sucks. Don't get me wrong. But
you never want to get caught in. You never want to be able to not get your money.
No, of course not.
You feel like, like Shreve just said there, putting your money into the market and losing that's a different story.
Yeah, that's very different to
getting scammed or something like that the problem is FTX, those guys made out like bandits because they had a big investment in Anthropic. So
they had
it's just like if Sam Bankman-Fried just lasted maybe like 6 more months without being like investigated there, the guy would have made out like a bandit.
Nobody would have known.
No, exactly. So we actually had him on the show. Sam Bankman-Fried back in the day, so that was a really fun one. While he was in the 20s for the world's richest individual when
he's not there with Tron
on the shows. No, he lost a lot of that there. He did not have a hot hand in a dice game.
There's Tron and then there's everybody else.
Yeah, Tron is really good. The thing is, OGen, pretty hot right now. We're seeing Orogenics, ticker OGEN, on the NYSE American, and this company has now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002. That's an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. And alongside that, Orogenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital and resolving liabilities, and restoring, of course, exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. So go check them out. It's ticker OGEN on your NYSE Americano. Maybe I should get an iced Americano at some point here today.
The mind always goes the same place.
There you go, man. When we left you, SpaceX was a dumpster fire. Now it's the #1 stock. And this is all that it takes. We put this trade on. Put it in the chat. As soon as we left you guys, we talked about, I mentioned the strategy. As soon as we break this 50 period moving average, we were going long. At that time, it was 136.50. So we took it. There it goes, man. Upside for SpaceX now. And look, is there a day that ends in Y with no SpaceX? No, that hasn't existed yet, I don't think. But there it goes. I think yesterday we were red on SpaceX. We talked about that. We got it back at the end of the day. That's right. We were red heading in to the last trade there on SpaceX. And we went 0 for 2, but then this is the big one, right? We always talk about how you need to have risk parameters and you need to make sure that your losses aren't as big as your wins are bigger than your losses and so on and so forth on an individual stock or an individual idea, whatever you're doing. And this is what we're doing right there. So quick hit. And then the hits almost look the same. Average in, and we had that question yesterday, how many times do you average down? And I said 3 would be the maximum. Well, there we go, that's twice. I guess that's your first position. That's one average down and then out. First position there at 138, thought it was breaking higher, did not. Took some at 137, out at 137. So both of these hits are under $1 total net, right? And then all of a sudden we get the boom shakalaka to the upside right there, and we finally find a base. This is a little tricky here because that could have happened there as well. It just didn't. And right here, this same move could have made a move down, but it didn't. This time we were supported, and now you can see what's happening right here. We start getting out, obviously, before VWAP. We take a bunch out there at 137 and change, and then now upside on SpaceX. And I'm not sure how much I have left. It's a 40-cent move. We've traded so many shares today of it. I think we probably have about 30% left or so. So trying to ride this to the high side there, SpaceX. And the one that we left alone for a while, Volunteer, until it finally came in and gave us 176. That was pretty lucky that it didn't break against us right here also. and then that rolled up to 177 finally. But the name that we really messed up on, and we're still green on it, but it's too bad because Apple, we wrote down between 304 and 305. That has been the exact bottoms today. That's on the note, 304 to 305. So we kind of feel silly that we're still not into this Apple trade. But, you know, it is what it is right now. We only have one red name after all of that, and it's going to be Palantir. So, yeah, pretty good to end the week, as Sharif was saying. The market's maybe not as bad as some of the names feel like.
Well, if you look at Broadcom,
a lot of good names too. Yeah,
it feels like trash. But we're over 30,000 on the NQ. So there's no way you can cut it that this isn't a good end to the week. I know individual names might be what they are. Oops, I want to go to the. I want to go with ES here. Same thing with the ES. Like it's holding. We're holding the breakout. So it's not crazy. It's not bad. Sinsinke? I don't know, I'm probably saying that exactly wrong, is asking if I think that IBIT is short. I flipped the other way on IBIT, and normally I probably would have shorted, got out long and shorted this a bit earlier, but I'm not really thinking that anymore with IBIT. Every other day this week, it's been short, but today it started, it broke the downtrend when the market was at the low, and it's still putting in higher lows when the market's at the bottom. I just trailed out. And I'm actually thinking of getting back in and giving it to the low of the day, for sure. And I think, look, a lot of things were nasty. You just had to wait for them. Tesla has been able to come back a little bit. That's actually gone back into the green. You've seen SpaceX is able to go. Hopefully, Johnny Drama, DRAM can get going again because it just double took. Little bottom tail candle and a higher low at the 57 level, which is where the long was before. VWAP's going to sit here at 57.5, so we're going to be looking at that as well. And Ethan Palmer, hey guys, love the show. NBIS squeeze maybe this money to donate now in IREN, Nokia, and gold. I would love to have the gold member. I love gold. It would be a nice button to be able to hit. Because that when we talk about gold, it would be nice and easy. To be able to do that. Maybe message Fabian, see if we can't get that one pulled. So NBIS, the squeeze. What do we call it? The Burry squeeze? Because he just got in more. I think that's what we were talking about the other day. Yeah. And there are so many names. I know, like I said, I know it seems like a bit of a slow day, but this is so strong. NBIS. It seems like it's just destined to get back into the 300 level. And then go Kings, go Edmonton sucks.
The Oilers?
I mean,
Oilers are pretty good.
They are pretty good, and as a Canadian, I'll always be loyal to the Leafs, regardless of how painful that tends to be on a year-to-year basis. That's just keeping it real. But then the default is after the Leafs get eliminated, you gravitate toward the strong Canadian team. So I'm gonna support Edmonton. That is what
LA is good. I mean, LA had they had Gretzky for a minute, so we like LA.
That trade was well. By the way, IREN, just because you mentioned IREN and Nokia, I haven't really looked at Nokia. I don't know if that's still going or not, but everything about IREN's break, even with the last couple of days, is still trying to hold as valid. It's still trying to put in these higher lows. Didn't do much today. And unfortunately, it's another pop and failure, but it has held on to that original breakout support level at 44. So there's at least something there in IREN still.
Yeah, heads up on Palantir. It's coming right back in. Lighter on Palantir than we are on SpaceX. SpaceX right now still at that 140 marker. We took a little bit out at 140 there, just because how many times we've just gotten out all at these levels. This is 140. This is 139.80, 139.75. That's where we were sitting. Looked like it was breaking down out. So we do have some decent opportunities here for SpaceX to come in. And I just want to, before we're going to go over to Adair in a second, so we just took another bid there on Palantir. If this breaks once, I just make sure it's in. Yeah, 176, we're out on Palantir. It's not been with the market today. It's the only stock I'm red on. So we have to be careful with this. Again, just fell right out of nowhere there. Basically hit the 200 period, hit the 200 in VWAP right here, and just been selling out. So we just got a bid there at 30s on PLTR. Let's see where we go from here. Let's go back up to, we're at the desk. Okay, let's go to the desk with Adara.
Oh, never mind.
We will wall soon, I promise. For now, though, we'll talk about Core Scientific, CORZ. Tiger Global revealed on their 13F they took a stake in this company. Expect more 13F filing announcements over the next couple hours. I already saw SoftBanks. They reduced their TSM position by a lot, but it didn't move the stock. APLD also getting Tiger Global involved in this stock. Back to you.
Tiger Global.
I heard AMD too. These guys are involved in. I mean, you just saw AMD. Yeah, AMD just ripped like crazy again.
Crazy.
To the upside up. I mean, we say crazy. It's like 5%, but still a huge move. It seems like, right? 482, starting the day kind of just flat on the day, and then just up huge right there. So yeah, Tiger Global, I heard also taking a stake. I don't know if it's a new one or not, but AMD was mentioned in that same report. So nice upside take there. Why can't they just take a stake in my guy over here, Palantir?
Forget about taking a stake in that. Tiger Global needs to get involved with a certain something. See what's pinned here in the chat?
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully everybody sees what's pinned here in the chat. And I'll take the heat because I forgot to remind everybody to get out and jump in, click that link. It's in the description. Fabian, who I just recently asked for a little bit of a gold thing. You can scan the QR code in front of you. Is chopping off his hair for charity. It's a fantastic cause. We're doing it at the end of the month. It's a Friday, August 28th. We've already raised $1,300 of a 5K goal. So appreciate it. I know people send in super chats and gifts all the time. If you could, click the link, jump on over here. Let's shout out Anonymous. We had Sherry in there, David, Jenny. Thank you guys, everybody, for contributing. But we just want to remind you, it's going to a fantastic cause, and everyone understands how difficult cancer can be in chemo, and it's definitely an uplifting thing. And he's got a big quaff to be able to do it, and we're going to be cutting his hair live on the broadcast.
Yeah, it should be fun.
Yeah, we'll chop it off and have a little bit of fun with that. So I want everyone to just give it a chance if you can, like pay it forward. Man, AMD is going absolutely ham at this moment. I was looking at that. What was that? Shoot, there was a small capper I was looking at. The one that was at $1. It'll come to me in a second. It doesn't really matter. I don't feel AMD short, but when that just started to come back in, I was looking to reload on DRAM here, but let's let it catch a bit of a bid before we jump back in above 57. Apparently, Adara's got another story for us.
Yeah, I just want to talk here about this AMD Tiger Global. Sean was right. Tiger Global did add some AMD. This is a brand new position for them. 727 shares. So 674,727 shares. What a tongue twister. That's a $392 million position. It is not in their top 10 largest. So it's not like a massive position for them, but it's a new holding for them. Back to you.
I need us to clip that there so I can say it to my wife. Adara saying Sean was right, because it doesn't happen enough in the household. So thank you, Adara, for that one. And I love you, Marissa. But I am right every once in a while. Okay, so yeah, AMD might have been the way downside there. Came right in again. And, you know, like someone taking a position in a stock, I mean, especially these funds, I mean, they're in and out of these names all the time. So, and those filings are late also. You know, so I don't really expect anything from that, but I'm not sure when that was released. Like if that was released just around 150, then that would explain the most recent move higher there. But if you see also the market also took off at the same time. So just trying to keep it, you know, a little bit in the pocket here on what we expect from these moves and these names. So right now AMD is trying to tick out a little bit higher right now into 510 again. And what a great stock this has been. I mean, you want to talk about somewhere where you could have parked your money for a minute. Even 200 seemed frothy on AMD from where it came from. You know, made high. And I remember getting some out in this area here, 260. You know, 100% when it came back up there, because I've been having AMD's been in the portfolio for years and years. Like I don't even remember buying it. And you know, when it had this huge move, and this probably doesn't even. It was lower than this. It was like in the 40s or 50s. This goes back to 24 right now, and you're back. Even if we just go here, the tariff tantrum of April 20. That's even tough. You know, back in March of 24, we were at 213. You know, I mean, we got to sort of sometimes think about this looking pretty toppy up there, but the AI trade is not over with yet. So, you know, we thought SanDisk might have had its better days, and you know, it's trying to go higher there now. What is DRAM? DRAM, we wrote down 57.13. Okay, so DRAM was actually, again, another really positive stock today. We put down 57. I think both of us had 57 ideas there, and it was a really good one. So we remain positive on this name. It did come back into 57 just around 11:30, and we took it again, and it worked, and then it didn't work. And when it doesn't work, there's the out for 10 cents. I mean, we take it a little bit earlier. Those are 57.08, and that's 57 flat. So you wind up losing about 20, 25 cents or so when it doesn't work. So this trade right into here, not working out, right? That overall, but you got to have something in the pocket for when it does work, and it did there for DRAM. So just a quick little look at that stock. Might bounce off of 57 again, but 57 is not that important anymore because look at this area. It's just been really choppy out and around there. So we'll leave DRAM. We won't fall in love with the 57 area, but we will have a quick look at that. And then we're looking at it right now. I was going to say, there goes Palantir. I was going to say, Palantir is about to break, and it does. So we get slippage there. We got out at 85s. So that's 15 cents right there worth of slippage on Palantir. So that's how slippery that level was at 176. So it probably comes back a little bit now, only to fade. This could be a reversal into the short. Again, my only red name there, Palantir. We probably shouldn't have got back into it, but I don't mind that. We only got in for, I think it was a quarter of a unit right there. And we did able to catch a little bit of a break on this name back to the upside there when that was happening. But we lose right there on the push down. Now I'm wondering about a short in this name, man. I mean, it has not been well today, and we just did reject off the 200 period. Obviously, I'd like to get it a little bit higher for PLTR, but that may not happen. And SpaceX is just having its own little issues right now as well. The problem with SpaceX for me is it's underneath now the 50 and the 25. So I'm going to put a little bit of a break here. Yeah, why not? 139, that's 138.90. All right, so just so we're all on the same page about what we're doing, my stop on this trade was 50 cents. So it was 136 break. So we got to be careful right there and make sure that we don't give back this move because we only had a 50-cent stop. So 138.90 stop out there on SpaceX. So that's what we're going to do on that one. Lost there on Palantir. So but SpaceX, we're going to put our order in now and get that going. Oracle going lower.
Oracle. Oracle got its own problems. I remember the name I was thinking about. Unfortunately, it's not going to do what I was hoping it was going to do. There is a small capper, 300 million shares on the day, MDXH. What I was going to tell you before, when it was above VWAP, was a potential breakout above the volume weighted average price. But this one lost the volume weighted average price. I hopped in and give it a very tight stop because I'm not giving this all the way to 85 to 95 cents. No, that doesn't make any sense. So very tight stop into 87. I still think it could break out over VWAP. I'm going to take the consolidation, looking for the complete retrace on this bad boy. If it does it, it does it. At the end of the day, I feel like these are the kinds of ones that I'm going to start to like a little bit better, where if I take a shot here, you risk 3 or 4 pennies, and then the downside risk is to be, or the upside, I guess, would be 20 to 25 if it can get down into the low. So I have my stop on MDXH. Just going to double check. Do we have it at 88? No, we didn't have it at 88. We had it at 90. Anyways, I'm out in front of the volume weighted average price. I'm basically flat on the session, and most of it has to do with Tesla, and we don't really get that Tesla move and then reversing an IBIT, but I also believe DRAM at our price level, 57. I'm just looking for a place to add. I think there's a difference between, like, when it's on the way down and trying to catch it on the way up, you've got a higher low here. I just want to see us push back in, establish a higher high and a trend up. Like, there's a loose trend, but it's not really that great on DRAM, and the market's getting a little bit quiet. So I'm looking small cappers, I'm looking that, and I still believe in IBIT. I was just trailed out of it, but I want to see it break out this local top, and then I want to jump back long. This is above VWAP. It's upward. It's been a short every single day this week except for today. So I want to stick with it into the long side, but it needs to break out 35.68. So those are the names I'm watching, but we're all about to watch Adara because she's at the wall, and I think she might be talking about a certain activist.
Wow, this accidental pun is really catching on. Thank you very much, Neil and Sean. Here's today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall, where I pull up an infographic window and we talk about it on the wall. You guessed it. So I do want to talk about the activist himself, Bill Ackman, and this new Netflix position. Now, I know like text-heavy infographics don't always look the best in the wall. So you guys can actually look at this yourself. It's coming out tomorrow around 4 p.m. on X at TTV Research. So definitely check it out then. This is my third Bill Ackman infographic. So we had the one I showed yesterday on the wall. I had a little visual on Hertz, and now it's this Netflix series. I don't think I'm going to do any more, but I guess if you really want me to read more of his letter to investors, just let me know. As I mentioned, he wrote, I don't want to call it a screed, but a very long, roughly a page of pretty thinly spaced information here on why Pershing Square, which is his firm, got involved in NFLX. So basically, they first explained why they got involved in 2022, which I thought was interesting. They basically said, we liked it in 2022. We thought the business had a lot of potential, but that investment didn't really work out. At the time, investors were concerned that A, there was too much competition, and B, the new ad tier, which Netflix had previously promised they would never do. I guess that raised some concern for investors as well. Like, are you desperate? Why are you adding an ad tier, right? So that's the context for why that first investment lost them nearly $500 million. They got back in because they were watching the stats. They were saying, okay, revenue is growing pretty nicely. We like how they exceed the competition. Even if there were concerns like, oh, the competition can make more, they have so much money that they can kind of make more content, right? So I think that was really the nice thing. This side is, I think, the most helpful in terms of some of the statistical reasons they got involved. If we go over to this side, they started actually getting formally interested in reentry on a stock basis, right? So you start seeing the stock drop as we get that WBD bidding war with PSKY. And then once Netflix stepped out, I think that's when they really decided this is something they want to get involved in. They said, yeah, there still are some concerns from investors, but they also think that some of the investor concerns are unwarranted. For example, one of the things they specifically said was people are worried about watch time. But then Ackman and Pershing Square said, well, yeah, but what about the quality of the watch time? Like, people might spend less time watching live events, but the live events are better for Netflix's, I guess, overall brand image, right? So he's saying that it's not just a clear example in certain metrics of just looking if this is higher or lower, what is the context behind it? So again, something else that I thought was really interesting. Now, looking forward, they basically think that the valuation's a discount. They expect revenue to compound further. They expect margins to compound further. They have lots of high hopes for this company. I thought this was an interesting read. If you want it, it's available. Just look up Pershing Square Letter to Investors. You can find it. Bill Ackman also posted a link to it on his X account. But you could also just read the Cliffs Notes here with, I think, a lot clearer wording and fun visuals on X at TTV Research tomorrow afternoon. Also, guys, just a couple pieces of housekeeping while I'm here. One, Citi Space reports, or Citis Space, SIDU, they report earnings after the bell today. I have the infographic on X at TTV Research. Point two, President Trump speaking at 3 p.m. Join us here live at Twitter TV Live for all that coverage. Here's today's action-packed segment of To the Window, to the Wall. But now we're going to send you back over to Sean and Neil for some more awesome afternoon trading.
Shout out to Sidhu, everybody's favorite space stock,
Yes.
bar none. It is an absolute barn burner. It's up. You know what? Actually, it is up from the lows pretty significantly. Why? Because if you go down from $7.50 to $1.50, then that dollar retracement, which basically represents nothing on the daily chart, well, it still works out to a clean 60%. So it's up 60% from the lows because that's what happens when these stocks get depressed. That's why that's exactly the mentality where everyone wants to find a bottom in things that were parabolic. Because it's just so much easier for it to go. Keel. I was about to say Kelly, but it's Keel there. Thank you for the super chat. I can't make money in these markets putting myself in trader timeout until I see something that matches more closely with my trading style. I think that does. Okay, let me get to this. We're going to go to Adair. I think we have some news, and then we're going to come back. It's a great point, and we'll have to address it. Adair?
I'll be quick. I saw some people in the chat asking why Oracle was down. Turns out there's a reason. The gas pipeline for the Oracle data center in New Mexico has reportedly been delayed until February 2027. So again, they've got a delay here for the Oracle data center in New Mexico until February 2027. That's going to be roughly just over a 6-month delay here for ORCL. We'll wait to see if the company comments, but not a good look here for Oracle. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Adara. And there you go. You're unlikely to see a volume spike like that without there being a store. That's why we have Adara. She's the best in the business, making sure you're not trading blind. But Keel, if something's not fitting your trading style or it's not setting up, I really do think sometimes that's just what you got to do, right? Like for myself, I came in thinking short on SpaceX at 145. It went down, so I went for mean reversion, 1, 2, and then made almost the bottom wick. So I just pivoted to something else. There weren't the more obvious trades. Got fortunate that there was a more obvious bottom wick on Tesla. Like that wick was very distinct, and it did have the volume spike that we weren't seeing. It also had that volume bottom as well. So we're able to sort of find those things out there. But if you don't see anything that fits, like maybe you're looking for a small cap runner this afternoon, well, you might be, I don't see anything. So like you're probably sitting on your hands, and regardless of what that style might be. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with taking a break if you don't see anything. Or maybe you like that power hour and you want to see something crazy in the last 30 minutes, right? Like that could be your style. So you sit on your hands and you wait till then. Absolutely nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Because I don't care who you are, like not at all moments are all trading styles or the market gonna be everything to everybody. It couldn't make sense. That's just not how things are gonna operate. So you got to stick to your guns and make sure you're going to be in your own pocket and in your lane. And I looked up and I saw that GIPR is absolute you know what, which sucks because this one had the great pun. Like it was going upside. I'm like, oh, Sharif, win one for the Gipper. Well, the Gipper faded pretty heavily. Oh, man, I didn't see this. That's crazy. So word of advice on these small cap runners, always have some concept of what it means to be out. Like where are you wrong? Like whether I don't care whether it's VWAP but when something breaks out at the dollar, if it loses the dollar on the way back in, like so here's it trying to regain the dollar again, like this is where it loses it. That's a fight that sometimes is just not worth it. It was great breaking it. It had one bounce trying to hold it again, but the third time was not a charm. It is an ultimate psychological level. I don't know how it's going to play out with this new $5 million thing instead of $1 to remain listed. Maybe $1 doesn't become such a big deal. But when these penny stocks lose the dollar for good, it's disgusting what happens to them. I'm just sorry that because I know this was for about 15 minutes one of the bigger runners and on pretty decent volume. That's crazy. I'm also not sure why YouTube didn't block that comment. It's like people get away with cursing in the chat.
I know, yeah, YouTube's funny. Well, just whatever the YouTube guy has.
Yeah, I don't know.
I donate $20 to Netflix every month. Yeah, I think I donate $30 for every month for the last 10 years. Yeah, if you add it up, it's probably a lot. I even check the app to see how it's doing from time to time. I never watch. I just scroll with question marks.
Really?
Okay, Mopar. I donate $20 to Netflix every month for the last 10 years. Okay, that's same. I did the same thing. Even check the app to see how it's check the app. Okay, to see how it's doing from time to time. I never watch, just scroll.
You watch something.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, to each their own. I think Netflix has some decent programming on there. So, I mean, I always watch The Office. I don't even know if it's still on there, but I watched that for a very, very long time. Like,
there it is.
There it is.
All right.
Gold.
Give me the number,
gold memory
Fabian.
right there. So thanks, Fabian, for that one. Yeah, so I don't know. I think Netflix has some pretty good stuff on there, and especially now with football coming through, and there's some different live television offerings.
They had they had a home run derby. It was on Netflix, wasn't it?
Oh, did they?
In the States, it was.
Okay. Yeah, the home run derby, yeah, and different things like that. So I think there's something there anyways for that. Yeah, shout out to Easy Peasy trading Sandus today. He told me he has a nice little level there. 1588 is where he's long from, he was saying. So that was a good 1588. Yeah, so somewhere around there. That's a perfect level. Came right in. I guess that's a risky one to take there. I wonder, Easy, maybe where your stop was. It does wick down to 1586. I mean, I guess if you took it the second time, so there it is, makes that bottom, and then maybe you punched long off of that bottom and gave yourself, that bottom would have been 86.50, 87 or so, giving some juice there back up to the upside for SNDK. So that might be a decent spot there for you. And good look. I think right now might be a little sleepy time action as we get ready for Friday afternoon in the summer. As the summer winds down, it could be a little light trading. I almost shorted Tesla off VWAP, by the way. I just was not 100% sure that was a trade that I like. I'm thinking almost about this break right here, 341.50, to get to the downside on TSLA, maybe there, because we just bounced off VWAP. Take a little bit of a trade there. I just wonder if there's enough juice in this market. The only real mistake, we could have made it all back on Palantir if we just went short like we said we were going to do. Not what we were going to do, but what was a good possibility there. Once we broke that 176, so it sits there all day as support, And then once it breaks it, the floodgates do open up to give you down about $1. Now remember, we got taken out of our trade rate there, and that was fine, but we did get 15 cents worth of slippage, so that we're long at 30s, out at 85. So out 50 cents right there could have just made that back, plus a little bit more if we would have done that, but we didn't. So now we wait to see what's going on, that next round of trading there. Walmart, silver, maybe J&J, Shopify all moving around. All right, what's up, Birdman? I swing and day trade SOX L. Yeah, I mean, that's been a wild thing these days. Here's SOX L. I'll put it up and then we'll talk about it as we go here. With daily SOX, SOX S, okay, the other way around. Hedges on trend breaks. Oh, you hedge your longs with a short, okay, or a long on SOX S there. Getting more comfortable trading leveraged ETFs. Good. No, I think as long as you do the math, I mean, you're asking for some advice on that. I think as long as you do the math and it's mathing, I mean, I know that sounds like easy to say that, but you just got to make sure that all the trades that you're actually putting on, the hedge is right. Because if the hedge is right, then that's what a hedge is. So hopefully you have it on, you have on the right levels, and you're able to be profitable on all of that. That's all. Just watch out for that hedge.
The good thing with those,
right?
Yeah, the good thing with those is like they're short-term vehicles. You don't have to worry about like currency moves.
Yeah.
I really things because I remember one of the worst trades intraday I ever had was trading a hedge between a Canadian and U.S. dollar stock, and then not remembering that the Bank of Canada was going to change the rates. And I remember just sitting in it. It was just sitting there. It was nice and good because it was like market making, right? So you're like getting rebates, getting spread, and all this stuff. And it's like, this is great. And then 10 o'clock hit, and it just went boop, and then didn't readjust, right? You just like one went twice as much out of the money as the one went in the money, and you just lost that. And you just lost it. There was no to make it back. It was just a huge move.
That's where you
in the
make me
rate.
put in stop orders to figure that out.
Well, that's the thing. I wasn't trading with a stop, and so because I could have let the good one ride. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, hedging, you have to make sure that everything stays in pocket, because we saw with SLV. Sorry, it was a ZSL, right? It was the SLV inverse. There were a couple of days, and one in particular, where it lost contain and did a 2.5x move to the downside in about 5 minutes relative to what SLV had done, just because it just blew up. People were over leveraged because it was only $2 at the time, and it was disgusting. It was good if you picked up the VWAP bounce, but to anyone that got stuck in that one, it was nasty. DJ Ski or J Ski, Legend Trade TV, thoughts on app. You went long at long-term account. Okay. You know what? We were talking about the software names in the context of it's not that you have to like them, but if there's any juice to this Workday thing, which there has not been any update today, sorry. Like there's speculation that they might get bought, and then there's been nothing whatsoever today furthering that potential notion, which would have been nice if they did. But I think that tells you that if a couple of firms, or at least in this particular case, one firm wants to spend big thinking that there's value there, that can lift the group. Unfortunately, you look at who rallied and sustained on that move yesterday, and this did nothing in the afternoon to break out. So it wasn't really a part of that party, and ends up in the weaker realm for me. You're off the lows. Like, don't get me wrong. I feel like anybody that has, you said in your long-term account, so I guess you're not stopping out at the low. I think you have to have a fundamental reason to do it. But I like what that meant for software, what we saw in Workday. I prefer the names that decided they were going up on that sympathy. Like ServiceNow was a really good example of that, I feel like. I'm almost like 99% sure. Yeah, ServiceNow was a really good example. And I think if we had gotten an actual deal, ServiceNow would be breaking out today. But we didn't. But I reminded everybody, the overwhelming majority of massive deals tend to happen on Monday. So, I'd like to hope we get something or hear something with Workday next week. And that could be a nice little bump for the IGV. But nothing for now. Again, and who knows? Maybe they'll say something this afternoon. And then Workday goes ham again.
Yeah, who knows? We're going to keep our ear to the ground and see if there's any news that's coming through right now. I have the system up and ready to go. All right, so just waiting to see if SpaceX goes a little bit higher. I see Neil's in DRAM. I mean, at 57, we're going to wait to see what happens there, potentially underneath. I was looking for Tesla maybe as a short into the weekend, but I just don't know if there's going to be enough volume there. I might have to refresh. Like, what's silver doing? Oh, silver. Okay, so silver might be something. It just kind of broke one of those lows here on the intraday level there. So this could be also looking to slip up a little bit to the downside. SLV. If you're going to be in this one, you got to give it at least 30 cents. Sort of, I'm thinking like back up to VWAP right now, which would be 40 cents. But silver slipping away just a little bit here into the close of the day. We still have an hour and a half, so still lots of time left. Maybe silver does continue its downside push here. I don't know if I don't know if there's going to be enough movement this afternoon, but this one should go. Silver there breaking those lows with everything turning down. Now nice movement to the downside here. I think this is a worthy trade, maybe silver breaking lower. So could be a little look there. Still waiting for something to happen, as I just mentioned there on SpaceX. Let me know what you guys are doing pretty much there. Hey, what's up? Acidane. Yeah, I don't know with this. Here, if this is true or not. You have a secret of trading. Yes, I do. I followed it, and it works 100% all the time. Okay, well, you are welcome for that one, but you let me know what that is exactly, because I would like to know what my secret is that's working 100% of the time. This month, we've had every single day green except for this one right now. So it's been working this month, and I do appreciate the honesty of traders on this show, right? I mean, we had Sharif talk about it, that he was like, I think it was 1 for 5 or something this week in red on the week, right? I mean, we had Adam James Abroad there say that it's been a tough little go for him for the last little while, right? I really respect that from the traders. And I think that that's important that you realize that. So thank you, Acidane. I know that's a little bit of a joke. It must be right there. What's up, Bovin? Yeah, it is about, you've been here a long time.
Waiting for it.
It is about, taking a little bit of risk and trying to find those right trades. And, we did lose on SpaceX early. We got back into it. I'm just a little mad that we didn't short that Palantir break of 176. I feel like that was a missed opportunity there. Should have shorted that one and been into that short. Even DRAM maybe on a break of 57. I mean, there's not enough there for that break. Like, we've already broken it. So I think maybe the first time when we broke 57 right here, that was a good trade into 56 and change. So that would have been a good idea there on the break. And that's why I'm looking at SLV. Just feeling like, if this winds up breaking, then there is some downside maybe into where we closed yesterday. So it's not even that huge, but give yourself 25, 30 cents. Maybe that could be something. Myers are going up, and that's why we're looking at what's up. Old Wise Trader says go Canada.
I have to go. I was waiting for somebody to say this because I was really low-hanging fruit. 60% of the time it works every time. Of course I remember that. Like, Anchorman is an absolutely legendary, look, a lot of those comedies from that time were legendary. Anchorman's just another one of them. Shout out to Paul Rudd. He delivered that. But I thought it was 80, wasn't it? I thought it was 80% of the time, but it doesn't really make a difference. It was like that Panther, whatever, not aftershave that he wore, that was apparently just disgusting.
Anchorman 2 was on not too long ago, the other day.
Anchorman is one of the classic scene from that is always going to be the brawl.
Panther Man, the guy said.
When they just throw down to basically
at the very end, and like everyone just like murders each other.
And he's got the grenade. Like, come on, man. Yeah, that's one of those. Yeah. It's so silly and absurd that sometimes you just need to have. I like films where every now and then just give me a comedy which is ridiculous and doesn't take itself seriously, so you can just have a little bit of fun with it. The world needs more of that. So shout out to you. Thank you. We have Waymo here. California Public Utilities Commission approves expanding autonomous ride-hailing in San Francisco. That actually reminded me, we didn't say anything about Uber expanding in Europe. So they actually had like a autonomous driving expansion in Europe. I don't think it was doing that much for the stock. Just very quickly, I was hoping that IBIT would break up, but it broke down. So jumped in the flat bottom break. DRAM's holding 57 by a thread, but jumped into the short looking for VWAP or even lower, and just going to give it to the prior bar high. And as we mentioned before, not that things are moving around all that much, but DRAM's trying to hold that 57 again. And David Zed means we will stay classy, San Diego.
Stay classy.
And if you put something on the teleprompter, we'll try not to just automatically read it. Adara?
Well,
Keep an eye here on UMAC, Unusual Machines. They're in focus here. We know that the Trump administration announced new tariffs on foreign drones that came out earlier today. UMAC in the drone space, and they also have a pretty heavy investor and advisory board member here in Donald Trump Jr. So DJTJ is invested in this company. That's kind of worth noting here. Either way, Unusual Machines just posted 2 minutes ago on X, I guess, about how they're scaling U.S. drone manufacturing following this tariff announcement. So trying to capitalize on the tariff announcement here is UMAC. Fortunately, unfortunately is what I mean to say here, not many traders are taking advantage of this opportunity yet. Not much of a move on this news. Back to you.
All right, the midday will read things without proofreading it. So new position right now. I am going to take the short in Tesla. We missed it. Like, we should be short right there. We talked about that break of basically a 41.50. But we're going to be in it. We're just short right here right now, 341.23. Just want to give it a go until 42. We'll see if it gives a little bit back here now on that. Thank you, 3M, for that news. That's very interesting. That's a decent dividend, right? But 3M is still at 200 and something MMM. Yeah, so $200 stock. So 78 cents is nice. Give that out quarterly. Yeah. So you times that by 4, 8, 16, 24, 32, about $3, 20 cents or so on that one. Let's call it 312 on that for the year. So good. Hopefully that was good math.
I mean, the stock's better for the appreciation it's been giving you.
Yeah, it's been good. They had a big lawsuit against them for a long time that held this stock way down, and finally started to break higher. I don't know. Our charts aren't really going to show. I think this must have been the day when it was resolved or something. But yeah, big time movements for 3M. This stock, I remember it was sub $100 for the longest of time there, and then finally breaks through that level. It looks like back in July of 24, and since then it's kind of just been cruising. It has had recent dip downs, but yeah, 3M. Wow. A good little level look there on MMM.
If you pull up the monthly chart, you'll see that it's gunning for the all-time high now, because this is how bad it got. Like, it got down to like $80. But that's like a few years ago. This is in 2023, but it's now cleanly broken out the last line of resistance between it and all-time high. So it's going easy peasy. The 0.2% on SNDK. Oh, wait a minute. Is this the one? That's fine. I feel like, 1588. Did we have this one already? I feel like I remember you saying 1588.
Oh, no, I said that because I saw he put in the check because I asked him what price he had.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Reloaded in the morning, reloaded out when Sean said it broke down. Why created continued impulse and instinct indicator print money? So 1588, that was in here.
Man, can we please screen cap these messages? I want to show it to the boss, man. Let them know that I have some value here at least. Reloaded got in when Sean said to. Oh, man. I just got it easy peasy. Whenever I say something, let me know in the chat when you're getting in, because I say lots of things right there. Yo, what's up, Fabian? Hope you're doing well, my guy. That's Fabian over there with the 28 inches of hair getting ready to get chopped up right there. But thanks, easy peasy. 628 is 2%. There it is, 1350. Good job there. Yeah, we'll bump it up. We have 14. We have 2 weeks today. It's 2 weeks today, so we got to get that to $5,000 by 2 weeks today.
Couple of G's.
So a couple of
G's next week.
A couple of G's here or there. We'll be able to get that going. Donate some of your winning trades if you have any over to that idea. That would be awesome. I can't believe I'm in SpaceX long and Tesla short, like as if I'm trying to run some sort of a hedge fund over here. But I don't know. I like the Tesla for a breakdown. Who knows if that is what's going to happen. We're short right now at 341.34s. I was going to give it to this little wick. I don't even really want to. I mean, we could give it to that high. I mean, we might have. I mean, that's VWAP is right there too. We can give this to 343. Yeah, let's just. Okay, I'm going to switch and do that. It might be. I was thinking like I didn't want to take it too big of a hit if we do take a hit on this. So I think we kind of got to be smart. Let's just stick with what we're doing. 342.20. So if we break that area, we'll get out. And then if we have to reassess, we will. I don't even have, I have 0.4 of a unit right now. So as we continue to go downside. Someone asked us to share size. I mean, I talk in units. So if you want that, that's fine. I know Joe talks like that as well. So if you guys want anything like that, tag us specifically, and we'll do the best to explain how many shares we're in on that side of things. So, but for Tesla right now, I do plan on getting, as you guys mentioned, I think I'm looking for, so I'm in right now 4/10. Like if I could have half a unit or so by the time it comes up somewhere around here, that's kind of the idea. So I want to be in ahead of 42. I don't want to get like all the shares up there. I think if it does run this high, then we may be in trouble for that. So Tesla right now, my next offer is 341.75. I'm waiting for a few more shares in Tesla. So if that happens, great, and then we'll stop out, try to get about 1 unit. If that breaks out 342.20s, we're out. So we're going to try to get in around this 25 period moving average, which is coming in right about now.
Oh, sweet. Oh, of course I saw the super chat and I saw the Yankees, but then I saw who it's from. Thank you for the super chat, at SM, Mr. SM.
Yes, Mr. SM.
What are your both thoughts on leaving in a piece for the runner? I'll give you my thoughts in a quick little second because it'll relate to the name I'm going to talk about next. It seems like 95% of the time my runner gets stopped out, but that's kind of the idea, right? Like if you're leaving it for the dream, it's like in a small capper. Like it's the shot that it goes parabolic. That's what you care about. Go Yankees tonight. Am I going? I'm at the game tonight and tomorrow. Anytime it's like around my wife's birthday, we always line it up and do like a weekend downtown, and then we watch both games. We'll stay and we'll watch the afternoon game as well. So I will be at the game. You'll probably see me on the third base line if you're anywhere around there. Yeah, obviously I'm cheering for the Blue Jays, and that means I don't like the Yankees. But you guys are doing a heck of a lot better.
That's what it is.
But the thing about a piece for the dream, I always find it like the way I tend to look at it. It's if you have a trade, like the reversal here in IBIT, to me was here, and I'm looking for it to go into like kind of this support level, and then once it broke that, I was thinking, okay, let's just break out the absolute top, and then get greedy and leave that piece on for the dream. But it's always a small amount at the end of the day, but it's to get an extended move, right? So I believe it, and when you say it almost always gets trailed out, well, the idea is that you're trying to have that do something extraordinary that wasn't in the cards. So if that's that low probability, if it's 10% or even less than that, oftentimes that makes a lot of sense. So it's not the end of the world. If you do that with like half the trade, then it becomes a bit of an issue because then it's not really hoping for the dream if you leave half the trade in that particular spot. I just think it's having a plan of action as to what you're looking for from risk to reward that matters most. Like for me, if I'm long here and my stop is the prior bar off of VWAP, which is right there, so that's 35.45. So 44 is the stop. 49 ended up being the entry on IBIT, so it's 5 cents worth of risk. I'm not taking anything out until it got to that actual 6 cents in the money, but it doesn't really matter, close enough. And then I'm like my average out into this level here for the majority of the trade ends up being at the 60. So my average out ends up 60, which is about 2 to 1. And then you hold some for the dream, which I think was sloppy. I probably should have taken it out there in a trail, but I just kind of left it in when I was going for the walk. And I think that's, like, again, like being able to sort of understand what your trade is so that it isn't something random makes a ton of sense. But there's nothing wrong leaving it on for the dream, especially if you're in one of those crazy like small cap stocks. Like there's none that are doing the 500% up, or I give you an example. I just don't have one of those out there. But to the extent that those ones might go, the ones that go like $1, then they're up to $3, $4, and then it goes crazy into $10. If you happen to catch one and you're long at the $1 and you want to leave 10% off, the chance it goes 10x, sometimes that's why you're in those Chinese ADRs in the first place, is so that it can be a 10-bagger if you're able to grab it off of the lows. Just remember, those Chinese ADRs always end up right back where they started.
You're welcome, easy peasy. Have a great day. Again, taking some more advice there and putting it in the chat. So really appreciate all the super chats you've been giving to us and all of that love as well. It looks like SLV, I mean, we didn't, instead we focused on Tesla right here, not moving. It did look like it wanted to break. It did, so if you're short, you're short. I mean, I still think it's fine. 200 period, maybe even VWAP, but we still have an hour and 10 minutes to go. Tell that to the futures right now. I mean, we got to figure out what's going on. I mean, holding this 50 period moving average has been a thing basically since here. That's 11 o'clock. Right now, it thinks it's 1:48. So this is about since 12 o'clock. We've just been sort of barcoding sideways. So tough to maybe find a stock that moves around. And that's why we have here Rocket Lab. So SpaceX trying to go back up. Rocket Lab right on the top of the 200-day. Yeah, so okay. This could be something then if we're talking about 200 period moving averages on the daily. Rocket Lab has fallen, obviously from graces there as well. But here's the 200 period.
I have it under the 200 period.
Well, it's right there.
Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah, so I think you're right. It's just sitting right here at or above or below the 200 period moving average. The thing is, it's already made this move lower. I think a lot of this is garbage because we saw the Leopold bottom and we saw a lot of stocks getting hit, especially stocks like this in this space not just Rocket Lab, all the Qualcomms, the GLWs, the Marvells, all that, got hit and got sort of squeezed down to the downside. So I kind of think like a lot of this over here is all garbage. And then we make the move higher now. So just making sure that, we're all on the same page with RKLB. I don't really like the stock. I think it's interesting because you're getting a cross right now. So the 50 and the 200 is cross. If you break above here, then I think we can say yes, $88. Then you use some of these as your lows, 80, give yourself 10% or so worth of room in order to gain 100%. If it works, fine. If it's going to be longer term position. But I think you can get a 2 or 3 to 1 here. Give yourself a long of 88 if it breaks, and then boom, up to 100, 105. And that would give you, that 20%, 2 to 1 sort of risk to reward on that kind of a trade. Maybe setting up more like a swing trade rather than anything else. So yeah, Rocket Labs might be into it. I don't know enough about, what they're doing and if it's going to be a good business moving forward. I would say if you are going to take a shot at anything, and again, this show is sponsored by SpaceX, it seems like, I think SpaceX is a nice one. Remember, it was out at 150. The insiders had it at 135. We're trying to battle off 135 right now. That was today. And then yesterday we hit up to 150 again. So this IPO actually has been pretty good. If you're a holder of it. I mean, if you bought in on that very first day, you're probably long between 150 and 160, right? So that's not bad. It being at 140, you had an opportunity to get out yesterday if you wanted it. And if you're a holder of the issuance price of 135, then you're actually in the money right now. So I feel like it's fine. I mean, even Cerebras, the problem with a name like CBRS is where they came out at. Right, I mean, they came out at 350.
All these.
So
Bullish,
that was the problem. Is like it was priced out at 180, and 180 has been good for Cerebras. So that's the part of it, is just understanding what levels you have to play in order to get the return that you're looking for.
Because some of them were almost double ups from the issue. Like it was insane, like the ridiculous high prices you were getting, whether it's Bullish, whether it's Circle, just a whole lot of them. The issuers were doing fine the whole time. That's how the game is played, though. Just remember, in a lot of ways, SpaceX was different because you feel like with that one, we were even surprised. I remember being surprised that day that it was going to open so close to the issue because you're just used to all the hype one. It's going to open 70% higher, 60% higher. So we were braced for, hey, 130 issue, this could be $200. And when that didn't happen, I think that was a very welcome thing. And it probably is part of why it's trading so well. Because it would be a different story if it had just flat out opened up at $2, as opposed to giving the people the rally into $2. And they're on cue, before we go to Adair, there's David Z. Simons. Not only do you give super chats, and I know, thank you so much for all that you do, you've gifted 10 memberships. Want to thank you for that. Remember, those that are getting them, and we see who you are that's getting those memberships. I see Alistair got one, Catalyst in there. Fly high and enjoy. Sean Jones in the chat also got one. VK, Marianne Coco's. Rohan got one. If you want to be able to get a membership when they are gifted, you have to be in the chat, so subscribe, and then you have to enable gifts. So if you do that, then, look, if you're just active in the chat, YouTube just randomly gives it to whoever the 10 people are. There's no science. You just have to be in the chat and enable that, and then you have a chance to get it. We all have a chance to listen to Adara because she has something at the desk.
Just want to let you guys know President Trump's set to be speaking in less than 10 minutes. The White House stream for this is already, it's open, but it's not live yet. It just says, wait for content. So that's the site. It's probably going to start soon. I've got 3 different streams of this open. So the second he hits the podium, I will definitely know 3 times over. So stay here with us at Trader TV Live for any market-moving comments that are made at this speech in Garden City, New York. Back to you.
Let's figure out, and maybe he's going to say he doesn't like his Tesla anymore, and maybe that'll create a little downside move. We're now 30 cents in the money right now with Tesla, but we're just going to wait. I'm bidding 341.15s. There we go. Did we get that? We're getting part filled. You can't see, I'm getting filled here, but you can't see. Am I at 15s or am I at Okay, yeah, we're done. We're out. Oh, I was using that NYSE American key. That's why I wasn't showing up there, I guess. We're out there. I got out of about 20% there. It's only for 30 cents, but we took a little piece. This is the lowest we've gotten it since we've been in this name. So we'll see if Tesla wants to head to the downside right now, and we'll just take out a little piece there. It could, reload. We have a couple of shorts. We talked about that all the way up. So, good trades there, but again, it's at least there we were able to get out. And the thing is like, look, not rocket science again, sitting right where the last couple wicks took us into the lows there. Oh, and talking about wick tops, I don't know, we just made another one right there on SpaceX. So I took another out at 80. So just kind of like, all right, go through 140, man. That'd be fine for me too. If we get through 140, we are long. We're $3.50 in the money now on SpaceX. And my next offer is 140.50. So let's clear this zone right there. And maybe it's a little silly not to be at that top side. So let's put one there, 140.23. We'll put an offer right there. See if we can get out now. Right there, that's 140.20. So we'll put an offer there. The high of the day the high of this move on SpaceX. Oh, look, coincidentally, where we got in the first time there on SpaceX. All we had to do was hold, right? Close our eyes, come back at 3 o'clock, and we'd be fine. But I'm glad we didn't do that. SpaceX is going to be the #1 stock there today. But 140.25 is my next little area to get out of that one. And yeah, just watching out for Tesla, and to check back on the other idea I had with SLV, of course, and that's not doing anything, so we can hold out on that one. I traded DRAM today. That's 57 long. That's a positive stock. Red on Palantir, and again, just upset that we didn't short that one. We'll see if we can get some Palantir money back in. Good areas to sell Palantir. We talked about how high that name has flown since its earnings, and up to 180. Wow.
I like flown.
Got some out at 160. I was thinking about getting some more out there, but this could be a forever hold anyways on Palantir. So yeah, that's that. Nothing really halting too much. Just MTEX. No, we got a super chat about a name there, I think.
MTEX.
What's this one? GPU down 17%. Yeah, now into 10-cent land. So that's not a great one for them. This WETO, a name that we were looking at early. Thanks to everybody for mentioning that one to us. This seems to be a potential halting name. It did halt at 220 there right here, and then opened back up. So still looking for some bottoms there at 780 on WETO.
Oh, David did it again. David, again. Thank you, David Z, Siamese, dropping more memberships. Who got him in there? Ching, Lathan, Junam, we had Mickey, Copenman. Thank you, David. Appreciate you. Arjun got a membership. I'm the Millions and Power Dog. So again, you just got to be in there. Hyacinth as well. So shout out to everyone that was able to get one. Last got the last of those 10 memberships. Thank you for paying it forward. We appreciate you, David. It's incredibly kind. And remember what you get with that, because I should have said this last time and I didn't. That's my bad. You get Shreef's warning note with the membership. Today's Reddit's going into the S&P 500. I mistakenly said today because it's a Friday and I always make that mistake. It's actually effective Monday at the close. So Monday at the close will be Reddit going in. You got AMAT on earnings. That wasn't necessarily the best, but it's a great resource. Gives technical levels, gives you the story as well. So appreciate you. David again, and now he's even a super chat.
Yeah, there you go.
This community is amazing. Without calling out names in the chat and the people on TTV, you know who you are. Has been incredibly IRL helpful, in real life helpful, and love the education aspect of this emergence. Yeah, we appreciate it. Everything is about you guys, man. At the end of the day, it's been a great community, and it's just whatever the market is doing and teaching us, you can learn something. I've had viewers that have said, we don't even trade equities. I look at currencies mostly, or I'm a crypto person, or I'm more of like a long term. Like one of my close friends I've known for like 20 years. Like he's not even remotely active. He just likes to have a tone of what's going on in the market when he's sitting at his boring job. And so we'll have it on just for that, and especially around earnings season. So yeah, we appreciate you. IBIT's bouncing off of VWAP. So I don't know if if I reload, I want to try to give it, instead of that high, let's look at the 35.65 because it's still a VWAP bounce overall. So I want it to not break the 35.65. So the reload would be somewhere in around that 60 where we already have it. And easy peasy also saying David Siamese. Dave Z Siamese, you are the man. Love Trade TV.
A bunch of thumbs ups on those ones. Short before Trump speaks. says
Well,
Birdman.
don't you think he'd?
Yeah, I mean,
he tries to pump the market, doesn't he?
we were saying that like maybe USO is having a nice day today, so you know maybe if you're thinking about shorting something, maybe you can short oil. I mean, I don't know if he's going to talk nice or not, but I mean, if he's more aggressive about Iran, I mean, do people want to be short into the weekend? Maybe not. So I could see a little bit of a flush out action happening, maybe on USO. That could be it. We the people love TTV. Well, thank you. That's a fact, Jack. Thank you, Mike P. DeRider. Hope you're doing well. Glad to see you back in the chat right now. Mike P. DeRider from Virginia. So big shout out to him there as well. Okay, I'm going to take another bid here. Put a bid at 16s. We'll just join that. There it is. We get filled a little bit there. Oh, we get filled all of it at 16. So another out on Tesla. Just, you know, it's taking 30 cents, but I don't know what to do here. Can't take blood from a stone, right? So we are still bidding lower, obviously, and I'm only out of 20% of that trade, and we'll try to hold on to, okay, here we go. We'll try to hold on to the rest in case there is a downside play. Also trying to watch out for SpaceX. I don't know if the two will move together or not. Early look on the imbalances here today. Very early look. CCL as a buy. Wow, that's SpaceX going down. Here goes Tesla. Right now, 60 cents in the money, and going lower now is Tesla. So, hey, man, we put this trade on at least for you. So here we go. Okay, good. There, we'll take a 90 fill. That was good. Now we're trying to get a little bit lower. My next bid's on Tesla. Oh, did I get double filled down there? No, 90s. Okay. So my next bid is, I got to check my orders. 340.66s, I guess I have. Why do I have that? Oh, that must have been, I don't know why I have that, but 340, oh, right into here, 66, I don't know, something. But anyways, that's what we're bidding right now. Let's see if we get a downside play here. Just took 60 cents on that. We'll see if it gets a little lower. Here it comes in. Again, maybe I'll just sit on the bid. Why not? Let's bid some 83s. There it goes. We get hit and run over. So here we go, man. It is a afternoon right now as we continue to go down on Tesla. So there it is, man. We talked about the short that we liked. It's working out for us. It's Tesla to the short side of things right now as Power Hour has entered the building.
Ooh,
so,
it just did.
I got to still make my lineup for tonight. We have our first tournament game.
Oh,
yeah. I'm very confident in the girls, so
nice.
ready to rock and roll.
I love making the lineup.
Yeah.
It's one of those
It's fun to do.
It is fun to do.
We have 12 showing up tonight. Obviously, you only play 9, so 3's got to sit every inning. Yeah, but it's reps, so I kind of sit the same people.
Yeah, that's the difference.
Yeah. They still got to play. If it's a 6-inning game, I make sure every girl plays 3 innings.
How many? You guys get 6 every time? What's the mercy?
Innings?
Yeah.
No. In this tournament, it's 5 runs an inning. In this tournament.
Okay, got it.
In our house league, I coach house league and rep. House league we play little league rules, so house league is 8 runs an inning at the major. But at your daughter's age, it was 6 runs. An inning. But we never did coach pitching.
Ours is only 4. But you know what? The thing I hate about, I strongly dislike the coach pitching.
Yeah.
It pissed me off because we lost our second playoff game, and it's literally I was sitting there with an elbow I could barely even throw, and it's like, look, they didn't score runs for 2 innings because I was hurt, which is BS. It's like they had a pitching machine. We were a better hitting team. I just couldn't bloody well throw strikes.
But you know,
so it was
nobody else could throw.
Our other assistants weren't there. Like 2 assistants were not there, and so the other coach can't throw. It's 40 feet.
That's where you have to stand?
Yeah, it's on the rubber.
Okay.
So don't get me wrong, I could still get it there, but I just didn't have any command. So usually I'm able to throw some darts. But I was just all over the place.
Yeah, well, you're hurt.
At the end, I was bouncing, and I felt so bad because I know these kids can hit, and it just pissed me off. It's like, this is silly. You'd be better off having
now what are you gonna do?
Pitch.
When is your next game?
Oh, the assistant's coming. The guy, the dude that should have showed up, he's just as good, and we'll be fine. But it is what it is. That's just my beef. It should be about the kids, and they would not let a parent pitch. There was a parent that wanted to go in and do it, and they're like, no, he has to be a registered coach. I'm like, yeah, way to make it about the kids, everybody. This is house league, not rep ball. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. DRAM, it's bounced once here. We're able to get some 20s, but it's not spinning on those 20s. If it breaks 57 even, I'm jumping out and looking for my reload in IBIT. I don't know if this is the reverse, but I should at least be thinking about it. DRAM, it's held one level, but then it really busted this down and hasn't broken away from the 57 the second time. But for now, it's holding. For now, it's at least holding. But I want to find something else if we can. Oh, and I know the president's going to be speaking. I paid for locates on USO, just on the off chance. I don't know what he's going to say. But my thought process is, USO's at a double top. We're going into the weekend. Wouldn't he want to rally the market and say something positive, which would be negative for oil? If that does happen,
I can see that.
yeah, because we don't have free locates on USO, so we have to, they're basically free. It's like a third of, no, it's not even a third of a cent.
On what?
3/100ths of a cent.
To short
per
USO, we
share.
have to pay?
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those you have to pay, but 100 shares cost 3 cents. It's as cheap as possible without paying zero. Is the best way to think about it.
Okay.
Which,
I
man,
just
sometimes the broker gotta get paid.
Yeah, I mean, broker got to get paid. Broker got to pay a lot of money, broker. It's like always be that guy that's, it's at the house, right? Be the DraftKings, be the guy running the poker game, not the guy losing all your money in poker. But that's why the house always wins, right? Which is why, like Robinhood, they want you in their platform. The more money you deposit, the more money you're going to lose eventually. All right, 139.28. That's just gambling, hopefully not investing I'm talking about. Right there, breaking down on SpaceX. We're going to take another fill right there. Remember where our stop is on this 138.90. So we're getting close to that. But hey, man, it's the club that we all like to be in. And there it is, man, Tesla. We just got our 66s, and that's $1 right now into that trade. So, yeah, we're just going. The only long we had there, why have SpaceX long? We had DRAM long, but
It's just wick 57. But I punched out 99. I don't care that it's back above. To me, it's not moving off that level, anyways. Easy peasy. Make sure you. Thanks for the super chat. And this is so we can remind everybody to donate to see Fabian cut his hair.
What's the number right now?
Party.
1350. Okay.
We're at 1350. So we got a couple. Must have got a couple
sure.
in there for sure. So appreciate you, easy peasy. And again, it's going to a fantastic cause, and it's happening. Look, this is happening, and everyone's going to enjoy it, and it's going to be fun, regardless of whether you donate. I just think it's obviously a worthy cause, and if you got it, why not pay it forward a little bit there, for sure. So, the 28th is going to be a fun one for a lot of reasons. It's a Friday. I think that's the last trading. Is it the last trading day of the month? So it's going to be month end.
Yeah, it's
as well.
August 30. August has 30 days.
I should look at the calendar before.
31, yeah. July.
Oh no, the Monday.
30.
The Monday is the last trading day of the month. So that means it's always nice if the month end falls on a Friday, because then you can, like, you get options expiration on the Friday, and then sometimes you get some window dressing at the end of the month, and it just creates a little bit extra volatility at the open and the close. But that's not happening because it's apparently going to be the Monday, just like. Of course, we have Reddit going into the S&P 500 on Monday instead of Friday. Let's go to the desk.
Let's take a look at the markets and what they're doing at the moment. You have the SPY that's down 0.23% on the day. The triple Qs are down 0.33%, and the Dow down 0.13%. Let's take a look at what I have for you right now. Nothing crazy. There's nothing crazy going on in the market right now, but what I do want to take a look at is that there are a couple companies on the S&P 500 that have hit new, fresh, all-time highs, and some hitting 52-week highs. So let's just take a look. MPC, you have Marathon Petroleum that reached an all-time high as of today. PSX, that's Phillips 66, which had been seen trading at all-time highs back to its IPO level back in July of 2013. VLO, Valero, that was seen trading at all-time highs back to its spinoff from PG&E Corp in, 1980, long time. Ameriprise Financial had been seen trading at all-time highs since back to its IPO in 2005, October. And additional three are Charles Schwab, SCHW, CFG, that is Citizens Financial, and CRWD, CrowdStrike. Sending it back to you.
Yeah, I know, yeah. All right. Thanks, Sia, for all of that. We're talking baseball over here. All right, so Tesla did go for a little bit of a run back up to the upside. So I'm going to take, because I'm a little bit nervous about this whole President Trump thing. Like, I don't really know what he's going to say. The market's at all-time highs right now. I don't think he doesn't really need to spark anything here. So I don't know. Like, maybe isn't there a
need
crypto?
to or
like,
want
maybe
to?
we need to talk about crypto. I'm not sure. What is Coinbase doing? All those kind of. We saw Circle going off the other couple days ago. Coinbase down 4% right now. So I don't think anybody, maybe besides me, maybe thinks something's going on with Coinbase. There. Look at Coinbase, by the way. Maybe if I keep saying the name over and over again, that is like.
That's disgusting.
These are at some nice levels right here.
Or
for Coinbase. Yeah, it's just a matter of what do you think about crypto at the end of the day, right? I
Well,
mean,
bear market.
it's going to hold at some point, and if you believe it, this is actually lining up like with 60,000 basically on Bitcoin, right? Like 60,000 on Bitcoin's been holding and little pops through that. I think Bitcoin today is 63. So this has been, hey, maybe Coinbase is so bad it's good at this point right now. Let me just see what their PEs, and again, not that we're looking
$1 billion.
Coinbase, I think, is a relatively. I know it's not a new business. That's not what I mean, but this could have a high P and still be fine with it. Oh, they're not even making money anymore. So I guess their last quarter they didn't make any money, so no price to earnings there. And their forward is 6666667.
That's crazy.
So
that's ominous.
Maybe you have to have a decision there what to do on that one.
I don't want that number.
My daughter's starting to say 6-7 again, so I don't know if that's popular.
That's back?
I don't know if it's really back. All right, so
our kids hate it.
Yeah, we did take a little bit out. Yeah, it's too old now, I feel like. All right, there goes Tesla, just straight up. Like once this market got going, there goes Tesla. So we'll try it right now. Remember where our stop is, 342.15s. We're up on the name, but if this runs us too far, then we won't be. So short right now at 75s. Our stop is going to be up there somewhere. So let's see how far we can go back down in if we are able to. We'll bid something out at 50 to go basically 1-to-1. Remember, our stop is up there at 16s or whatever it was to flatten out on this little top wick that we had seen right there breaking through 10. So we still got to go, but this can easily catch a bid, which it looks like it's doing. This is what happens in the market. It failed the 50-period moving average. So I only have half a unit right here. Obviously, an L is still an L, but we'll wait for it. The net's not really changing because SpaceX went down and that was looking to break, and now it's up another 25 cents. So it's just kind of going back and forth here with all of these names. But
I got a point about a halter here.
Yeah, good. Let's talk about a halter.
There was a question about this GPUS hyperscale data. Anytime you're unsure about something that is halted, just come and thank you in the chat, because even as I'm answering this, our community is so great that question's getting answered by a couple of our members. So shout out to you. Seal Gray was already saying this, but an easy way for you to check, NASDAQtrader.com, it's just a free resource. They have a halt page, and then you just look at the reason why. So MTEX, that's halted for volatility. Hyperscale data this is exactly the halt that you do not want to see if you happen to own the stock or are long. Halt H11 regulatory concern. Now, when you see this, there is no, it's going to open up at this time. This could open up in half an hour, unlikely. It could open up on Monday. It could open up in a week. It could open up in a month. I've seen halted for regulatory concerns months long, and we've also seen never again. So all of it is on the table. It's very rare that you see that code, but if you happen to be in GPUS, and again, that's the risk. It was punked and was heading lower. Being it's a 9-cent stock, that's a very real chance that you've seen the last of this one. And I'm only saying that because it's a penny stock. Typically these don't end too well, but it's just a good resource, that whole page. What it also gives you is quote resumption times, which would have been that last column. So if you're in something which is beyond a 5 or 10 minute halt, it can give you an indication when it might open up, and then you can be prepared for it instead of just sitting there staring at something that's been halted for more than 10 minutes and it opens up 40 minutes after. This gives you, that website will give you that 5 or 10 minute leeway. So I don't know why we don't break through VWAP, probably because nothing's happening in the overall market. Like coin is down. I still feel like IBIT can break through, give me a place to, it hasn't bounced higher to give me a place to add, but if it loses VWAP, then I can look for an entry, like a reload underneath here if it can consolidate. So that's the plan of action for myself. I expect it not to be a gigantic volume day, but when Sean brought up that CCL was already 1.5 million buy at 312, that's a little early. For this to already be 1.5 million shares to the buy side in what's been a weak day for that stock, I can throw it on the side burner. So I'm looking at USO in case the president moves us. CCL just in case it wants to start moving off this imbalance. We've seen that trade work before. You have a support low, and then as it gets closer, if the buy imbalance is big and stays large, then you can find a long with a stop at the low, and if it comes out the bid you're expecting, you get a pop to the upside. Seen that happen a couple times successfully, so I got that on the burner, and then IBIT. And then let us know what you guys are watching. I feel like this would be a good time to refresh I was going to refresh the visualizer, and I think we should do this every single day, but we don't, and that's probably my bad, is to just give it a fresh start. I'm going to give it a complete fresh start. Now when you type $, we can throw that back up there. Now when you type $, I don't know, I'm going to go USO, because hopefully the president's going to give us something that actually moves the market here. But if you type in any symbol, it should, oh, it didn't refresh. Mine is, I'll have to show you guys mine, because that's the old one. Here. Oh, that's right, they all run independently. So when I hit refresh, only mine refreshes. So I'm gonna have to show you mine. Now it's SpaceX, SanDisk, Amaze, whatever AMZ is, I'm just gonna call it Amaze, USO, Marvell, AXT. So we'll be able to leave this up and have an idea what you guys are looking at. So we know most of these names except for—
I come bearing treats. Afternoon.
Oh, word? We were talking about—
So there we go.
Who was I talking to about— oh, it was Fabian. And we were discussing
this.
Coffee is best with an oatmeal raisin cookie.
I mean, I got the coffee. I know you don't have afternoon.
I don't drink coffee in the afternoon, but
you do eat oatmeal cookies in the afternoon.
Well, I mean, you know why you do. I eat oatmeal and cookies literally whenever.
Thank you, Tesla.
Breakfast.
Nice downside move there. Breakfast, yeah, lunch, late night snack, everything. The best. It's funny because today the wife got some really nice looking salmon. We're having salmon tonight.
Oh, well, we had it,
And of course, on my way to the gym, I go, you know, Marissa, like, you know, yesterday I picked up some burgers. I got some ground beef there, made it myself, obviously. Went to Farm Boy, shout out to Joe, who's gone. And made some burgers. That was really nice. Sometimes we talk about what's for dinner, you know. And so I always knew that today was going to be salmon. And then, so of course, today for lunch, salmon. But that salmon at lunch, I mean, I'm like, that was not the greatest experience.
It wasn't.
I'll put it that way.
The little macaroni salad was pretty good.
I mean, I like the salad.
The mac
I kind
salad-
of like hide everything in it, so I don't really see what I'm doing. But yeah, the macaroni salad was
salmon was
okay.
very good.
The salad was okay, but the salmon was like very bland tasting, and I don't know, my stomach's starting to feel some kind of ways right now. But anyway, because I saw Brendan's plate there, and
he didn't touch it.
Normally at 11 o'clock, as soon as we're done, I look over, Brendan's mowing it down.
Well, Brendan's the first person to get lunch.
Yeah, that's why I said to
Brendo.
DT, I said, oh, lunch is not here, because Brendan came, he went back, and then came back without his plate, right? And then so I go in there right now, get the cookies, get the coffee, and of course I still see Brendan's plate sitting there untouched. And now I know why. Good call, Brendo, on avoiding today's salmon. I may just do the Ramin. I may be completely, because I saw Ramin over there. Is she over here still? What's up, Ramin? She always gets. I like the falafel yesterday. I think she had some really great tofu today, and it's just like, there she is. That's Brendan. Yeah, what's up, Brendan?
First of all, that's not.
Why is that shaking?
Ramin's not even there.
Camera. I don't know, Brendan. We just had Brendan on camera. I don't know if you even knew that, but anyways, the camera that did look a little.
I don't know why. Like, what over there?
Now shaking it. Where is that cam? Must be over here somewhere. Oh, he's adjust. Oh, it's literally right behind us. It's the bald cam. Yeah. Behind my. Oh, over on this side.
Huh?
Must be. Oh, right over there. Yeah, it's right. There's a camera.
Oh.
There. We only have like at any given time like 25 cameras pointing at us right there. But yeah, people are saying there's an earthquake happening.
It is kind of weird.
Just adjusting it.
Imagine you're on your phone.
There,
it's like
right now.
By the way, Mr.
Okay.
We're going to go up to see it, who, by the way, was like, what the heck is that when we did the Brendan goat thing? It's simple. It's Brendan is the goat, but instead of a goat, it's the body of a sheep, because logic. Mr. You-know-who, yeah, look for me at the game. Well, I'm always on the third base.
Mr. Worldwide.
You guys need to come down to Hilton Head Island, South Carolina.
Fine.
Golf and beers on me. I'll go down. I'll tell you right now, if I golf,
send me a date.
My back is terrible. But South Carolina, that's where we went for Sean's bachelor on a golfing trip.
This guy's North Carolina, though, I think he said, didn't he? Where there's
Hilton Head State SC.
Oh, SC. Oh, Hilton.
So there you go.
Okay.
And now, because we've been told twice.
We were talking about racing. Joe and Sharif wanted to race. So I just
like a foot race?
I believe so. So
I don't know what challenges me to a race.
No,
except for the dude in our fantasy league.
No, but I have to. Oh, yeah. So,
That's going to be
hilarious.
hilarious.
I actually forgot about that. So that is going to happen. So I said, no, but I have to, you weren't here. So I have to fess up. I said that I didn't think that you would be racing or beating anybody because of the condition of your injuries. You just said broken back.
It's just an elbow.
But then you had the
Achilles surgery was 2 years ago. This
Okay,
dude
so
is toast. This guy is toast.
Okay. So
This dude
all
is toast.
Oh, I know our dude is toast, but Joe and Sharif were trying to do a race.
When do they want to do it?
No, okay, good. That's what, because I said that I thought you would lose because of the injuries, but if the Achilles is...
I'm smart enough not to run it 100%, but the
Right.
dude in our fantasy league, trust me, there'll be a video. I will be running at 65%, and he's going to get demolished. It's the one guy
Was it Dave or Vikram? Which
It's
one?
Dave.
Oh.
And I don't understand why anybody. Dave was never. He wasn't a runner. Like it's kind of weird. He ran a marathon once, and he's like, now I can run when I'm 40 something. I'm like, okay, bro.
guys
Sorry,
always-
Sia. I know we're supposed to be.
No.
Everyone
I have a
just...
question.
No, the banter is better than going to Sia.
Okay.
Yes, Sia?
I have a question. I didn't know you guys were friends before here. Adara just told me that. I just learned that you were.
Yeah,
We've never said that before.
we've been friends for probably 30 years.
That's so nice.
We're friends longer than you've been alive.
Which is a depressing way to think about it.
No, I mean, it is.
No, but it was grade 10, grade 9 or 10.
Yeah, like, high school. Like, we were,
How old- how
15,
many years
16
is
years
that?
old.
That's
Now
like-
Neil's
very
56 and I'm 46. But what was that, sorry?
Oh,
Sia?
shit.
That's very cute.
Oh, well, thank
Why is
you.
it gonna be cute?
I don't know. Who knows?
That's why I literally, I literally call Sean's parents by their first names because that's how we that's how we roll.
Like, I
Because-
have a kid older than Sia, so let's leave it that way. And I think the same
Yeah.
age as Adara. So, all right. Yes, dad life. All right, without any further ado, see, that's what I'm saying. The banter is better than actually talking stock sometimes, right? Because we got to get to know each other a little bit better. And there we go. Micron Millionaire also agrees that we are cute. So thank you so much for that. And I even look cuter with the hat off. So get ready for that one as well. Yeah, a lot of people, hey, look, when we do a get together, we're going to have a race. Everyone can come down and race Hey, we could have like a charitable donation, like a charity race. Joe and Sharif, Neil, myself.
Too bad Fahad
Adara,
isn't
too.
here.
Oh, by the way.
No, Adara probably.
I heard that Adara told us you should speed walk.
Adara was like an actual, like the legit speed walking, like the stuff you see in the Olympics.
Like how you know how to do it.
And you did track and field, right, Adara?
I did do track. I was not like the best at the track, but I was a decent shot putter. I'd probably be a better shot putter now.
Shot put?
Yeah. Damn. Yeah, I was pretty good at that. And then I was really good at race walking.
See, the more you know, the shot put. That I never did. I don't think I ever tried that.
No. Do we have track? We had a great track and field program.
No one at our school did this.
We must have had shot put.
Like you could, but we didn't have anybody that was good at the throws at our school.
All right, let's go back to these two ladies, and then we'll come back and talk more about shot put.
I actually want another cookie.
Let's start with USO, because President Trump is set to speak in New York at any moment. And I guess before that, he's making comments to reporters. One comment that he just made to Fox News is that the U.S. will, quote, hit Iran hard economically. So some warm-up here in Iran talk before we get more comments from President Trump. At this point, he's 20 minutes late. It could start at any moment. But right now, we're going to go over to Sia.
Thank you, Adara. The SPY is currently down 0.25%. Let's quickly take a look and skim over the sectors and what's going on. Electric tech, you have Nvidia, Apple still maintaining the same levels, flat on the day. Broadcom has slid further into its losses. It's down 6.2%. AMD is still up strong, 5.2%. MU is up 1.6%. Intel, Cisco still following in Broadcom's footsteps, and KLAC's footsteps is down on the day. GETXN, S&D, KSD, SDX all up on the day. Dell is down. Tech services, you have Google and Microsoft that are still flat on the day. Finance, we still have a majority of the big names flat on the day, with Bank of America that is up 0.60%. Nothing too crazy going on over here. Robinhood is now down over 3.5%. Tech services, Oracle is down 4.5%, and PANW is also down 3.5%, with CRWD over 3.5%. Netflix is flat at the moment. Does not care. But you also have retail trade, Amazon that is down close to 8% on the day. Walmart, Costco still flat. Home Depot is down 0.69%, and TJX also down close to 8%. Producer manufacturing, LRCX and AMAT down. AMAT is down significantly, 5.3%, and the rest of the sector board is giving a very mixed sentiment, as is consumer non-durables, utilities, transportation, process industries. Seems like there's a lot of flatness across the market, as you could say for Tesla as well in consumer durables. And almost the latter of the health tech sector, where Lilly is down 2.4%. But energy minerals, you have two names, CVX and XOM, leading the pack, and the sector that is up 1%, and CVX over 1% each. Health services, you have UNH, that is up close to 1%. SOLV, that's up almost 3% on the day. Industrial sectors is one thing I want to take a look at because it does seem like it's standing out on the sector a little bit. PWR, WMB up over 2%, SLB up almost 3.5%, WM and RSG flat on the day. Otis is the only name on this sector that is down 0.5%.
Yeah, Otis, the elevator company right there. Yeah, I know Neil. I'm not having another cookie. Neil went to go get more cookies over there right now. Oh, there's only 2 left. Okay.
These are literally the last 2 cookies.
Just quickly there, SpaceX. I mean, SpaceX came in and went down. So that bull has been ridden, and now we are off of it right there. SpaceX going to be my #1 stock today. So really happy with SpaceX, but still Tesla, good stock. Unfortunately, it didn't do anything. And so we took advantage when it came into 341 twice. And right now it's kind of just flat. I mean, we've made money on it. I'm going to take out another piece right now. That's me bidding 50. So there we get hit at 50. That's 50. All right. Okay, well, now it's coming back in. Let's just let the rest ride. I mean, our stop is right there where it's going to hit. If it hits it, it hits it. No worries on that one. That was an interesting look there because we said that maybe short oil today off that when we said that Trump was coming. That obviously would have worked, but it's not like it really did too much there. Let me check back on that silver idea. Okay, so, wow. Silver hasn't moved off of that short idea. Gold maybe has moved. Neil has that new thing now. Everything's gold.
Oh, shoot.
Coming back in there right now. So, yeah, and if you love gold, then, maybe you're trading it right now. But gold's not doing a whole heck of a lot, although trying its best to stay green today. SpaceX, yes, has been paying our bills for quite a long time there, and will continue to do so. So again, turned out to be a negative stock right there when we left you guys at the beginning of the day. And then when you came back, we had that trade on. And we put this in the chat, and we actually talked about, I actually just put this trigger in when we talked about it, that break of the range there. And just to go over it, Easy Peasy has some sort of an algo apparently based off of what I do. But this right there, makes a bottom, gives us that bottom, and then it was just a risk worth taking. Every single trade that you ever put on, you don't know what the eventual outcome's going to be. The only outcome you know is when you're wrong. When you're right, it's like, how far is it going to go? Are you going to have that runner on or not? So when we take that film, it goes in the money here. We start taking 50, 60, 70 cents. That's 1-to-1 against that low, if not even a little bit better than that. So we get out of about half of that, and probably about half. And then we just let it run to the upside, and now just bleeding out those part shares all the way out here up to 140. So I think that was a very good let, right? We let it go up and give us the levels that we wanted to. It just didn't break 140. So essentially, we ran this thing from 136.50 up to 140, and that's what's up. So that's what we're doing right now on SpaceX. We just dumped out because it broke the 200 period moving average. So, that's what I'm saying. Getting out is easy. The marks are there when to get out. It's when to get back in, when to reverse things, all that really does, make decisions and make you some money there. So now on Tesla, you see how we just got out? We just before I went on that little rant, we had basically 4 or 5 outs in the last 10 minutes. So now we're pretty light on this. 120 there. We have about 20% or so left on this. And I said we're going to let it run us out. So if that breaks, basically the level that we just ticked out of, if this breaks 342.20, we're out. So Tesla on the way back up, and so are the futures. So, hands off for now, and we'll wait to see what winds up happening on that one. But yeah, so far so good here. Today just going to be red because of Palantir. We lost a little bit too much on Palantir there today.
Porsche 911 was asking, he goes, shoot. Oh, I lost it. Anyways, Porsche 911, I lost your message. I was going to put it up there. He was asking, is it going to be steak dinner? I'm flat today. So it definitely will not be a steak dinner, but there's no steak at a ball game anyway. So actually, that's
I think you can get it probably.
Well, now they've actually renovated at the Rogers Center. There's a lot better food options.
Right.
Now it's like a real baseball stadium where you can get more than just chicken fingers, hot dogs,
right,
and pizza. You can get a bunch of different things. That being said, I'm probably gonna need a couple.
Not
dogs.
Steak, yeah.
I'm gonna need a couple dogs tonight, almost for sure. Sometimes it just is how it is, man.
Yeah.
It's not going to be Looney Dog night because I haven't gone to a single one this year.
Tuesday.
That's on Tuesdays, which is maybe not even worth it, to be honest with you, because the lineups are so bad. Shabritha, thank you for the donation.
$30.
That's 30. That's from
TikTok?
That's from TikTok.
Okay.
That is from
TikTok.
It's not? Oh, okay.
Oh,
I
the
see. So
Fabian.
when we see the
Thank
different,
you.
we see the different colors. We assume it's from.
Yes, but that's
it's
great.
TikTok. But no, it's actually for the charity. So Chop for Charity, anonymous. There, that's the thing. You can, hey man, you can holler it out, throw your name down, and we can shout you out or not. You can just do anonymous donation. You're also going to be able to get like the receipt too, right? It's right. Like obviously you can get your tax receipt, which, hey man, the tax man always cometh. So you might as well take advantage when you can, tax man or tax woman. And I will never forget. I have to every time we bring up the tax man. I was in accounting for 1 year in university, first year, and then when you talk to upper class students, maybe you realize you don't want to be an accountant. And I'll never forget, like the very first day, the professor he's like, this third of the class, I want you to stand up. He goes, you guys, you're going to be working for the big 6 accounting firms. And in the middle, everyone else, it's like, you'll probably end up jobs, just in the sector with like a regular business, small, medium size. And then the bottom third of the class, those of you that finish in the bottom 3 but graduate, you're gonna work for the government. And that's, and not against anybody that works for the government, but that is exactly what they always say. All the big time accountants work for the corporations and the big accounting firms that work for the corporations. And it's like all the best versus those that chose to end up working for the government, and that's who ends up battling. And you wonder why things are the way they are. That said, it's 3:30. At this time, I always give you the early look. It's still just CCL. 1.5 million buy in CCL. If you care about Verizon and CNQ at $1 million, they almost always pair off. So I would like to think that the same thing will happen. We can possibly expect some big imbalances. It is a Friday, but it's not like month end or anything like that. Okay, so the lower highs kind of came in. It didn't get to 35.65. We're just going to reload it here and see if we can't get an add into IBIT. The president doesn't seem to be moving USO all that much, so the locates were basically free, but nothing is happening. If there's a spike lower, I'll probably just try to punch in, but it's been 20 minutes now, and I don't think anything's happening.
Neil said the word reloaded, and
I'm reloaded!
okay, so we're long SpaceX right now, another 30 cents. We just took a little bit out of this one. We'll see if we get able to get, whatever, man. I'll offer 36s right there. Join that club of sellers at 36. See if we're able to get out of a little bit there. It's done 83. There it is. It's done. Go. Good. Wow. Okay. We're doing it again, man. I don't know. Remember, show sponsored by SpaceX, of course. But there's the move higher right now. It's not sponsored by SpaceX. I wish. Elon, hit me up if you want to, drop some money somewhere. Why not? You have enough of it. But we trade enough of your stock over here. You are 91% of the voting shares or something.
Yeah, it's insane.
For that.
Forget about the 48%.
If you want me to,
it's the voting control.
Yeah, if you want me to, still talk about this stock a little more, we can do that. But there goes SpaceX right now as we are long at 07s. We just cashed out there. I'm just trying to scalp this thing and just turned out to be boom. Right there. So good trading. Hopefully it does come back up into the 50s and we can get some more out. But that was pretty good movement there, out of half already of the stock. Look, it can still drop through the bottom. And if it does, then that is, I already put this order out. So it's a break of 75. So if that breaks 75, we're out. So doing the math, blah, 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 30 cents, it's about 1-to-1 where we took that out. So hopefully we can get a little bit of a boon in balances. So hopefully that will wind up teaching us, what's going upside. I have a kid named Boone, and High Park does an all-star game. You got to give 3 non-rep players, and then they also have a home run derby. So one of my guys is Boone there. So I like that name, Boone. T. Boone Higgins as well. Okay, yeah, rest in peace, I think. All right, there we go. Up to 50s, a couple more outs. Yeah, pretty old dude, and done really well for himself, obviously, and his family, so that's good. There goes 139.50 now, 50 cents in the money as we continue to go upside on SpaceX. Let's see if we get back into 140, and then that way that'll be like, a 3 or 4 to 1 on that trade. But I'm just trying to scalp out. There's only a half hour left, and we've seen this name go up and down and around on these balances. So, not worth taking on too much risk here near the end of the day, but we are starting to, get out more and more of this trade here on SpaceX.
Exactly, and SpaceX has been a good one. I'm glad to see it's going to the upside. Remember, SpaceX hasn't had a single day without a huge move on the imbalance.
Yeah.
And that's the entirety of the week. So I would suspect you're going to see some fireworks.
Down today, though. That's the problem.
Well, no, but hold on a second. But it's made moves either direction, I thought.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this is just the first day. Like, even though yesterday is showing a red candle there, it's because we got to 150 and then sold off there near the end of the day. Like, I don't think we even closed. That was a close at 146. Like, that was just a tough candle. And actually, we didn't close at, did we close at 142 yesterday? I don't think this is.
141.
Oh, we did. Okay, we got that low there yesterday. Okay.
Yeah, I have it up here. Like, look at
so
these.
I guess it was a red
candles.
day overall.
Like, look at that move at the end of the day. We're gonna go up to the desk in a quick second, but then there's a massive move down. I swear I guess it didn't do it on Tuesday, but then on Monday it did. So correction, 3 out of the 4 days this week, SpaceX has been a big mover at the end. He's back, the one and only at the desk with Adara. I guess you're really not at it.
President Trump speaking right now, and also about to speak in just a second here is one who's going to tell us about the Asian markets.
Thank you, Adara. So Asian markets closing off the week mixed, with the biggest gains today on the South Korean Kospi as well as Japan. Mainland China and Hong Kong all in the decline, in the reds for today. But if we take a look at the South Korean Kospi, up by 2.42%. They capped a 5-day rally. A lot of foreign funds coming in, at least 3 trillion won going into tech stocks such as SK Hynix, which is up 3.2%. And Samsung up more than 2.4%. Something interesting to note in South Korea, the US has imposed a tariff, a 15% tariff on South Korean drones and parts, adding, of course, a potential headwind in exporters in that sector. Over in Japan, the Nikkei 225 up by 0.59%. Tech stocks leading the gains with renewed AI interest. We have Kioxia Holdings up by 3.8%. Advantes up by 2.6%. And SoftBank up nearly 3%. Investors also speculating a September or October rate hike from the Bank of Japan due to weak yen as well as inflation concerns. Now, one of the biggest laggers today was Hang Seng in Hong Kong. They were down by 1.1%. The tech stocks in Hong Kong faced a little bit of pressure amid earnings caution as well as geopolitical tensions. The losses in Hong Kong were led by Meituan, down by 4.4%. Lenovo down by 3.7%, as well as Alibaba down by more than 2%. Hong Kong's Q2 GDP growth also slowed down to 4.3% compared to that of 5.9% last quarter. That's a year-over-year GDP growth, signaling a little bit of moderation in terms of economic momentum in that region. Now, as the trading will recommence on Sunday evening for Monday's trading session in Asia, watch out for the South Korean Kospi. They're right now just below the 7,000 breakout. So if Seoul desk can establish that 7,000 as a test of support, can see some foreign buying into, of course, the memory chips. Whether that continues on Monday, keep eyes on the biggest volumes for Samsung as well as SK Hynix. And then Taiwan, the TaiX, they're currently at their technical boundary resistance of 46,000. So watch if TSMC can stabilize to challenge that 46,000 resistance. Monitor also some capital rotations into CCL, which is that of copper-clad laminate, as well as the defense and drone sectors in that region.
And Alibaba should be spicy next week too with their earnings. So lots to look at in the Asian market. We'll see one again at 11:30 a.m. and at 3:30 p.m. on Monday and every day to talk about the European and Asian markets respectively. Back over to the guys for the rest of Power Hour.
Thanks, Juan. And then Baba and their superior, well, not superior, their cheaper models we trust. It's all about the price. It's all about the price, baby. Leandra Valdez, thank you for the donations. I mean, come on, they just keep rolling in. So we have the best community ever.
Another 34 bucks.
Brita as
Yeah.
well, another 34 in there. Appreciate you as well. Like, let's get it. I mean, we're going to be, as I said, we're going to have to probably move that target at some point, which is perfectly fine to exceed it. It just means we'll make it even more fun and bigger and better.
Yeah, we are 2 weeks, 2 more weeks.
That's a lot of time. Like that
Come on,
5 is going to
SpaceX.
we're going to blow through that 5 for sure. Lozo, thoughts on AVGO? Yuck.
Let's cancel my 75.
This one, I think that maybe a retest of the 200 period on Broadcom. This is one of those stocks today that was built differently for all the wrong reasons, for every reason that AMD was strong. This hasn't been getting the juice. And it looked like this was on a bit of a breakout off the 50 period. And everything looked rosy. It got cheap relative to the market and looked like it was going to be good. But it's been holding the 200 period moving average. So if there's an obvious support level and something is getting smoked downside, then that's generally the place to look at it. For the afternoon, it looks like it's trying to get into VWAP. Like this would be the perfect if it would have an imbalance. Pop, hope for a sell imbalance or look for a sell imbalance and then try and fade it on Broadcom. But 6% down, yeah, that's
not good.
That's not one anybody had in their bingo card with the market effectively flat for the day. Adara?
Yeah, Oracle, I guess, just denying that report from earlier, saying there were issues with their pipeline. They said their project remains on schedule. And the regular Oracle loop of a story happening and them denying it an hour later continues. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, I didn't hear any of that updates, which is why it's good to have good old Adara right there, hot dog. And Neil's going to be having some of these tonight. But yeah, it's going to be a good one.
Easily.
Great weather, great weekend to get out there, enjoy some fresh air. And if you are into rockets, maybe you're trading some SpaceX, and right now it has a couple rockets underneath it, as it just made that move higher. And we said, like, if we can get into 40s, that may be just good enough. So we did get pretty close to that. So let's get out a little bit more. I only have about 35% left of the initial. There we go. Now we just got filled. Now we have 35% left of this initial trade on SpaceX. We got stopped out there of our long at 136. So that was a good long there. Our last little trail out. Very good outs up there, I feel like. And even on this, reload, it doesn't want to go. So unfortunately, 140. I just hope I'm still in this when the imbalances drop. So at least we have a chance to get longer, if it does come out and go to the upside. I'm only now offering 140. Other than that, maybe I'll put something at 140 highs, 140 20s, something like that up there. But if it's a buy imbalance, hey man, maybe we really put on the Jets and get up to 142 or 143 again. So let's give it that chance. Don't think it's going to happen, but let's let it go and see if there is something to deal with here on SpaceX later on. SoFi, just saw a note about, so SoFi ran to the highs of the day there and pulled back. SoFi is a NASDAQ. No, it's a New York stock, right? No, it's a NASDAQ stock.
It's NASDAQ.
Okay, why didn't it change? Okay, there it is. SoFi coming back upside there a little bit. Nice run there on SoFi. Not really sure what created that move. I mean, the futures are trying to tick higher. We can take a back look at Tesla. Still up on Tesla. I'm up on Apple today. 304, 305 was the call out. See, again, that's SoFi. Switch over to Apple. So that was good. Unfortunately, we got... Man, just a quick out there at 304.50. Should have held on to that one a little bit longer. I don't even know what we were doing there. So that's an up stock today. DRAM's an up stock today for me. That's 2 for 2. Here goes 2 for 3. Palantir, we're down on it right there. Just too many shares and wound up losing there. That sucks. SpaceX, again, big time up today. My number one P&L name by far there today in SpaceX, and then Tesla. You saw me do it live. And unfortunately, it looks like we might have got taken out near the top again. All we had to do was, remember we were like, maybe we should give it to here. But we didn't and got stopped out of the last little piece there of Tesla. Still a green name, though, for us on TSLA. So, yeah, man, it's going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stock kind of day and a 4 and 1 right there with the names. But again, as per usual, it's all about the sizing of the different trades. Micron breaking out now, looks like anyways, trying to take out this VWAP level. And if it does, man, you're going to run into a bunch of supply anyways at 972. So this could be another good short here for Micron, but with the imbalances in 6-7 minutes, now, I'm going to pass on it, but good move higher there for Micron, running itself right into a lot of supply. So we'll see if that can get above 372 on a possible break long of VWAP, right, which is doing right now at 368 or 968. Ooh, not 368. Okay, Tesla pulled back. Well, no doubt about that. SoFi, Micron, silver. That's hilarious. Like silver, we talked about that an hour ago. at this exact level, and it's done nothing here for an hour. So the market goes where it goes. But yeah, we've been making money here, since we've been back here. So far so good. Jays are what, 2 games out right now?
No, they lost because they lost last game. So they were 2.5, then we lost last night.
So
it should
3.5? No.
3 or
Is it?
Well, we have to pass so many teams that it's almost it doesn't. Being
not that
2 or
it's
3, you're passing 5 teams. So even though you're only a couple of games, it's like if you win one game, half the teams in front of you probably win too. And if you lose a game, it's even worse. So, but there's plenty of time left. I love what they did. They brought in some young guys and they brought in some new blood. And they did a retool instead of completely blowing it up, which I think what made sense. And I love that new center fielder. The guy is a gamer. Like, that kid came hungry and ready to play. That Oracle news, not that it's news, because refuting a story is not a story. But when it broke out, I'm like, you know what? If it has a chance to join, I know the imbalances are in 5 minutes, which will necessitate like a really tight stop in here, but jumped in, give it to the prior bar as it broke that out. It does have resistance at 151. So ideally, if it gets there before the imbalances, I would trail that level. So the stop is here, but if it breaks it even by a little bit, I would trail it to that even dollar. IBIT's not really moving, and USO, it's trying, but it's just not doing anything. So we probably paid for locates on USO for absolutely no reason. That'll be a disappointing one. I really felt like this would have been a perfect time for the president to, I don't know, just say something on Iran that could have shocked us to the upside. He just couldn't.
I think
he's still talking. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm looking at the TV. He's still talking.
Oh, okay.
We're just obviously not getting anything.
It's not at all market related.
Okay.
He's just talking.
He's just doing president stuff.
He's doing presidential stuff. And my Beyond money. Thank you for your
BYND.
BYND money. Thank you for your donation. Appreciate the $6 there. Congratulations if you have any money for owning Beyond shares, because I would imagine most people probably lose money in that stock.
Don't wake up and think today. I mean, what did it do today? Do you even have it up?
It did eventually break
13?
out. Yeah, it broke out the high. It just didn't do much with it because our charts aren't split adjusted, but that actually might help.
Wow, Beyond is actually really good today.
If you looked at the resistance level from 2 days ago, that worked out to $14.10. So it was a good breakout. I mentioned it in the midday when it broke this, went to the $0.50, and then it went to 14 even. It was actually ended up my second best stock, but it didn't do the trade that would have been better, in my opinion, was if it broke the low, not the high. If that thing broke the high, or the low, sorry, I think it could have been.
Get over to Adair immediately.
Huge. Let's go to Adair. Whatever it is, Oracle.
Questions about this, and I want to be really clear. I can't tell if this is the same report as before, if it's been redistributed, but the Wall Street Journal is reporting that PayPal is in talks to sell itself to a group that includes Stripe and Advent. This is the same story we already knew. I don't know if there's more details, but either way here, this is popping, and I want to be clear. I guess now they're saying initially that there was that proposed $60.50 a share bid. We already knew that. PayPal thought it was insufficient, but apparently PayPal, Stripe, and Advent have been continuing to negotiate. So it is a slightly different story. The headline was almost identical, which is why I wanted to make sure. Stripe is privately held. PayPal has roughly 900 million shares outstanding, which would put the July offer near 54 billion. So the only new information is that the companies are reportedly negotiating together. That is the only new piece of information. Back to you.
You know what? I was hoping there'd be some kind of an update on the price, but in theory, I'm thinking out loud here, like the old offer of 60.50 kind of becomes a potential loose floor if that was like the prior bid, and there might be a consideration for something higher, and it just dipped into 60.72. And I want to make a correction about Workday. There was the update that happened on Workday was an analyst coming out today saying premium at worth 240 to 250, but that's just an analyst saying what they think Workday should be bought for, not what Workday is going to be bought for. But I just want to make a clarification because I went to my merger arbitrage website. I'm like, oh, there was a story and I didn't say anything. We'll get to the super chat in a second. The only reason I don't like getting on the bid is the last time I took a long in a position where there was buyout rumors on a Friday this late in the day, it halted and didn't reopen, and then opened on the Monday, and it opened down and got rinsed. I got rinsed, I should say. It sucked. It was Spirit Airlines. Blunder Corp, thanks for the super chat. Beyond almost hit Neil's $40 price target, yet I'm still bigly red. Money printer broken. This is the second time someone has said that I had a $40 target on Beyond Meat.
Wow, Neil, pretty
when
aggressive target.
I have never done anything but say how bad that stock is and has performed almost as much as I would dog on Mullen. But obviously, it's not as bad as Mullen, but well, it's going to have to do another. If it does one more reverse split, you're there. Because he did a 30-to-1, 3-for-1 reverse split, and you're good. That's all you need. No. And you know what? The fact that this didn't follow through today on that breakout, that just makes me think it's time to start thinking about the short on the reverse split as soon as Monday. Usually we think we're good for a couple of days of running if it breaks the high, but this didn't do anything with that move up. Nothing. I was thinking squeeze. It's like 40-something% short, reverse split, smaller float. It started to break out. You think it's going to go, and there's just no sustainability there. So Beyond Meat, taking names as usual. That stock sucks. Oh, shoot. 1 minute till the imbalances. 1 minute HYG on the Amex. What's that?
High interest, high bonds or something.
Oh, that's
high
yeah.
yielding bond.
Mind. Yeah, it's a yeah.
All right, I just took out a little bit there on SpaceX, just ahead of the number. You know, like it's literally right here at 60s. So just right there, out now. You know, we're in the money, 50 cents, 60 cents. So let's take it out and wait as we are waiting for these imbalances to populate. And when they do, you'll see it coming up right here, and we'll watch some stocks move around, and we'll see what happens with SpaceX. So I saw the offer at 40. I have one at 140.50s, 140.20. So if we do get going to the upside, SpaceX will be a thing for sure, and we will watch it and see where she goes from here in less than 10 seconds. Now, we do have these imbalances coming out. Looks like it's trying to get a little bit higher here, so I don't know if people are trying to front run this. You'll see it immediately. My stop is still in, so if that breaks through 139, we're gonna get out. There it is. So nice little upside move there on SpaceX, but it doesn't go that high, so maybe nothing.
It's a buy.
It's a buy, okay, but not
140,000.
Okay, so just rinsed higher. There is Intel with a sell, so that goes down to 102, so that's not great. NVIDIA with a buy, so there shoots NVIDIA to the high side as well. So again, a big congratulations to that NVIDIA shareholder who just got bank air in your favor, I guess. Nice move up to 226. And
IBIT's a buy. I just punched out.
IBIT, okay, IBIT didn't do anything.
I've never, no, well, I
mean, literally didn't move, but
No, I'm short at this exact price.
Yeah, that's okay. And then on this, I said yesterday that I kind of liked this stock, ONDS.
Oh, 1.2 million is good for
yeah, I need a little bit of stock there. And then Rivian, probably not buying Rivian anymore after how impressive full self-drive is, but down there, 1550 all the way to the downside, 1530 now in change for Rivian. We haven't looked at that name in a while. Can you scalp
your reservation?
And then Google, yeah, well, I'm going to still have it and see if she likes it, she gets it. So there's Google with a bid, boom, right there up to the upside as well. So I think I just heard, we got to go back to Adara.
Oh, shit.
Adara?
Yeah, 13F season is here, guys. Balyasny, a group I've never heard of, they reported a 3.4 million share stake in SPCX. SpaceX, again, guys, 13F season is upon us. Let's take a look here, though, WBD, because this also spiked around a little bit here. Warner Brothers and Paramount's mergers apparently met all regulatory conditions under the company's merger pact. Back to you. That's
right. Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean they have all the, they might not have all of the antitrust. Because it's multi-jurisdictional, but the good sign for Warner Brothers why this could go through is they stated their willingness to possibly sell CNN as part of the deal. And if they sell CNN, let's be real, the big objection to this deal was always going to be political, and it was about CNN going to one side of the spectrum or the other. And so either side, one side was always going to object to this deal for that reason. If you take CNN out of this, then it's hard to imagine why anyone's going to have hard objections. So all those lawsuits from the states are probably gone. But if this was a true, like I went right over, I'm like, oh, if this is really like any kind of a done, the deal's 31. Like you could have been punching along. That'll end up a nothing burger there. I like this PayPal though.
Yeah, it's nice, going a little higher.
PayPal, it's holding higher. PayPal, I feel like this one, if they get a better deal. Oh, goodness. It's just that the 60-60, that 60-50, sorry, almost ends up as your floor if you're long this one. But that doesn't do anything for a day trade. It's completely meaningless for a day trade because it's about to close in 7 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here. I only have the only one position here out out of the two of us, and it's just late in the day, so not much going on. Let us know what you guys are up to this weekend. It should be a fun one around here. Lots and lots of activities, obviously in Toronto and probably any city that you're in here. As it's unbelievable how fast August has gone. Like
too fast.
It's mid-August already. It's absolutely insane. You're already seeing back to school stuff for the kids. Like
there was like 5 football games last night.
Yesterday, yeah, I know. Packers as well. Oh, by the way, I'm trying to go. Packers play Carolina Panthers on a Thursday night. So if anybody in Lambeau, I think it's late October. I can't commit now, but I'm trying to go to Lambeau. So if anybody there has any tickets they want to sell me at a decent price, because StubHub and it's still very expensive.
Tucker Kraft
to get into there
is going to be,
I hope so,
the number 2 tight end points per game. He's coming back from a knee injury, so I don't know if he plays all 17. But if you do it points per game, I think he's going to be the number 2. I don't think anybody beats Bowers this year because they're going to force feed that dude.
I hope so. I mean,
you got him in the pool. You could always trade. I mean, if I was a real Packers fan, and I don't know, like maybe you are, maybe you're not, that I would certainly entertain trading Brock Bowers for the Packers tight end, who's an absolute beast.
I think I pretty much gave you Josh Allen for free. So.
It doesn't. Exactly. So I'm trying to help you by giving you the best offensive weapon on the Green Bay Packers, Tucker Kraft. He's like 6'5",
our best offensive weapons are a
260,
kicker.
And he can do backflips. He's an unbelievable athlete.
Kicker's going to do these days. Brock Bowers will just bench press Tucker Kraft. All right, so INTC still on a sale there to the downside. We'll have to wait to see what's going on there. There it is, $118 from an anonymous.
Get it.
Thank you so much. I mean, as we can't say enough. And we want to say thank you to Fabian for organizing that. There it is, right? Oh, nope, wrong one. Oh, there it is, Chop for Trade. I can see it. Is that 19? That's 1,500? 1,600, yeah. 1,597 right there. Yeah, it's right on the screen. So 1,597 right there. So thank you so much for all of your kindness that keeps on coming through. So yeah, big shout out there. And there it is right now, man. We just got O's. So now, yeah, go Gadget O's. They're about to break 140 right now. Trump announcing government takes stake in SpaceX would be nice. That's not what he's announcing.
No, it's flipped to a buy.
Yeah, I mean.
No, 1.3 million buy.
Yeah, but it's still not really doing anything. It is a nice move, so it's good on the flip. We'll take another move here. Look, if it goes back up, I'm still at that 140.50. We'll put another offer right now in front of 140. That might have been it. Dara, is there something for Dara, or this is it? Soon I'll be declaring the Strait of Hormuz a territory of the United States. Good luck with that one. You can declare whatever you want. I don't know if that's going to matter. But there it is. We get out another 96 out right now, and we'll just continue to watch out on SpaceX. And, USO, it's not even reacting to that. Like, at some point, man, and it's, we don't try to get too political on the show or anything like that. But at some point, like, we got to say, like, how serious is all of this? This man talks a lot, and, we'll have to just wait to see if there is any sort of truth to what he's been spewing out lately.
Michael P. DeRider, not Philip. Thank you for the super chat. Y'all know Alexander Graham Bell wanted everyone to answer the phone with ahoy instead of hello. Well, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
If that's actually true. And I answered you in the chat, Grunfeld. Grunfeld asked in the chat, why, as a Toronto native, you're not or from the Toronto area, you're not a Buffalo Bills fan. To which I responded,
I am.
Sean is Buffalo Bills fan.
This is mine.
We used to have season tickets to the Buffalo Bills, and then I think it was right after one of the kids was born.
Probably,
because what happens is when you have a family, giving up a day to go down and tailgate on your weekends, you just don't have that time anymore. So we used to. I think for 5 years we were.
I might have had the time, but yeah, it's just.
Yeah, at least 5 years we did it.
Oh, yeah. No, it was great. I mean, we'd like to do it again. I mean, I said already in our little group chat there that we should be going to a game.
Oh, we did. Yeah, but the last time our high school fantasy league went to a Buffalo Bills game was shenanigans, dude.
Right, so why shouldn't we go again? Isn't that the reason to go again? I mean, what, do you always want to sit at home?
There was one dude, I can't even say on air what he was yelling all day because it's just inappropriate.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but our friends had big-time drinking problems and things like that. I think it's probably fixed now. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll wait to see what winds up happening. But I think we should go. A brand new stadium there, Highmark.
Highmark.
It's supposed to be beautiful.
As long as we don't sit in the seats with the obstructed view.
Yeah, I think those, whatever. I mean,
No, they're not that bad.
We'll just let one of our random friends sit there. All right, so nice upside move there as we continue to go on with Intel. And just about that, that Strait of Hormuz and all that kind of talk.
I don't think that.
It's just they've got to figure out a way to sort of get out of there, you know. And if declaring that maybe gets them out, then I think that that's going to be a win for everybody. So you definitely don't want to put boots on the ground there, as far as I know. And this is just hearing, watching the news and hearing what people are saying. It would take like thousands, hundreds of, you're not dealing with flat ground when you're going into Iran, like bunkers and hills and all of that. So I'm sure, the
wouldn't be
Department of War would know more about this than I do.
No,
that's for sure. But at the end of the day, we just hope everybody is safe and has eventually resolve to all of this. Right?
That's all anybody
the
hopes.
Ukraine was supposed to be quick. It's not. This Iran started in March, Adara? March 10th or something like that, or February 10th?
February 28th, 2026. So it would have been the
28th.
Saturday night, I think.
Okay.
You remember the day of the week and the time?
I realized recently
already.
not everybody does that. I thought everybody just remembered what happened on what day and what day of the week it was, and then I've kind of realized that's not a thing.
Yeah, well, it's a thing, but
Your memory is definitely special, Adara.
my kid is
it's like
seeing
one
Tony tonight, and Fabian saw that's Anthony Bourdain. So hopefully, if you're doing something tonight, apparently that's getting rave reviews.
Oh, yeah?
The same guy that made Blackberry, which I still have not seen. So yeah, so Blackberry is getting crazy rave reviews. It's old now, but the Anthony Bourdain biopic, I think, is today.
Are you watching this offer right now on SpaceX?
Yes, sorry, I meant to. I'm watching on another screen.
There's been millions of shares.
It can't break 140.
It's done millions of shares already.
Yeah, no, million. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why it's not breaking.
I think it's done 2.5, 3 million shares up here.
So I just keep getting out at this level. I mean, I got to make a decision. See, I just now it's going to go. No,
it's not.
See, it just
They
came
keep
right. So
refreshing
I just
it.
got to keep. I'm just offering out.
It's gonna do
I'm just going to get out now. There, I'm out. Coded as a sell there at the very end of the day. That's a good little trade.
Yeah, and the closing
there it
bell
is.
brought
Yep.
you right now.
Yep, closing bell brought to you by who was it? Nobody?
By Origenics, everybody.
There it
So brought to you
is.
by Origenics. See how we had to wait for it to come up there.
Yep.
Shout out to Origenics. They did that millions. I saw maybe 4 million shares. Sorry, I had PayPal up there. I saw at least 4 million shares on that offer go off at the top on SpaceX, but it is a Friday, so optionable level. I'm sure Joe mentioned the 145 and the 150, but the 140 holding. But it probably won't in the aftermarket because none of that matters now.
All right, yeah, and just so you guys know, that SpaceX trade, that's what you call basically iceberg order. There was tons of shares going off, and we were only showing 60,000. And the guy, I don't know if it was on NASDAQ or what gateway it was.
NASDAQ.
Just kept on refreshing and taking them, and it wasn't breaking. So, when you see that kind of action, these are just all outs at 140. Some is 195s, 98s, all that. So it just didn't break it. So, we'll have to look on Monday to see if SpaceX opens or wherever it does near that 140 marker again. So have a great weekend, everybody. We didn't get to ask Sia or Adara their plans for the weekend.
Let us know.
So what are you two ladies up to?
Go first.
Me first?
Yeah.
I'm heading to work.
Working at the bar, at the restaurant?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's for what? Friday and Saturday? Okay, so we got to get Sia raised. See, if you're on our show in the morning, that's when the real money.
Well, that's
I'm
the thing.
tired, guys. I don't want to go into work, but you got to do what you got to do. But
You're tired,
Sunday
oh
is
my
my
God.
rest day, so I'm excited.
Sia, wait till you get old,
the
man.
grind.
Do not be tired now, man.
No.
Wait.
No, but it is
Energy
7
now.
hours of constant walking, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to baseball now. It'll be.
You'll be on your feet the whole weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be
Baseball-
busy. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Enjoy it. And I
Enjoy
know,
life.
I know, look, working at a restaurant, is a server, bartender or something?
Yeah, both.
Yeah, so running around, my wife used to be, way before, I think in university or similar to what Sia just graduated, and she claims to have been the worst of all time. She would take people's breakfast orders and forget to ask them how they want their eggs and everything like
I
that.
can't picture Marissa.
Apparently completely whack right there, but then she
I'm
met
calling
me and
Fugaze on
now
that.
it's all over.
Marissa's a very organized person.
No, you can
find that hard to
trust me.
believe.
Yeah, no, she was the worst server of all time. She's self. Oh, she was working at Starbucks and she served Kevin Spacey at one point there.
No.
Ramin,
Well,
when
that
is your
goes a
last
different
day,
way
Ramin?
now.
When is your last day? Of this month? Yeah. Oh, the day the
So the day we're doing the
cutoff?
haircut?
Screw Fabian then. That's Ramin's last
It's
day?
Ramin's last day?
I know, I saw you. That's what I was wondering what you're doing over there. You're not here? This is your last day here? Oh, no one can hear her. So, okay. She's not working Mondays and Fridays the next couple weeks. So we will see more of Ramin because we gotta figure something out.
Well, yeah, we'll talk. We'll figure it out.
We'll have to figure something out.
Well, obviously.
Okay. And then
It's
Adara.
not a secret if we say that.
Okay, so Sia's working and Adara is writing.
I have plans, is what I'll say. I am writing. I am maybe seeing the new Spider-Man movie. I will.
Date night.
Yeah. So that's my plans for the weekend.
There we go. All right. And plus some people willing to marry you in the chat, I noticed as well. So thanks to Darren and Sia for sharing that. We're just going to be out and about. Neil's out and about as well. Happy birthday to the wife, of course. And you're going to be at some baseball there.
Glad he's going yard.
Yes. You know what?
It's been
you
exactly.
should actually bet that.
It's been exactly 1 year since he had a home run at our home stadium.
Isn't that crazy?
So $500 million.
5th highest paid player, I think.
And he has not hit a home run all season at the home park. If he does it, the roof's going to blow off, but that's what we have to cheer
imagine
for
it's
here.
a game winning, too. That would be.
Oh, if he walks it off?
That would be really amazing. Like, imagine it's because it's the Yankees. So
and his favorite team is to play against.
That's what I mean.
The Yankee lose.
Yeah, so if he goes, it's like 2-2 in the bottom of the 9th or something, 2 outs, Vladdy's up, pop fly to second base. All right, enjoy.
Actually, you're probably right about
enjoy.
that. That's the sad part.
I'm sure there's something wrong with this swing because in his back. I mean, I don't know, whatever. It is what it is. Thank you to everybody there. I see Brendan's already left. He's just like, forget all this.
He gone.
Forget all this stupid talk. It's 4 o'clock. I'm logging off and getting out of here. Let's let the ladies get out of here. Thanks, Ramin. Thanks, Fabian. Andre won today.
And won.
Tiffany. Everybody who's been working really hard for us. We want to say thank you to everybody. I said Andre, right? Joe and Sharif. So.
And thank you, Fabian, for this.
I love gold.
Now, if we ever trade gold, we have a button to hit.
Like
Not that we ever did.
Bars flying out or GLD or something. Yeah, we'll get that all figured out. Ciao till Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thanks for watching.